I think mine might be lagging a little bit. Does it seem off?
No, you seem good.
All right.
Okay.
Alrighty, everybody. Welcome back to Cool Sports Chat, episode 40. I'm going to be talking a little bit of sports. There is something big, I guess, going on in the U.S. right now. I don't know what that could be. As well as Bobby's birthday. So, first off, Bobby, happy birthday.
Thank you.
That was the big thing we were talking about, right? Bob's birthday.
Yes.
I thought it was a trade deadline.
Actually, there was a new dinosaur found.
The big thing going on is Trump versus Harris.
Oh, that's like two football teams, right?
I
The gender reveal is tonight? I didn't know that.
think Trump's going to blow her out, though. Blow her out.
It's starting to look a little one-sided, that's for sure.
Yeah, before we get into football and the trade deadline, since it is election evening, not something we usually touch upon on the channel, but I guess once every 4 years doesn't hurt so bad. Plus, we did that book review on Mr. Beats' presidential election book, so make sure you guys go check that out if you haven't. What is it right now? 135.
49.
40.
I mean, it always differs a little bit depending on what channel you're watching, but I think he's roughly about 100 points ahead of her right now, something like that.
As well as almost 3 million votes ahead, which is something, I don't know. This one seemed pretty close. I thought it'd be a lot closer.
Oh, hold on.
Uh-oh.
They're Arkansas. Okay, they haven't called it yet. Arkansas, I guess, is too close.
I'd be
Okay,
surprised.
that's just what Amazon says. According to Google, it's already gone red.
Yeah,
I was going to say, Arkansas has been called, according to Google.
I think the biggest one that people didn't think was going to be called so quick was Florida.
Florida's usually red, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know why they thought it wasn't going to go red. It almost always does.
Well,
I think it's
When
been a
I
while.
first saw Texas blue, I was like, hold up a sec. That's not right.
Yeah, I think that was like one county.
Yeah, it was when it first started.
Hey, Kansas is blue right now, which is surprising me.
It's not very, especially when you look at that it's Topeka.
Yeah, it's only Wichita and Topeka, so I was like,
Yeah, it looks like Kansas is 7% in so far, and it's 50.8% to 47.9. So I think that's going to flip once they start counting other counties.
Yeah, it's usually red when it's presidential.
Yeah, see, living in Colorado will probably go blue, because that's what we've gone recently.
Yeah.
Though reading the Mr. Beat one, it was what 22 red, 14 blue, and 1 green. So I think that was in the Teddy election when he was the independent. There, we went for him.
You know, I'm really interested right now in North Carolina. That race is very close, 49.7 to 49.3.
Ooh,
That's
not gonna
a
get called.
tight one. I think Harris' campaign was really banking on North Carolina too. I think they're really hoping for that one.
Well, in Georgia too. I think Georgia and Pennsylvania were ones, especially because they went blue last time.
I think Pennsylvania's probably going to go blue, just from what we've seen so far. I don't know, but Georgia I think is going to go back red. I know it went blue and was kind of the determining factor last time, but apparently she's polling behind where Biden did last year, and they've still got a lot of those rural counties to count for Trump.
Yeah, see, it's kind of like a football
North
game.
Carolina just be red. Trump's leading now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of big like politics people. They don't always cover politics. I watch on YouTube, but they did their like predictions, and there were some that they thought would go red that are blue right now, and vice versa. So I think this has been kind of anyone's guess. I think it would be different had RFK Jr. not dropped out.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have taken enough away from Trump that it might have swayed it.
Mm-hmm. It would have been kind of like the what election was that?
Ross Perot.
1911. I was thinking whenever Teddy ran against Taft, because Teddy Roosevelt obviously went in.
Yeah, the Bull Moose Party.
Yeah, after McKinley got shot, he obviously went into presidency, and then he went back, won re-election, got Taft in there, didn't like what Taft did, made up his Bull Moose party, got shot. His election speech and his glass case saved him from like the bullet entering him. But yeah, then that's how we got Woodrow Wilson, probably one of our worst presidents of all time. So
Yeah, and it's funny
and-
because if either one of them would have run like on their own instead of both at the same time, either one of them would have easily like taken it.
oh, 100%. Yeah.
But because they both ran with Teddy in that third party, killed it.
They were on TikTok earlier. They were showing like the results from previous elections. I didn't realize how some one-sided some of them were. Like,
Mhm.
Like I think 1972 or I think it was like 1984. Everything was red except for Minnesota.
Yes, that was when Reagan ran. Everybody went for him except the home state of his opponent.
Right.
Mhm.
Everything else, like that, you haven't seen California red since then.
Yeah, I would say, Brendan, if you want a fun little read, it's only 183 pages, but it goes through the whole election history. It's Mr. Beat presents the the ultimate American presidential election book. It's by Matt Beat. So if you search Matt Beat president book, you'll find it.
And that's up through the last election, right? 2020.
Yeah, and I'm sure after this one he'll make a new one because his first one was 2016, and then he revised it for 2020.
Every 4 years isn't too bad.
Yeah, and so that one was fun because it kind of tells you a lot of the first, and it was fun kind of following what Colorado do because it would say, hey, this is the first election Colorado could vote in, and then you could follow it from there. And yeah, there's some that electorally were blowouts, but then you look at like the popular vote and it was close, or kind of vice versa. Like the popular vote wasn't that close, but because they won certain states, it looked closer than it was.
Kansas just went red.
Did it? My thing hasn't.
Not a surprise.
No,
okay, there we
not
go.
at all.
Yeah, I'd say if Kansas went blue, I would be shocked.
Well, they still haven't declared it. He's just leading there now.
Right.
Yeah.
Same with North Dakota. Out of their 10 people, it looks like 6 are leaning one way.
Yeah, especially in the snowstorms. They're all huddled in. They don't want to go out and vote. All right, so currently it's 101:52. We'll pause there. It looks like we got a little bit of time before some more get called. And we'll look at some of the big trades today because today was also the trade deadline.
It was.
Let's start with you because your team actually was a buyer today. I told you, obviously, in our private chat, I did not expect that. What are your thoughts with Mingo going to the Cowboys?
I mean, I'd like to say optimistic and be like, yeah, it was great. But at this point, I think Jerry just needs to be checked into a dementia home. Like, I don't know what he's doing. It made no sense. If we needed anything, it was somebody in the running game. I think even with CD being a little hurt right now, even if he had to sit out a couple weeks, I think we're okay on wide receiver. I mean, not great, but we're doing all right there. Absolutely got to get that running game going, though, and we did nothing to address that, just like we did nothing to address it last year or the offseason. If it's part of a grand plan to just tank even further and get a really good draft pick next year, then awesome. We are right on plan. But, I mean, I hope he's good. Like I told you, I picked him up in our fantasy team just in case. Maybe he'll be a hidden gem. Maybe he and good old Cooper Rush will really hit it off these next couple of weeks. But I don't know. And what's crazy to me is we spent more for him than we got when we got rid of Cooper.
Which is crazy.
Which makes no sense. Like, we picked up a scrub for I don't know. I'd like to be optimistic. I'll see how it plays out, but not very happy with it. I'd almost preferred us to have done nothing.
Yeah, I would have said if it was like a 5th or 6th, it's still like a low risk because who has he been playing with the last 2 years, quarterback-wise?
Right.
I mean, I think if you give him Trey Lance, he might have a better passer.
See, that's what I'd be excited to hear with Dak out. If they would have been like, you know what, let's see what we have in Lance before we decide to get rid of him or whatever. Give him a couple games, go ahead, because we know Cooper Rush isn't going to be anybody's starting quarterback. It's not going to happen. He might be decent, but he's never going to be, Whereas in Lance, there could be some potential, but if you don't give him any games, you're never going to know.
Yeah, I know Rush every once in a while, like he'll start and he'll have like a good 2 games, and everyone's like, okay, he's better than Dak, and then like that third game, you're just like, all right, when's Dak coming back? So
Not only that, but the year that he went on that run of like 3 or 4 really good games, we had a much better team. We had a more solid offensive line. We had a running game. There was a lot more going for him. Whereas now I feel like, Dak definitely has his issues, but he's been carrying the team this entire season. He's really one of the few positives we have going for us. And that's not even a huge positive, really. But, he's been playing his heart out trying to do well. And that's the only reason we've gotten even somewhat close in these terrible losses. Now with Cooper in there, I don't think it's going to work out well. I think he's got a much worse team going in. He doesn't have the protection that he would have had before. He's got nobody to pass it off to, really. I mean, who do we have? Rico Dowdle? Okay. It's going to be a bloodbath.
which did you trade for Rico? Who has Rico now?
I don't have him.
I have
I know. Okay, so maybe that was Shane. I know somebody traded for him.
Somebody's got him.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, not bad. I'd rather have him than Zeke that I got stuck with, but
Yeah, so we'll see. Because I know CD is also hurt, right? Is there any update on his injury?
I think right now he's still questionable. They haven't officially pulled him out or put him on IR or anything. I don't anticipate him playing this week. Probably next week. I think it's one of those like take a week off kind of things. More exciting though, I do think Micah Parsons is coming back.
Not this week.
Oh, is he? They already said he's not out in this week.
That's them talking.
I mean, honestly, I hate the Eagles, but if I was betting money,
Ellis, it's okay.
yeah, if I was betting money, I might have to throw it down on the Eagles this week because our team that was already not great, riddled with injuries now, even worse than they were.
Yeah,
but hey,
we're Dak.
We're still going to win the Super Bowl.
David, I want you drug tested and reported.
Speaking of which, it looks like Illinois just went to Kamala. It's 71-101 now.
Okay, how can they
call it? Yeah, I know. Some of these, they have like 5% of the vote, and they're like,
this one is 9% in, it says.
Yeah, how can you call it that early when there's so much gray?
I think Illinois is kind of typically a blue state, though, with like Chicago and everything. So I don't think that was a surprise state for anybody. I don't think that's a battleground.
Well, it's not a surprise for me either, but I'm just saying, like, I don't understand how when you look at it.
I mean, yeah, Massachusetts, that's been in Kamala's corner, and it's 2% in.
Or like Michigan is still blue, but when you click on it, only blue parts like Detroit.
Hey guys, I gotta go. Okay, I'll see you guys next time.
all right, see you, Bobby.
Bye, bro.
Wow, he was really upset about Illinois.
Yeah, so looking at Illinois right now, how much? It doesn't show me. 9% reporting. It's
Chicago.
Yeah, 300,000 votes for Kamala, 236,000 for Trump. So it's actually not that as big of a margin, I would think, for them to call it, because it's a huge portion of just gray there.
It's crazy the way they do this. You would think that they would. I mean, even the Capitol hasn't been called yet. Like Springfield is still gray.
Yeah.
But I guess Chicago just has so many people that they're like, oh, insurmountable. And it looks like she got a couple of the East Coast, like Maryland, Delaware.
That was another one. How did she win Maryland when there's 0% recorded?
Maryland. Hey, Maryland has 1% in now. Okay, calm down.
So how did she win
it? You think that's correct? Go look at it. Oh my God, look at that. All right, if you look at Maryland, it literally has less than 1%, and right now Donald Trump has 66.9% of the vote there, but they gave it to her.
Whoa! So are they going to overturn that?
That doesn't make any sense. Are you looking at it?
Yeah, it's 10,000 votes for Trump, 4,000 for Kamala, and RFK actually has 208 votes. He's beating one of the actual third-party candidates.
All I can get, I mean, it's got to have to do with like I guess exit polling and what they think other counties do and everything. But that seems wild to me that you'd call a state for someone when the other person has over twice as many votes there.
Well, see that's what I was kind of confused by, because if you look at and also anyone listening, we're not for one candidate or the other. We are just clearly just giving our reactions. If you look at the total votes, it's 19 million to 16 million. Like, it's not even that close. Like, I think the electoral one is making it look a lot closer than it really is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're saying that it's all going to shake out when it gets to stuff like California, things like that. New York hasn't been called at all yet, so I guess those big population centers will kind of get thrown in there, but I don't know.
Yeah, see, New Mexico, I don't know. It might go red, it might go blue. Colorado will probably be blue. Like, Wyoming will be red, I'm sure. Montana.
Idaho.
Idaho. Well, Idaho has a lot of, having worked in the real estate, there's a lot of people that have moved there from California, so who knows if that will have.
I think
Not even
definitely Washington and Oregon are going to be blue.
Yeah, and California, I would think too.
I think Nevada and Arizona are the two big question marks right now.
I think Arizona
Utah
and Nevada are both going to go red.
Earlier today, they were saying Nebraska could actually split their electoral votes. So
that's right. They're one of those few places that has it like separate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where they can give a certain percentage or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think they only have like a handful, right? Like it's very
few. It goes off of population, so.
Which, I mean, that may not be a bad way to do every state.
I think, no, yeah. I think it was actually in the Colorado election this year was something where you vote for like multiple candidates or you rank them in like a ranking system for the primaries. And then that.
Oh, and they do like a certain percentage, like,
yeah.
Okay, first place, second place, third place, and that's how many like votes you get.
Yeah.
That's how does it. My friend and I were talking about that during the 2020 election. She was like, I kind of wish that they would do it this way.
Oh, Kansas is blue again, Brendan.
I saw that.
I don't think that's going to hold at all.
Oh, because they did Kansas City.
Yeah. Which is why we always have a Democratic governor, too, because Kansas, Topeka, and Wichita is a bigger population than the rest of us.
Combined, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the same reason why you can't do a popular vote for who wins president, because then California and New York would basically determine the president every year.
Mm. All right. So while those we got a little update there. It's still 101.71. Bobby got off before we could ask him about the Broncos trading. Browning to where did he go?
I didn't see what they did. To the Cardinals?
Yeah. So
right. What did they get for him?
A 6th round. Next year's 6th round pick.
I mean, that's okay. Yeah.
That's a good pickup for the Cardinals, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think
Cardinals
he was
aren't
doing much
anything.
either. Yeah. He wasn't doing much for Denver, so I think that's a kind of a win-win there. Lions trading for Zadarius Smith. Obviously, they had a need there with their injury. I think that's a good trade for Detroit. I don't think they gave up a ton either.
So. I've been surprised. The Lions have been doing, they picked up with what they did last year, and they're doing really well. I'm not a huge Lions fan, but they're getting it done.
I think Arizona is my biggest surprise so far this year.
Oh, big time!
Especially last Sunday. We'll get to that.
I've always liked the Cardinals. I like the Cardinals, and I like the Ravens. For some, like Baltimore has always been. I'm like, good for them, Right. So when either of those two do well,
when I lived in Arizona.
Yeah, I feel bad they have to live there. So.
No, the Cardinals are the team I chose to rebuild in Madden. So I'm now 3 years in. Joe Mixon
How's it going?
Well, I haven't lost yet, so that's a good sign. Joe Mixon has had 2,000 yards rushing every year because I traded my first round pick for him. And then I have Kyler Murray. He starts off in the first quarter. The second quarter, Justin Fields comes in, throw off. Third quarter, Sam Howell comes in. And then fourth quarter is either going to be Cade McMillan, who's a fake guy, but he played for Louisville apparently to Madden. So I drafted him. Or Kurt Benkart, used to play for the Packers. I have him. So team's doing good. I just traded for Jameis Wilson. What's the guy from Detroit? The one that's suspended. Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's done really good. I've got him 17 touchdowns. We're in week 13, so going for records. Another trade
He's suspended and has gun charges towards him.
in real life, yeah. But this is Madden, so this is. Speaking of someone I have on my Cardinals Madden team, Khalil Herbert got traded today from the Bears to the Bengals. And I think this had a lot to do with Zach Moss getting hurt. I think he's out for the year.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, so I quickly picked him up because I was like, nah, he's got to be on somebody's team. He wasn't. I think he was on BP Bears earlier in the year, but because he's their third back,
Right.
whatever. They haven't done anything. So I think that's a really good pickup there. Another kind of no surprise was the Steelers getting a receiver. We just didn't know who. I know the last 3 weeks talking about trades, we said Steelers were going to get a receiver. Today
They
got
to decide who's going to throw to that receiver.
Right. Well, it seems like they're sticking with Russ, and seems like Aaron Rodgers calling the shots in New York still. After calling out Mike Williams the last 3 weeks, he is now a Pittsburgh Steelers. So,
I mean, he got rid of the coach just a couple weeks ago too. So,
right.
Never doubt the power of Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, he might get rid of the intern here soon. We'll have an intern coach.
He just takes over as the coach too.
Yeah,
he's just trying to get his buddy Matt LaFleur the.
Yeah. Well, here's one that shocked me. The Commanders trading for cornerback Marshawn Lattimore. Great pickup for them. I didn't even know they were in the market for that.
I was about to say, I'm surprised that they let him go. And again, that's one of Cowboys' rivals, of course, and the Eagles. So I never liked them getting better, but they've been a big surprise this year for me too. They've been doing great. They made the right call in who they drafted for their new quarterback. He's definitely, I think he's probably the best rookie quarterback that came out of this year so far. He's definitely improved that team by leaps and bounds. Like they were literally last in the division last year, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So
they made from worst a good to first. Coaching decision.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't think it's just a good coaching decision. Because usually when you look at defensive coordinator coaches, head coaches with young quarterbacks, it doesn't usually work out well. But what I think they did, and I think what a lot of defensive-minded head coaches should do, is you bring in an offensive mastermind. And with them bringing in Cliff Kingsbury, who's, worked around quarterbacks like Jaden Daniels before, I think it works out really well. And he was a good quarterback to go into that system of Cliff's. So,
I mean, I think that's one of the Cowboys' big problems is they don't really have an offensive coordinator. Like the new guy, he's not doing anything. It's still basically Mike McCarthy, and he doesn't know what he's doing. That's the only good thing about this season being so bad. There's literally no way they're going to renew McCarthy's contract.
I was going to say his contract's up at the end of the year, and they're going to let him walk.
If it wasn't up, I do think he would have already been fired for this season. I think Jerry would have already kicked him out, but
especially on his birthday.
Right? That would have been his present to himself. And I think one thing that's saving him is that the defensive coordinator would probably become the interim, and he would do terrible. So hopefully we just do a complete,
overhaul,
change everything. Let's start over from scratch. Even if it's a couple rebuilding years, let's at least start moving in the right direction. But until Jerry is out of the picture, I don't think it's going to happen.
And it looks like Missouri is blue currently. It went to blue. Of course, only two places that are showing results: Kansas City and St. Louis. So maybe not a huge surprise there.
What's interesting is here on Google, it's saying he's ahead in Virginia, 49.7 to 48.6, and yet Decision Desk, I'm being told, has already declared Virginia blue.
That is crazy. If it's really crazy popular vote, like he wins by a ton, and somehow he doesn't win the election, or vice versa, it's gonna be nuts. Don't go outside. Like,
I think regardless of what happens, it's going to be so
nuts.
close.
Don't go outside.
Yeah, I think half the country is going to be pissed off no matter what happens in this.
mm-hmm.
It's such a close race, which is funny because there were so many people on both sides being like, "Oh, it's going to be a landslide." I think we can already see it's not.
Yeah, there was a lot of people I saw one way or the other said landslide. Then there was the people that were like, "This is a really close election." I was like, "I'm going to listen to you guys." Like, let's
It's
see what you think.
basically it's like a coin flip at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing changing yet. South Carolina went red.
I don't think that's a surprise. North Carolina's trending red too, though, right now.
Yeah, and Georgia's he's up by 100,000 there.
You know, it's interesting. I don't know what the difference is, but I'm looking. My TV's got the Amazon coverage on, and they're saying it's 27 to 105. So I don't know what states they have or haven't called that Google has.
Yeah, because some of them with Google, maybe they've called too early. Because, like you said, with what was it, Maryland?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, oh yeah, where he had more votes.
And it's not even like it's close. Like you can see maybe them giving it to one side or the other, depending on, whatever. It's double the amount of votes. 12,000 to 6,000. Like, that's insane.
Kind of interesting to me that Louisiana and New York both don't have anything shown for them, just because of like how late it is getting over there.
It's just gray, yeah.
Let's see. Steelers, another trade they did was trading for Preston Smith. So they are almost going all in, which is pretty crazy. I don't think a lot of people thought Russ or Justin would have these Steelers going all in come right now or leading their division. They're in first place.
We saw it happen with the Rams a couple years ago when they basically cashed in all their chips to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of the Rams, they traded Tre'Davious White to Baltimore. So Baltimore is another team. We saw them make the trade last week for Deontay Johnson. Now they're getting some defensive help. And then also Matt in our group chat texted that the Bengals-Chargers Week 11 matchup has been flexed. The Jets-Colts game will now be 1 p.m. I don't think we have a lot of love
when was that one gonna be?
Jets Colts was going to be the Sunday night.
Yeah,
so
I'm glad nobody wants that.
I got tired of like the Giants and the Steelers always being the Sunday or Monday games. I was like, all right, guys. At least the Steelers were scoring some points that one game. So I was like, okay, that's a little bit better. Let's see. Well, David,
okay.
Oh wait, what happened?
I was just gonna say. So I'm looking at the ABC one as well now, and their map. The results are the same as what Amazon's showing. It's the 105 to 27, and it looks like there's a lot less states called than the Google one did.
Wonder why Google is that way.
It looks like Google is going off AP, so maybe they're just copying that. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, because now the lead for Trump is 4 million votes.
Mm-hmm. 22 to 18.
53 to 45. He's never gotten more than 46% of the vote. So that's pretty crazy to see there.
And it's still early. It could go either way.
Yeah, we still have a whole half of the country to go.
They haven't even officially called Texas yet, even though we all know where it's going.
Yeah.
Which is, honestly, I really kind of thought Texas this year was going to go blue.
No.
Somebody
living here, I can tell you, there was not a chance in hell. It'll be Dallas. The Dallas area will go blue. Austin will go blue.
Which I think is
and then San Antonio and maybe Houston. Houston and San Antonio are both always kind of on the fence with that, but they usually kind of go that way. But everything else, bright red.
Yeah, I don't know the last time. I think the last time Colorado was red was Bush, the second Bush election. So it's been a
I do know also in Dallas County specifically near here where I am, they were trending blue, but her numbers are pretty down from where Biden's were back in 2020 when it went blue. Same thing I've heard in Georgia. Apparently she is scoring a lot lower than what his margins were. So that's probably why it's trending red right now, because I think it did go blue at the end last time. Wasn't that the big one that kind of tipped it over for Biden?
Georgia was the big
I
one,
thought
I know.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, because
Pennsylvania, Georgia were the two, yeah.
I was going to say, because Philadelphia got a whole bunch of mail-in ballots like right at the last second.
Yeah, that was the one where it like jumped at like 3 a.m. that night. There was suddenly like 10,000, and they're like, "Oh, they cheated."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which if you look at like the early mail-in kind of statistics last year, it was heavily one Democrat, and there's been a lot more Republican this year.
According to CNN, North Dakota and Texas were both just called for Trump.
I don't think there's any surprises with those.
Maybe they're just predictions. I don't know.
All right, Amazon is saying Colorado too close to call, Iowa too close to call.
Because they were also just saying South Dakota and South Dakota and Wyoming are both red.
Oh, Matt says Skull Vikings.
They're doing good this year.
Yeah.
It's a better year than I expected they were going to have.
The Vikings doing much better than we thought. So Oklahoma red, not a huge surprise there.
No, that's been for a while. Kansas apparently is still very close. But again, I think that's because of who they've decided to count so far. And it's.
I was going to say, according to CNN, it's 150 to 27.
All right, the Google map, a bunch just colored in. Yeah, it's now 120 to 99.
Oh, that's because Nebraska got called.
Yeah, with what? Who did they call? It's not even filled in. It's just gray.
Yeah,
Well, that's the same with Louisiana is now red and New York's now blue. And I bet
Wyoming just went in too. It looks like New York was the big one that she got just now for 28.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Colorado's polls just closed at like 2 minutes ago.
He is still leading by over 3 million votes.
Yeah, that is, I think, crazy. If we look down, we'll look at the other parties. The Green Party, no electoral votes. Libertarian Party, no electoral votes. Those are just the next two candidates. Jill Stein has 165,000 or 167,000. Chase Oliver has 159.
Now, I did hear some people saying that they believe Jill Stein, any votes that she's taking would be pretty much coming from Harris.
Oh yeah, because I would think that, because I know 2020, a lot of the people around here that were mad that Bernie didn't get it ended up voting for Jill Stein.
Yeah, so there's a couple of ones that I think were very close in some districts where I've already seen people online being like, man, I hate Jill Stein because she was like the deciding factor in losing that county and thus the state and things like that. I don't know how true that is. I'd have to look into the numbers more, but it's interesting that even something as small as under 200,000 votes could potentially sway the whole election.
Right. It's showing New Mexico
leaning red.
Red, yeah.
I can't believe they still haven't called Texas on here. Oh, Amazon just called Texas for Trump.
I was gonna say CNN just called it a little bit ago. So
I wonder what the holdup is on Google here. And Wisconsin too close to call. I think Wisconsin's one of those kind of battleground states.
Iowa, yeah, it is. Iowa is now leading red.
Oh, according to the numbers, it looks like it's less than 1% though. So, there's Wyoming. We knew that. I'm sure those 10 people are very happy.
Same in Montana. Yeah. Only the 20 people that live there.
In Montana, they actually allowed horses to vote this year just to have a couple more votes in there.
So let's see.
Jesus. Okay, on Amazon, the current count for votes: 27 for Harris, 154 for Trump. Like, that's insane. They're making it look a lot worse than it is.
Yeah, it looks like New Mexico's been colored in red. Not called, but leaning that way. I'm sure no votes have been called. Any other trades? Let's look at fantasy football real quick. David, you're
honestly, I expected that there was going to be some more trades. It was kind of a slow day as far as
Yeah,
trade
it was
deadline
kind
time.
of a boring.
Yeah, not a
I
very
did.
busy season. I think a lot of teams must feel set with what they've got or have resigned themselves to their fate.
Well, see, I thought the Bears' offensive line you would think would be a huge pressing need, especially after their two starters who weren't good anyway got hurt. And
Yeah.
now Caleb's just getting sacked. David Carr levels of getting sacked. So that's good. I was hoping too the Bears would just, I don't know, trades, Eberflus somewhere else so we could get a different coach into Chicago.
Damn.
Uh-oh, Brendan, what is it?
Just the lead Harris has in Pennsylvania, 63-35.
Yeah,
So
that's not too surprising.
but I think the reason, I mean, if you look at the numbers, it's 417 to 729. So it's not that insurmountable number wise. And I
Mhm.
think they haven't called it yet because I think most of her votes are coming from like Philadelphia
And
I was gonna say
Pittsburgh, yeah.
and Pittsburgh. And they
Philly.
haven't, like basically the entire middle of that whole state hasn't been counted yet at all.
Yeah, and if you look at the most of that middle of the state, it's like leaning red. So
It's basically like,
Oh, I
yeah,
know.
she's in the lead, but I feel like she's gotten a lot of the votes that she's gonna get there.
Oh, look,
And-
Colorado's now blue. Shocker.
Good.
What?
right now it shows Colorado blue, Kansas blue, and Missouri blue, all the way to Illinois. So, yeah, no shocker with Colorado. Let's see.
Only one county in Denver has been counted too.
Yeah, it's Denver.
That's
North
enough. Call
Dakota.
it. Call it. It's blue. Call it.
Well, that's the crazy thing. So Denver, Colorado Springs will be one color. Rest of the state can be like the opposite color, and it'll still go the one way.
That's how our governors are here in Kansas. Topeka and Kansas City will be blue, and the rest of us will be red. And it's our governor's Democratic.
So RFK has garnered 1,200 votes already in Colorado.
That's so funny. Like he dropped out before any voting started, and yet he's getting like that's crazy.
Yeah, he's outpacing the actual next like independent candidate, Jill Stein,
Who's
by
actually
almost
still in?
300 votes. Yeah. And now Trump, he jumped up to 40,000. Kamala's 152. I'm at least by the map we're seeing in Colorado. It looks like the majority of that's probably Denver, because up kind of near Fort Co and off towards La Junta, or not La Junta, Fruta is red. So plus it just closed 8 minutes ago, so I would expect that to probably change. Douglas County will probably be red where I live, just because I know that's how they go. So
It's interesting because I was actually, as you saw from some of our like Halloween videos, we were just in Pennsylvania last month. Kind of that early mid-October. I pretty much saw nothing but Trump signs all through there. A lot of those kind of driving in the country and such. So I definitely see why they haven't called it yet, because it probably is just the major two city centers that have that. And then I feel like a lot of those more rural areas, those kind of more mountainous Appalachian area, I think they're very much leaning red over there.
Yeah. Well, it's like I was just in Orlando, and it wasn't Kamala signs. It was Republicans against Trump signs.
Yeah, there's a lot of Republicans that voted Democrat for the first time just because they hate Trump so much.
Yeah, and so Orlando being blue, not a huge surprise there.
Especially because Orlando is such a melting pot. I feel like there's so many people from all over that live there. I mean, when I lived there, of course, I mean, I wasn't from there. I was from Texas. And everybody else that kind of is there, we've got such a mix of everyone. I think it's harder to find an actual Floridian in Orlando than almost any other state or country.
CNN has Colorado red right now.
Really?
Yeah.
If Colorado were to go red, I would be shocked. Not because, I don't know, I guess it's because we've been blue for so long. But there's a lot of like red. Yeah, Google.
Well,
maybe
Google has New Mexico as gray now. It went from red to gray.
New Mexico got wiped off the map.
Yeah. I'm just reading this news report. New Mexico's gone. It just a hole opened up. It is no longer a state.
The aliens
We are
came back
down to
from Roswell.
49.
The aliens.
Yeah, they came back. They said, "You took our spacecraft in 47. We're taking your state."
It took us a while to get here, but revenge is ours.
Oh man! But speaking of Roswell, they did have a pretty devastating flood recently. We were able to talk to our buddy John LeMay. He's doing good. But some of the pictures coming out of the convention center museum right there, just really pretty sad. Lots of mud everywhere and stuff.
Is
There
it
were-
actually in Roswell?
Mhm.
Oh man, so it hit the city and everything.
Oh yeah, and it was let me send you the picture. So this next
So the
festival.
UFO museum got messed up.
No, there's a museum. I don't think the UFO one got messed up. There's the Roswell Museum right next to the convention center.
And that's the one that kind of got.
Oh, it got hit bad. Let me.
Ooh.
All
I
right,
don't know what Google added, but it looks like Trump's up to 137 now.
Ohio.
Ohio, that's a 17.
Hmm.
I think Ohio was one of those kind of battleground that they kind of thought Blue had a chance of taking it.
Yeah, I think I would have thought Blue was might have taken Ohio, because who did they take last? I thought they went Blue last year.
No clue what they did last time.
I do know, again, because we were in Ohio a little bit, because when we went to Pennsylvania, we actually flew into Cleveland and got the rental there and drove into Pennsylvania because it was so much cheaper to fly to Ohio.
Mhm.
And again, my time in Ohio, definitely a lot of Trump signs.
Oh yeah.
That was kind of my worry, though, was everyone. I felt like Trump supporters were more vocal and more like wanting to like put out that they were voting for Trump versus people who were voting for Harris didn't.
Yeah, it was kind of like a secret. Yeah, they kind of wanted to be like the silent majority, and I don't think it's worked out for them so far. I mean, we still got a long way. It could still go, especially if they're calling states that are less than 1% in. Like, it could still go anybody's direction.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you guys a link.
Okay, Wisconsin and New Mexico both leaning red now.
Cool.
And Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see the Minnesota. Yeah,
Minnesota isn't that where Kamala's VP candidate's from?
yeah, Tim Walz. Yes, I think
Yeah.
that is.
I saw.
Interesting.
Ooh, that is a lot of water.
Yeah, Brennan, look in our private chat. You can see I sent you a link. So that's right next to the museum. If you've been to Roswell, you can see the Roswell McDonald's right there.
I mean, taken out. It says that they washed away vehicles. That's insane.
Yeah, we have some
especially for New Mexico.
Yeah, it was bad. It's the most rain they've gotten in 101 years.
So it was rain. It wasn't like a dam breaking or anything like that. This was rain.
Yeah, pure rain. So
crazy. I mean, we only got an inch from our all-day rain storm yesterday. So them getting 8-10 feet is
absolutely crazy.
All right, so let's talk fantasy. Well, it's loading at 1:37. I'm David. At one point, you said you might be getting the first overall draft pick. You might be going undefeated the rest of the year, the way it's looking.
I don't know about that, but just like some of the candidates in some of these states, I'm overperforming of what I expected to do. Because it looks like I'm lined up to probably win this next week as well, even with Dak being out. Looks like my boy Flacco that I just picked up a week or so ago, gonna have to call him up, and it's looking good. I mean, I think I'd put myself maybe in like the middle rankings now. I don't know if I'm gonna make it quite up into the top, but playoffs aren't out of the question at this point.
Yeah, you had a solid showing against a very solid Desert Dogs team last week, 150 to 129. Now, myself, I won. I didn't feel very good about it. My team definitely underperformed.
Hey, a win's a win, man.
It's a win, but like Brennan pointed out, had a dark horse set their team and put any defense in the defensive spot, they would have won. So close there, and kind of surprising that dark horse has just been on a trajectory of no wins to the point that they're mass selling players currently. Brendan, you had a pretty solid win as well, 159-108 against the Sun hitters.
That was Grayson.
No. Grayson beat Dark
I-
Horse 175. Oh,
That
wait,
was
what week
last-
am I? I'm like a week ago. Hold on.
I was like, I played Bob and I beat him 145 to whatever.
Yeah, okay. So I
pretty
won
green
104 to 90. Let's see. So David won by 101 points, 191 to 90 over BP Bears.
Damn.
And then, yeah, you won 143.97, Brendan. Grayson 159 to 115 over Mark. Iowa Eagles pulled out a victory, their best showing of the year, 143 to 77.
143? Damn.
Yeah, they scored 143. That's crazy for them. Bats continuing their one-loss season, 134 to 106. And Thundercats beat up South Park Cows, 173 to 112. Gotta figure out where you guys are. Okay. I gotta put everything right next to each other so I'm not like losing it. Okay. This week, let's see, any big trades? Oh no, it still shows last week because it says Keegan take my trade and beat Brendan.
Yeah. So here's my question: when did the trades stop with our league?
They don't.
Okay, so we have till the end of the season that we can just keep trading, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because
actually, if you and whoever is trying to make a trade, you guys could talk to Keegan and he can do the trade in the offseason because he can put whoever on whatever roster he wants.
Nice, nice.
I could, but I've been a good commissioner.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, if David and I wanted to make a trade in the offseason, you could do
theoretically.
Yeah, I could do that.
I don't know. I think this next season we should just do a wipe and start over from square one.
You are the third person to say that.
Like maybe do like one or two keepers and then everything else back on the board.
Hey,
Trinity likes her future team, so she would like to not do that.
Yeah,
I like the team that I've spent 10 years building, so I would like to not do that.
We have,
or we could do something like how many players you give up is how many new ones you can draft.
That's how that works.
No, like you have to get rid of them all. Like before we even start, you've got to be like, okay, I'll give up these 5 guys, and then you get to do your 5 picks before the real draft starts.
It's interesting.
Or maybe they cost more. Like maybe your first one is 1 guy, but then for your second one, it's going to take 2 more guys and then 3 more guys. You know, how much are you willing to get rid of?
Hey, there's no limit. People can keep or not keep as many or little, amount of people they want.
I think everybody keeps their kicker and we start over.
I mean, I think
Trinity
Scott
would be
would be happy.
she likes her kicker.
Yeah, on your team.
Yeah, we've already voted. The Eagles are out after this year. Just their lack of not playing for 2 years.
Have y'all tried talking to them or
the lack of
pairing?
Yeah, we've had them on the draft shows and this and that. I don't know. It's a weird situation. So
you know what? Like seriously though, I think what might be cool. I mean, and we could discuss if we wanted to start over for this or not. But maybe if everybody put in like $5 to $10 for the season, and then all of that goes towards like a trophy or something that actually physically bought with that money or something.
Yeah, we do have a belt. We want to get a real belt that we can send around made out of like real wrestling belt.
So and there's enough people in this that again only $5 to $10 for the whole season. If you threw it in, that'd be more than enough to get something made
Yeah.
that we could actually have, and then people would be a little more invested because they have, at least a little money in it. And even if they didn't play that season, we got their cash, whatever.
Right. Hey, at least the cash came in. Let's see. Okay, any additions? We already talked. David got Jonathan Mingo. I got Calvin Austin third. I might have to drop him again now. And Khalil Herbert. Shane picked up Mason Rudolph from Tennessee.
Do we have any major bye weeks this week that are affecting anybody really?
I think Seattle's on a bye week this week. Let me go to
no one's affecting me.
I think I might have like one guy that was out, but it wasn't anything major.
Let me look on my roster. I don't think any of my starters.
Cleveland,
Green Bay. Yeah. Cleveland, Green Bay, Seattle are all on bye week, it looks like.
I think somebody's playing Jordan Love.
And the Raiders.
Well, today's Tuesday. No one's really set their lineup yet. So
I'm saying I think he was somebody's like main quarterback. So they'll have to throw in their backup on that one.
He's my uncle's quarterback, but he put in Patrick Mahomes.
Oh man, he had to go with that shitty second stringer. Okay. Well, what's his name again? But Patrick what?
It looks like Mahomes. He plays for
that's not a real name.
Kansas City. Yeah,
that's not a real name.
Now they are playing Denver.
Just made up tech college too.
Everybody knows tech schools aren't real.
Did he go to Texas Tech? Is that where he went?
Yeah, he went Texas Tech.
he's like the only player they have.
Well, they have Michael Crabtree.
Yeah, you want to be like, ooh, Crabtree. Come on.
Okay, so Google has updated 177 to 99.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing. I'm not sure
what. It's not what it's showing on CNN though.
What's CNN saying?
Yeah,
154 to 30, or 30 to 154.
Yeah, I got 30 to 154 on Amazon, but Google's got the 99. ABC is showing 162 to 30. So it looks like Google's the only one that has her up to 99.
Yeah, which let's look at Maryland. Let's see where they're at.
They still have Maryland for her. Even though he has 8,000 more votes than her in that state.
Okay, so now in Maryland, it is showing 398,000 votes for Kamala, 147 for Trump. So,
nope. I just saw it. I just saw an update. Yeah,
it has now evened out. Yeah,
she's over double. So see, that makes sense.
And another candidate there, RFK, 0.8% tied with Jill Stein. Again, RFK not even in the election. Running. Still outpolling people that are in.
This is interesting. I don't know if you guys saw this. It looks like Maine is currently going red.
Yeah, they've switched between red and blue.
Yeah, that's kind of it's only
Iowa and New Mexico have both been switching between red and blue. 1 minute they'll be red, 1 minute they'll be blue. So it's just as votes coming in.
I know Iowa was definitely one to keep an eye on. That's one of those very contested ones this year. And I still think Missouri is going to go red.
Yeah, I would be.
I still think Kansas will go red too. But
yeah,
I think Kansas is a given going red.
Yeah, so the more counties that are coming in from Missouri, all of them are red.
So
still the only two still blue are St. Louis and Kansas City. Let's switch to Kansas. Wichita, Kansas City, Topeka, and like 3 others blue. All 20 other ones are red. So let's see if Colorado. Okay, it's actually closing there. So Kamala's 480, Trump 361. RFK 7,000. 3,000 above.
Why?
Hey, had he stayed in the election, I might have voted for RFK too.
Well, if he had stayed in the election, I think it would have been a landslide for Harris. Because you're polling Trump voters.
Yeah, it did say it was cannibalizing. I think that's why he he dropped out.
Because I think realistically he couldn't have won without having the Republican nomination.
Mhm.
So he had to decide: are you gonna let the Democrats win or come to our side and be set up for something? Because now, I mean, part of him coming over to the campaign, didn't Trump promise him some kind of position or something? I think
I think he's going to be something. I mean, they got a lot of people working on their side that are kind of big with,
I mean,
just the casual people. You got Musk.
Depending on where or how it goes with RFK the next 4 years, I could see him running in the next election as the Republican or trying to get it at least. I mean, just name recognition alone is going to give him a big boost.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like the Democrats let him on.
I think Vance is gonna go for it as well next year.
Yeah,
I think that was part of why he was doing the VP time, because I mean, he's not a lot like Trump. I feel like he sacrificed some of his morals to join this ticket.
He is a really good speaker.
He's a great speaker. He's very charismatic.
Holy cow!
Yeah,
and the debates with the VPs, it wasn't close.
Yeah, no, he's a better speaker than Trump, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
And he's much more professional. Like, he seems more presidential in a way. Like, he keeps it on a good level of approachable but professional. He doesn't really go over that line the way that I think Trump does a lot, and makes a lot of people not like him. But that's the reason some people love him. So
now it's 178 Trump to 99 on Google.
Oh, what changed?
I don't know. Let's see. Currently red, we have Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia.
And he still has 3 million votes over Harris.
See, and I think he looks like he's kind of pulling away in Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. Actually, no, sorry. Virginia's very close.
Iowa and New Mexico, they're within like hundreds of each other.
I don't think Iowa. I mean, I think New Mexico's definitely going to go. Well, she's leading, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but it's like
Iowa,
1,000.
Yeah, and Iowa's only a few counties have been called. Honestly, Colorado's closer than I thought.
Not only that, but it looks like all of her votes are basically from the Des Moines area. So they still have almost that entire state to do. I mean, Des Moines is the big, capital, of course. But if he takes the rest of it, and again, I've been in Iowa this year, and I feel like that was a lot of Trump territory. These districts are drawn so weird on this one. They're like wavy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, how they do that, and they always set them like 4 years in advance, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, gerrymandering.
Yeah, who's it named after? It's named after a guy named Jerry. Pretty sure.
I would assume so.
Who is Jerry? A reaction to redrawing of Massachusetts state Senate election districts under Governor Elbridge Gerry. The term, originally written as gerrymander, first was used on March 26, 1812. So there we go. We figured it out live. Let's see. Brendan, any football games this past week that surprised you?
The Cardinals game. I honestly thought that was going to be a lot closer. I know you don't want to talk about it, but also
the Cardinals look good.
That was pathetic. I don't know what happened in Philly, but that was the fourth quarter happened, and that just game went bad fast.
Yeah,
we still won quickly, but I honestly
Hey, Saquon has a new highlight reel play now, though.
I mean, yeah, that was a hell of a play.
Yeah, his backwards leap over a player, that was crazy. Let's see. Let me go.
He's sending calls, obviously, in real time. We'll sprinkle
Let's see. Currently for fantasy football, looks like House Rock Rams projected over California Sun Hitters. Blazing Red projected over Dark Horse. Montana Outlaws over Iowa Eagles. Blueberry Bulldogs over Yorkville 49. Thundercats over BP Bears. Cryptid Critters over South Park Cows. And Birmingham Bats over Desert Dogs. So that's where we are standing. Most of the teams that need to start winning to try to at least get that 10th place in the playoff race, all projected to lose, so not good there.
I feel like it's starting to kind of shape up of how the playoffs are going to go because there's a lot of teams that are kind of in that like same bracket of 1 or 2 games apart playing each other. So it's really starting to kind of shift one way or the other for most teams.
And there's a couple teams that were like Dark Horse, Sun Hitters, for a while were top 2 in their divisions, have fallen off. So we're starting to kind of see the middle of the playoff pack that will still make it, but not as strong kind of shape out as well.
Yeah, Dark Horse was 5-0 and number 1 for a week, and then ran into the Outlaws, and now has fallen 3 games in a row and dropped to 7th.
And keeps trying to trade players to everybody.
Yep.
Saying hashtag beat Brendan in his trade comments. So
yeah, his number 1 target is to beat me, and yet he lost, and so far I've beaten everyone else. So
I think I actually rejected one of his trades that was just like, might as well hashtag beat Brendan.
You're supposed to screenshot those and send those to us, David, and then reject them.
I looked at it and laughed and was like, nope. And then I voted against everybody else's trades.
Yeah.
Hey,
we learned early the vote doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, we actually all, I'm pretty sure, voted against a trade, and it still went through.
Then why is it even offered?
Yeah, I don't know. Because it was the one Brendan and South Park made.
No, it was Shane and Bob. He was doing Rashid White for Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
They might have just felt bad for Bob.
They did, yeah.
They were just like, no, we'll let it just let him do it.
No, he got rid of the better player.
I know he did.
That's why we all
like does Bob not care this season? I feel like all of his stuff, he's just been like, whatever.
No, he's trying to play it smarter by not taking the entire Broncos roster.
Yeah, he was really bad a couple years ago when all he had was Broncos, and the Broncos sucked. Like that was a rough. Yeah.
I mean, it's great having your team as your guys, but if they do bad, you do bad.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
Oh, this girl talking from Trump election headquarters is pretty cute.
Well, we'll get her on the podcast.
Hold on. Let me. What's Amazon's number?
Yeah, no, Bobby, for a while there, I mean, me and Matt always try to help him build his keepers. And this one year we had like 8 or 9 solid keepers, and he'd have the first pick. He could rebuild his team, and he ended up taking a running back with his first pick that wasn't in the league anymore. Todd Gurley. Well, and we were all there. We all drafted at Twin Peaks, and he's like, should I take Todd Gurley? And we're like, no. And then he took Todd Gurley.
Should I do this? No. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, no, this year he's been a lot better, not making harsh or just rash trades and rash pickups, trying to slowly build with the young people, which is something Dark Horse was really good at. And then I think Brendan and Grayson broke him. And he's just been trying to trade everybody.
He's just like, I hate it. Just take them. Take them all.
That and the Texans have looked terrible, David. I know you're a Cowboys fan, but you're in Texas. So what is the reaction to the Texans there?
I think everybody thought they were going to do a lot better this year, but honestly, even if they didn't win a single game this season, I think they're all just really happy to be rid of Deshaun Watson. So
I mean, we
I mean, I
saw
don't think they're
Cleveland
doing
fans reacted.
terrible, but
they're not. They're doing okay. And honestly,
Jet.
after you lose your quarterback, you get rid of the guy, the
when
problematic
you
stuff.
lose your
I get it.
top two receivers and
It's kind
your
of a
second-
rebuilding year for them.
I mean, it's
They're doing okay. I mean, I think being a
You
Houston
always
Texans fan,
expect,
you never expect a lot.
yeah. Don't worry, we don't. That's why I'm a closet Texan fan.
Brennan, I thought you had
I
a
mean-
Titans blanket.
There are worse
Whatever
teams to
happened
be
to that?
fans of.
Hey, you could always be a Giants fan.
I actually went.
Hey,
I went to a
The
Texans
Giants
game
finally
last
got
year.
touchdowns in MetLife Stadium.
Yeah, finally in their home.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
Cowboys have yet to get a win at home, so
What game did you go to last year, David?
I don't remember who they played against, but my dad lives in Houston, and his company, they have like tickets to one of the suites there or whatever, and nobody was using them, so they offered them to us. We're like, sure, why not? So we
That's
went and watched
cool.
it from like one of the suites, and it was like, hey, it's not our team, but whatever. I mean, NFL game in a suite, who's gonna say no to that?
I didn't get sweet seats, but that's how I got to go to a Cardinals Bengals game when we lived
know
in
what?
Arizona. My dad
think
got
it
tickets
was-
from his work.
I think it was the Jags, so it was like a divisional game.
I mean, and they were doing pretty good last year, so I'm sure that was a good
Yeah,
little
the
matchup.
Jags have gone down this season.
Yeah, it's got to be coaching. It's got to be.
It's gotta be because Trevor Lawrence is looking the same. Like you can't blame him for all of it.
And now they have two good
most-
running backs,
Yeah.
three good receivers. Like, there's no reason for them to be this. Now they've played better the last couple of weeks. Brennan was firsthand watching it this week, but yeah, I don't get it. I think they need to get a new coach. I think they'll wait till after the season, but
So here's my question for you guys: what do y'all think? As far as coaching, do you think anybody's picking up Bill Belichick for next year? Is he coming back, or is he
I think-
comfortable just doing the commentating?
I will say he looks like he's having a lot more fun. Like when he
Yeah.
talks, he's just like a different person now.
He actually smiles and laughs now occasionally.
Yeah, he makes jokes. He's like joking. He was like giving the Jets a hard time last week. It was hilarious. And I was
I think he comes back for enough money.
well, yeah, and he's close enough to the old time coach win record.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised.
if somebody will dish out. I don't think he'll come back unless it's the right team and for a lot of money. But I think he'll do it.
I think if two teams stand out that I think he would go to, one would probably be Jacksonville, and two Dallas.
It feels like the kind of stunt publicity thing that Jerry Jones would be behind.
Well, at least they would take power out of Jerry's hands. Like Bill's gonna want.
That's the thing.
power.
Yeah, Bill would not be a yes man like all the other coaches that he likes to have.
Yeah,
It would be closer to a Jimmy Johnson style coach. And I mean, we saw what happened when Jimmy was around.
yeah, they won too. So
I mean, they could have won more if Jerry would have just stayed out of it.
I mean, technically they won 3 with his team, but he just wasn't coaching that third one.
Right, but I think it could have kept going. They still had the talent if they would have let him stay around, but Jerry had to get in the middle of things.
Right. Well, and another one I had early on because they were having their hardships was the Eagles. But I think they're going to luck into the playoffs and keep Sirianni.
If they get rid of Sirianni,
Maybe.
I hope they keep the defense and offensive coordinators because I think the coordinators are not the issue. The head coach.
No,
is.
it's Sirianni. Yeah.
But I know that when the new head coach comes in, he's going to want to run their systems and whatnot. So they get rid of their DC and OC. But I feel bad they were talking about this about the Bears. The Bears have followed the same regime with the last 3 quarterbacks. And Caleb Williams is now going to be on his second OC in 2 years. Jalen Hurts is going to be on his 4th OC in the 5 years he's been in Philadelphia. and you just need to stay consistent and stop firing people. I agree that Sirianni might need to get let go, but I want the OC to stay because I want Hurts to stay in his system for more than 1 year.
I think that's definitely going to have a lot to do with who would they bring in, because I know some head coaches, when they come in, they want to clean house.
Right.
And they want to start over with their own guys. But I agree with you. It would probably be better for that team if they could stick with the coordinators they have and just have another overall coach. But you never know. I mean, there's always a chance that they get rid of Sirianni and promote maybe the offensive coordinator up or something like that. And, if they think that that's what's working.
Yeah, so that was a big thing with keeping Justin last year. I said, because if they weren't going to get rid of Eberflus, don't mess up another young quarterback. I don't think Caleb's ruined. I still think he's shown lots of promise. He's had good games. He just has no time. And there's been a couple plays they've shown receivers just giving up because they know he's not going to be able to catch the ball. Because,
they showed one against Arizona this past weekend.
Yeah, where a receiver
just walked off the field.
Yeah, when he could have caught the pass, he was wide open, but he decided nah. Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of what I said when I did the quarterback rankings pre-draft. I said Caleb Williams 1, but 2 is Jay Daniels, and I think he's going to have the best rookie year. And I think so far that's panned out. I said 3 was Bo Nix, and who did I give 4? Might have been Penix. Might have been. I know I gave May 6. I'm still not a huge fan of May.
So McCarthy would have been 5?
Yeah.
Get him out. Get him out of there. So here's another question. I think this just dropped. I don't know if you guys got to look at it. The first CFP top 25.
Mm-mm.
You got to look at the official college football rankings, the first ones for the playoffs.
Texas is 6th.
5.
Oh, is it 5 now? I thought they were 6 the other day.
We've got that one. So this isn't the AP. This is the first official. This is the official ranking of where they would be in the playoffs if they started today.
And how many teams make it? 10.
It was an ugly loss to Georgia.
It's going to be 12 this year. I know. It's 12 this year, and then next year it's 14. They've already changed it, but it's going to be 12 teams and top 25. We got Oregon coming in at number 1, of course. We've got Ohio State at 2. Georgia took number 3. We got Miami at number 4, which kind of surprised me because they have not really played anybody, and they've been some really close losses there. And then Texas was number 5. Penn State, number 6, even after they lost this weekend, their big game.
They lost to Ohio State.
Right. And Ohio, of course, is number 2. So Tennessee is number 7. We got Indiana at number 8. We got BYU at number 9. Notre Dame at 10. Then we've got Alabama, number 11, and then BSU at 12.
I thought Bama was 12.
Yeah, I guess they snuck up a little. I was surprised. SMU is number 13. They're right on the outside of getting in.
Right.
Well, we can just switch those two. Bama doesn't need to be in.
Yeah, rankings 13, 14, 15, 16 are SMU, Texas A&M, LSU, and Ole Miss. And then the rest of the top 25, we have 17 is Iowa State, 18 Pittsburgh, 19 Kansas State, 20 Colorado, 21 Washington State, 22 Louisville, go Cards, 23 Clemson, 24 Missouri,
and then 25
Army.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Well, Army and Navy were both undefeated until
Navy crapped the bed.
Yeah,
that was a bad loss. It was Notre Dame, wasn't it, that took them out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, and now Notre Dame's number 10. It'll be interesting though. I know we still got a good few weeks of football, so it'll be interesting to see how that shapes up. And then it'll be honestly, I've been more excited for some of these college games than some of these NFL games this season.
Oh yeah.
Last 2 weeks we get the A&M Texas game, which I'm super excited for.
Texas is gonna blow A&M out.
Oh, I know, but I'm just still excited.
Blow them out. Get rid of them. Oh,
I was super excited for the Oklahoma game. How we blew them out.
Oh yeah, Brandon's.
That was
Texas.
my favorite game ever.
I
It's-
forget.
Hey, any game where Oklahoma loses is a good game in my book.
I say that about Bama too.
Honestly, yeah, I'm okay with that. What even is a tide? Roll tide? No, you're an elephant.
I was about to say, how are you? Yeah, there's too many things going on here.
You can't be a wave and an elephant. It's one or the other.
Whoa,
And your colors are maroon.
isn't
Speaking
there?
of Crimson Tide, let's get back to the election. It look no.
He doesn't say. Speaking of elephants, let's get back to the election. But isn't Tulane a tide? Isn't Tulane's logo a tide as well?
I thought Tulane was tigers.
Or
No,
which
there's like
one?
a tornado or something.
Oh, is it a tornado? Yeah.
Oh no, you're right. It's a tidal wave.
Let's see.
Tulane is a tidal wave.
Tulane? Yeah, Tulane Green Wave football.
Wave.
What is this mascot? What is this little? It's like a little green guy with like a blue mohawk. He's like a wave. That's some dirty water.
And he looks like he's about to beat you up. Honestly,
I know. He looks
I'd
like
be
he looks
pretty-
like a pissed off New Yorker.
I mean, I'd be pretty intimidated if you saw that in a dark alley. Like, whoa, calm
Right,
down,
but
Mr.
but I
Wade.
feel like he'd be like this tall.
Yeah.
It looks like a little gremlin.
Oh man. Oh, and speaking of the election, it's still 178 to 99 on Google. So nothing.
Yes, I think our next results come in at the top of the hour, so we got about 15 minutes.
Yeah, we got some
81
time.
to 54 is CNN.
81.
81 to 54. 154, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So over on Amazon, we have got 81 to 162. And following along on Google, Kansas is now red.
So is New Mexico. But Wisconsin's on blue.
Leaning red.
Right.
Minnesota's
Wisconsin's
still leaning.
leaning-
Wisconsin's blue, yeah.
All right. So speaking of mascots, I was
Woo,
looking at some.
Missouri.
Are they back to red?
Missouri is literally about 100 votes apart.
Ooh.
They are both
Yeah.
at 49.5 and 49.4.
877 to 735.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
142 votes.
Mm.
So also in the national election by popular vote, Kennedy is within 50,000 of having the third most votes. He has over 200,000 now.
It just shows you people don't pay attention.
Well, that or they're just like, hey, maybe if we all vote. I mean, hey, go out. You know, that's what we've always said. If you don't like the top two, vote for the next one.
I mean, he could still win if he had that kind of support and had won. Like, just because he's not running anymore doesn't mean that he's out. Constitutionally, I think he could still win if the votes had been there for him.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, imagine had he won. Let's see, Pecos League though. I was looking up. I think it's them. No, it's 2020.
Oh, Missouri's now red. Because that's how close it is.
That's insane.
It just keeps going back and forth. All right, so I mean, we still have a lot of the country to go, but
I
at
think
178 to 99, would you feel comfortable like giving a prediction? Because what's California like 50 votes, and I'll probably be blue, right?
so. Considering how some of it is leaning, especially with Georgia consistently going red so far, if I had to pick, I think Trump is probably going to take it. But like you said, I do think a lot of the states that haven't been called are typically blue leaning ones.
Mhm.
So I think she's going to catch up real quick here really soon. He's about 100 votes away. She's about 150 away, right? Or 160, 170.
Yeah.
Wisconsin's leaning red again.
Yeah, that one's going to be real close. I
But
mean, I wouldn't bet my life savings on anybody right now, but if I just had to pick off of my gut, I think it's going to be him, but I do think it's going to be close.
It really comes down to it. I think Nevada and Arizona this year.
Yeah.
Because like the East Coast or the West Coast will all be blue. Washington, Oregon, California, Montana, Idaho, Utah will probably be red. So I think it comes down to Nevada and Arizona.
I
I
think
do
Idaho's 50-50.
I think she's
Like,
in a
honestly.
lot. I think she's in a lot of trouble if Iowa does go red, because I think they really wanted that one.
Well, Wisconsin's a big swing state too. So
Well,
Yeah,
and Pennsylvania is only within 100,000 votes now.
See, and that's crazy because I think most of the big centers have been called in there, like the Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is in a sea of red right now if you look at it.
Yeah, and it's mainly just the inside, which will probably go red. So, I mean,
And
that
it's only
might.
35% in. So I guess it depends on how much is left in like that Philly area.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because now
I
Wisconsin's blue again. So that's obviously how close that race is.
I think Virginia is one definitely to keep an eye on. They're looking real close there, 49.9 to 48.4. And that's 13 votes. So, and Virginia did go blue last time when Biden won. So if they lost that over, I think that's going to be kind of a blow to them as well.
All right, so Kansas is 333,000 to 317,000 Trump over Kamala. Kennedy has now gotten 1% of the vote in Kansas, up to almost 7,000 votes in Kansas. That's insane.
All I know is that there's probably going to be a lot of investigating because I know for a fact there was a lot of voter fraud in Kansas. The Kansas Kite Monster was out there threatening people, making sure that they voted how he wanted. I don't know where cryptids fall under those laws of tampering, but somebody might want to look into that.
He was just mad because he wasn't invited to the cryptid hangout that they all had.
Okay, he never goes though. Okay, from what they said he never shows up, so they just stopped inviting him.
Yeah, you know what?
Invite him. It's nice to be invited.
He was very disappointed nobody dressed up as him for Halloween. So,
you know what? That was something I was looking into earlier. I couldn't find an answer. I don't know if maybe you guys can find it a little easier. I know that historically, one of the big indicators of who's going to win is which president sells the most like Halloween costumes. Have y'all heard that before? Yeah, before in every election year, almost every president that sells the most like masks / costumes of themselves tends to be the winner of the election, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and you would think some of those people are saving the costumes for election day too.
All I know is that it's a crazy, like it's one of my favorite like predictors of elections because it's almost always accurate. I was trying to see what the stats were for this year and I couldn't find anything.
Missouri was called. It's Republic.
Google just updated 188 to 99.
So he is almost 100 points ahead now.
And under 100 to win.
But to be fair, that does basically get wiped out once California, Oregon, and Washington jump in there.
Yeah,
that almost makes it even fielding.
Which one's Alaska and Hawaii? Because I know
it's all going to come down to Alaska.
Alaska is usually red, I think, and Hawaii is usually blue.
The largest state in the union.
When they came in their first election, they were opposite.
Really?
And they've slowly, I mean, Colorado was, red for a long time. It started out blue, then it was red, and then it's blue. It's kind of how everything's cyclical. Still over a 4 million lead vote.
So apparently New York Times has Trump at a 69% chance of winning.
Yeah. I guess you just got to factor in Montana, Idaho, Nevada.
Yeah, I'm not watching it, but somebody's saying that NBC and MSNBC are both doing damage control right now. I don't know if that's talking about Kamala or what.
I just got a news update. Milwaukee orders recount of 31,000 absentee ballots, likely delaying results in Wisconsin.
Woo! So if it comes down to that state,
which right now, so if it's 40,000, because Trump's only down by 10, so that could, I mean, I guess
that could swing.
That's why. Yeah, that could swing. A lot of that state's not counted either.
What happens in like Oregon, where all of those polls got like
caught on fire?
Yeah. down, like how you can't count those. So now you're missing that many votes either way.
It would be very interesting if this goes the opposite way of most elections lately. If Trump won the popular vote but lost the electoral vote.
I mean, that would have been a reverse of the 2016 election.
Yeah,
Right.
and the reverse of the Bush elections too.
hmm I will say he's now 5 million ahead in votes.
Which again, that's easy to wipe out once we start factoring in places like California.
And Washington, and Oregon, yeah. But
We've
that's just
still
crazy.
but we've still got plenty. I mean, especially because I saw a lot of people, and maybe this was just like on Reddit and stuff like that, because we know who's on there, but they were all like, "Oh, it's going to be a landslide, blue wave. It's going to this is definitely going to be close no matter what happens." This was not a landslide victory for anybody. Even if neither one got more votes, this is already a closer competition than a lot of people thought it would be.
Right.
Hey, Kennedy's up to 15,000 votes in Colorado.
I wonder where his watch party is tonight.
It's right here.
He's up to
It's us.
He's up to 221,000 all countrywide.
Yeah, he's closing in on third place. Like, I could see Kennedy coming out third in this election.
Somebody said, I'm reading, it says, this girl on MSNBC about to cry. I don't know what's going on.
Apparently we need to go find NBC's.
Well, let's venture into the world of Twitter. Let's see what's going on in Twitter.
Oh God.
Sir, it's called X now, okay?
Okay, well, let's venture into the
Elon Musk didn't spend billions for you to still call it Twitter.
Let's see. What can I search? Election. I'm sure
just put in Trump, Harris, or election, and I'm positive you will be swamped.
Yeah, I'm sure people are losing their minds one way or the other. We'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading the Reddit political board. It is crazy. It is people losing their minds one way or the other. Apparently Pennsylvania is losing ground really fast. Let's see what those numbers look like.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're within 40,000 now.
Yeah, she's only ahead by 50. It's 50.3 to 48.8. That
It's
definitely could
1.5%.
still go in.
It's less than 2% now.
Yeah, that one. Pennsylvania is always one of the last ones to call. So
I just realized that when you go over the state, it has that little key race on the swing states.
mm-hmm.
It looks like, from what I can tell, it looks like he's literally ahead in almost all of the key race ones that are colored at the moment.
Donald Trump is 800 votes above Harris right now in Wisconsin.
That's such a razor thin margin.
Oh yeah.
Michigan, he's losing by 40,000.
Well, there was one election when they won by one electoral vote.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was. I saw that one too. That was crazy close.
And then there's the what was that? John Quincy Adams, Andrew Jackson one. When John Quincy Adams won, it came down to a tie, and the guy hated Andrew Jackson and voted against him.
This is still just cracking me up that Robert Kennedy literally has a 250,000 votes.
Yeah. Imagine had he's stayed and had more it would have swung probably not in Trump's favor, because I don't think he was cannibalizing the Democrats.
No, very, very against.
Yeah.
They should have done more, though, to try to get him on their side. Having the Kennedy name might have been enough to push over some places.
Oh, yeah. The reaction when he'd come on stage was insane. It was bigger than Vance or Trump. People were just cheering. And I was like, how did they let him out of the building?
I mean, yeah, that's literally political royalty at this point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's within 40,000 of third place.
Jill
Yeah.
Stein's creeping up on 300,000 votes.
Whew.
So
I
is
think-
Jake Oliver, though. They're both at 260.
That's crazy to me that these people even bother to run.
Well, it's
I mean, I'm glad they do. That's what we need. Like, literally, when George Washington left the presidency, his going away speech was talking about the dangers of a two-party system and that we should not do that. And
coming from the only man who ran unimposed 2 times in a row.
The only man that easily could have become king if he wanted to do it. If he would have said, I'm king of the United States, they would have bowed down and said, hell yes. King George the First.
Yeah, I
Utah and Montana were just won by Donald Trump in according to CNN.
What do they have him at now?
They haven't showed it yet. Which is interesting because Montana and Utah just closed their polls a minute ago.
They literally do it basically at the close.
172 to 81. So
yeah, so Google 198 to 99.
Yep.
So he's literally 100 votes ahead.
But so Google has him winning Nebraska, but only 3 of the 5 electoral votes.
Oh, is that one of the? That's the split one, yeah.
Yeah, that's the split one. So CNN has her leading the other 2, I guess, because on CNN maps, Nebraska's blue, but Nebraska's already won 3 of the, or Trump's already won 3 of the votes. So she could still win 2, but the majority's going to.
Well, and there's still a lot. Oh, Pennsylvania's red. Yeah.
Yep. And Wisconsin's back to her leading by 15,000.
Wow, Pennsylvania jumped a lot to him. It's like 4,000 more.
I mean, Pennsylvania and Georgia, that'll get him well over 200. I mean, at that point, he's closing in on 270.
If he gets both of those, they're cooked.
Yeah.
19
Arizona and Oregon leaning red.
Because
I think Oregon leaning red is huge for me. That's the shock. That would be a shocker.
Oh,
they haven't done Portland yet.
Yeah. Hold on.
He is ahead by 3,000 votes in Oregon.
Yeah, so it looks like the Oregon part that's been called is only that part that's right next to Idaho.
The part that wanted to be incorporated into Idaho has now voted.
Yeah, there's like 3 bears that live there, and they all voted red. So.
3 bears.
Hey, RFK almost 100 votes in Oregon. That's pretty good. All right, so while we get some more of those closing in, let's look at this week's schedule. Who's playing on Thursday night? Let's see. Hopefully a good one. Oh, wait a minute. Baltimore Cincy, is that Thursday night's game?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
I think so. I know Baltimore plays.
Yes, Bengals Ravens Thursday night football.
All right, so Brendan, Bengals or Ravens?
I'm going to choose Ravens. They've looked really good. So,
yeah, I'm going Ravens all the way. I don't think Lamar's taking MVP this year, but he's doing well.
Yeah, I'm going to take Ravens just as a complete team outside of that fluke kind of loss to Cleveland, who kind of got that boost. Obviously, we see when a coach gets fired or a new quarterback comes in, there's a 1 week boost, but Baltimore's just looked way too strong on both sides of the ball. And to get another corner and a receiver, I mean, they're gelling. Give me Baltimore. Oh, and here we go. Game of the week, David. Game of the week. It is going to be in Munich. Is the New York Giants traveling to Munich to take on the also traveling Carolina Panthers?
Pretty sure. Seen this said a couple of times. I think this is in retaliation for World War II.
This is
This
how
is
World
what-
War III starts.
Yeah, this is like I thought we were friends now, and you send us that.
And...
I mean,
yeah.
I guess if I gotta go with anybody, I'm gonna go with the Giants, but it's just gonna be a suck fest all the way around.
I'm wondering if they're trying to like send the teams over there and then maybe get some of their like soccer teams in return.
I mean, they couldn't do much worse.
Yeah.
We send a football team, we get back a football team. That's fine.
But they're both blue.
Hey, the kick. Hey, their field goal amounts would be through the roof.
Hey,
all right?
at least the stadium doesn't have a ban on a color when you send both teams with that color.
Yeah, it's at least safe to send our teams to this country.
Well, that's questionable, but
So, in my opinion, the Giants are a bad team, but the Panthers are broken. They are not a team right now. So, Giants are bad, but they're at least a cohesive team, whereas the Panthers have no direction. I think the Giants have hopes to get better. They could add a few things and improve. Panthers are basically going to have to tear down and rebuild. So, if I had to pick, I'd have to go with the Giants on that one.
Brendan?
Giants. I hate choosing my. I mean, at least they're like so many games below us that it doesn't matter. But
I know what you mean. But hey, after this last weekend, you can afford to give them a game.
Exactly.
Hey, I'll be the lone wolf this week. Give me Carolina. Not being in the United States, maybe that'll give them advantage.
It turns out their kryptonite was the United States.
Bryce Young looks good when he's overseas.
Hey, to be fair, he didn't look terrible this week. Also, to be fair, they played the Saints. So I guess two things can be true, but yeah.
Hey, just who guessed that one right last week?
Did you? That was like the week Bobby took all the underdogs. He was going to be right on some of them. Yeah, but give me the Panthers. I'll take the underdog. Oh, here we go. I'll go first on this one. Give me the Bears over the Patriots. I really don't know which offensive line is going to show up. No offensive line or a terrible offensive line for the Bears. Both bad options, but I feel more confident in them than I do the Patriots, especially with their defense. The Patriots offense is going to be easier to contain than the Cardinals, so give me the Bears. Brendan?
The Bears.
The Bears.
That's all I got.
Absolutely the Bears. Again, they have potential right now. Patriots don't.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose this, lose this one, get rid of Eberflus. Just don't let him come back into the halftime. If you're losing, just lock him out of the stadium.
Yeah, Chicago is at least bringing in new talent. They're on their way up. Patriots are still spiraling and crashing. They're not doing anything to improve. I like the Bears on this big time.
Yeah. Let's see. Game number 4, Indianapolis hosting the Bills. Brandon.
Buffalo. Indianapolis is I don't know if it's a coaching thing. I don't know if it's a quarterback thing, but there is a lot of question marks that on that team right now.
Yeah, I think it's just they have talent, but not enough and not enough developed talent.
I was going to say, they don't know how to use their talent.
I mean, that's Jacksonville. When we get to them, that's definitely a Jacksonville thing. Yeah, I will take Buffalo as well. I mean, lots of family in the Indiana area, so I'm sorry for picking against you guys. But, hey, we go up and support Wyoming every year, so I can't pick against Josh Allen. Plus, that team is rolling. They've looked really good. They've beaten really good teams soundly, or decent teams soundly, whereas the Colts look good, but they just can't finish the game. David?
Yeah, so Josh Allen is dating Haley Steinfeld, and she should be dating me. So I hate Josh Allen, and let's go Colts. I hope every bad thing in the world happens to him, and that includes losing this game.
No.
Yep. Nope. He's done. Get him out of there. Let's go. Let's go Colts. Plus, I need that Colts quarterback to have a really good game this week.
That's really what he's aiming for.
There you go. The truth finally comes out.
So it looks like Google called Colorado for Harris. No surprise there.
According to Google, also Colorado is in a sea of red, surrounded like.
If you look at the Colorado map, it's also just like Fort Denver, and the resort towns. The rest of Colorado is majority red. So,
Well, it's because you can legally smoke there, so they're just like, it's chill. We'll just be in this ocean of red. It's fine.
it's good. It's good. So both candidates over 100 electoral votes currently. Speaking of Colorado, they're traveling to good old Missouri, not to a stadium we snuck into at all. I don't know what you're talking about, Brendan.
I wasn't there, so I don't know what you're talking about. Kansas City somehow will win this game. I don't know how. Yeah. I really don't want them to, though. End the unbeaten streak, please.
No, at some point it's going to get to late enough in the season. I'm going to start believing they're going to go undefeated and three-peat.
They're gonna pull a 2007 Patriots and they're gonna go to the Super Bowl.
All the way till the end, where they're beaten by the Dallas Cowboys.
No, the Philadelphia Eagles. Duh. Revenge.
Led by Cooper Rush.
By the Atlanta Falcons.
With his brand new receiver he's getting this week, they're going to be the new dream team.
Could you imagine? Like,
it is going to unlock.
That just like turns their season around. Mingo has like 13 touchdowns the rest of the year.
It's
other
Rush Mingo hour, baby. Let's go. Mingo Rush hour. I'm here for it. But no, I'm still not convinced this Patrick Mahomes is a real person. So we're going. I'm
it's
going to
actually Kermit the Frog in a human skin costume.
Oh, in that case, I'm all for Kermit. I love Kermit. Let's do that. I would love to vote with my heart and go for the Broncos, but it's really hard to beat the other team and the refs at the same time. So this is probably going to the Chiefs.
Well, plus the Broncos, I don't know what team's going to show.
I'm going to go Broncos because I still really like Sean Payton.
Don't say that around the Bronco fans. Half the time that's a good answer. Half the time it's not.
He's got to find his footing still, but I wish he would have come here. I wish that we would have gotten him instead of McCarthy. I think he would have been a really good fit in Dallas.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of who Sean Payton is or some of the tactics he uses to win, but he does know how to build a team. And so within 2 years now, he's changed the Denver culture from being just trash to sometimes they're pulling off these upsets. So
they went from awful to just kind of bad.
Yeah, watchable sometimes. There's a
good
YouTuber
first half fight against the Ravens, and then just fell apart.
Yeah.
At least he's not getting like consistently blown out or anything.
Yeah,
and I do think it takes a couple of years for a new coach to come in and really set it up. So I think next year or so is going to be his real reckoning on if that's a place for him or not.
Yeah, I think give a couple more years. The Broncos, I mean, they already pretty much have a solid defense. That offense just needs some tooling. Definitely running back helps. They have running backs, but no one's producing. And receivers, they're going to have to bring in some receivers.
I mean, you guys have won a Super Bowl more recent than we have, so.
Hey, I'm not a Bronco fan. Don't put that evil on me, David.
Okay, sorry, the Colorado.
Okay, there we go.
He's the general.
Both his teams have still
You're Seahawks, right?
Super Bowl more than you.
The Seahawks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Seahawks are my main, and then I have family from Chicago, so obviously. Actually, my hockey team is Chicago, the Blackhawks, and my baseball team's always been the Cubbies, so no surprise there. But yeah, I used to go for the Broncos. We'll have a little story time since we're still waiting for the election stuff. used to love like watching like Champ Bailey, great Darren Williams, like some good years there. What?
Eddie Royal.
Yeah, they're Jake Plummer, Jake the Snake, unfairly ostracized by the Denver Bronco fans because he should have taken them to the Super Bowl, but they just gave up on him too early. But Bronco fans always didn't care. They were really happy the Seahawks made the Super Bowl, and then they started like threatening me and like, "Hey, don't go outside. You might get stabbed." And I was like, "I just can't do that no more." So that's what happened. True stories. I can't tell if David froze.
Nope, still here.
Okay. You just weren't moving. I was like, did he freeze?
Sorry, I'm reading all these people having meltdowns in this Reddit forum.
Oh, Arizona
Ian
flipped
might
to blue.
remember better than I do, but I do not remember why I was a Titans fan. But I was a Titans fan for a little while, and Keegan did get me a Titans blanket, which I still have.
From
You
Big
mean
Lots, yeah.
you mean the
I just
old
don't remember
Oilers?
why I was a Titans fan.
Because they
and
used
I've always
to be in
kinda liked-
Houston.
Well, I've always liked the Texans, but I've always been a closet Texans fan. I don't usually go for them.
Yeah, but now you
And-
said it out loud so people know.
That's okay. And the reason I'm an Eagles fan is because my dad and I won tickets to go to Philadelphia and watch the Eagles play. Where actually I watched one of the last season, Michael Vick, Deshaun Jackson, and LaShawn McCoy were all in Philly, and I watched them go against the Eagles or against the Cowboys.
See, like, I respect anybody that's a fan of a team because they've actually seen them or have memories attached to it or something. Like, I totally get that. I respect that more than people that are like, well, I live here, so that's my team. Like, that's
That
I
I
don't know.
got a lot of flack for the people, and like they were here in Kansas. They're like, "Why aren't you a Chiefs fan? You live in Kansas." And I'm like, "The Chiefs don't even live in Kansas. Why would I be?"
right?
Yeah, they live in Missouri. Like the Rams used to.
I was like, and
Oh,
actually,
New Mexico flipped to blue.
so did Arizona.
Look at these Pennsylvania numbers. He is up by like 75,000.
Yeah. And actually,
He's
if you want
only
to be
down by
politically
6
correct,
and
you're exactly 5 hours away from Denver and 5 hours from Kansas City. So,
So it's the same. You could be either one and be like, oh no, they live in Kansas.
exactly.
yeah, no, I have a ticket from a Seahawks game in 1993 when they played in Denver's old Mile High Stadium. Most likely, I think that's my first football game. But I've seen the Seahawks.
When
New
I was
Mexico
born,
is like 8,000 votes apart. So it's
yeah, literally when my mom was
Holy
pregnant
cow.
with me, they had season tickets to the Cowboys, and for several years when I was born, and like I literally grew up going to the games. The stadium was like a mile from my house where I lived.
That's
The
cool.
old Texas Stadium, yeah. So even when they're awful and suck, like this year, got to stick by my team.
Right. I will say,
but I will say, I do hate a lot of Cowboy fans. I do think it's that kind of vocal minority that gives Cowboy fans a terrible name. Like, I get it. I totally
Philadelphia is much
understand.
better.
Oh, no. Honestly, all of us in the NFC East suck. Like, fan-wise, I get it. I understand. So I get the hate. But overall,
we throw
like,
snowballs at Santa. What are you talking about?
I mean, but
hey, there was horse
look at how
poop,
much
Brandon.
we've
Remember
won.
that?
If we weren't in the same division, all four of us, we would be like dominating the entire league. They had to put us all together.
For a while, I was saying that was the NFC North this year because they were all doing really well.
They started strong. I mean,
Mhm.
they might still pull it off.
I just want to see one entire division make the playoffs. It's possible now.
It is
Right.
now. Yeah. It'll happen.
Sorry, the Eagles are the Eagles and Bears are kind of messing that one up.
I just want to see anybody except the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
I agree.
I'm so sick
I
of
don't
them.
think it's going to happen though. At first, I thought it was. Okay, Baltimore, Buffalo,
I think they're the only two options.
AFC wise, yeah. I mean, early on, people thought Houston, but they've fallen off.
You know what's funny?
Daddy's not the same.
If you look at their stats, they pulled up the stats from like their careers and such in the offseason. Dak and Patrick Mahomes have almost the exact same stats.
Dak's not a bad quarterback.
He's
He
not,
just
but
doesn't
he's had
have
some.
a team.
Yeah,
you
he's
know?
had a terrible team, and he's made some stupid choices.
Yeah, there's been late in games he's had some interceptions, but at times too, there's been Cowboy games in the playoffs that they should have won. You know
Oh,
which ones we're talking about.
every playoff game that Dak has been involved in, the Cowboys should have won that game.
Well, even
They've just
pre-Dak
lost it.
with Tony, there's
I
a
will
certain
say
catch
this:
game. There's a
I don't
catch
care.
game with
Oh,
88.
yeah. I don't care what anybody says. That year that Dak played for the majority of the year when Tony got hurt, Romo should have come back as the starter. We would have won a Super Bowl that year if Tony would have
Oh,
come
yeah.
back and stayed in. That would have been their year to go back.
Yeah, Cowboys have had some really solid rosters, and maybe some of that comes down to coaching. Like
It does,
McCarthy's a good coach. I think he's their winningest coach, but he is always just like middle tier.
And also, does it matter if you're the winningest coach if you don't win the games that
If
matter?
you don't win the Super Bowl,
If you don't win even a damn playoff game, we haven't even
Right.
gotten to the NFC Championship.
Okay, how about this? Have you guys cried after a sporting event?
Yes.
In happiness. In happiness.
Oh, and happiness.
Yes.
I don't know if I've quite cried, but it definitely felt like very close to, just so, especially
Yeah.
when you're there in person and it's something like overtime and they win like right the last, like stuff like that. And you're jumping up and cheering and screaming. Yeah, it's close.
The only time I've cried was when the Cubs won the World Series. That's it. Just because I thought it would never happen. There was a PlayStation game a few years before where it was like the Cubs win the World Series, and it was just this guy crying playing like the baseball video game. And that's what it felt like. I've had family members get buried in Cubs hats. Oh, another state got called for Kamala. It looks like 198, 112.
Oh,
And-
DC.
However, the poll is getting wider in Pennsylvania and Iowa. But
And Kansas.
Arizona and New Mexico are both leaning blue now.
But they're 10,000 votes apart each.
Yeah, super close, and it's mainly blue because of the big cities are the only ones that have been
Georgia's 82% now. They're getting closer.
counted. Okay, so David, I'll pull up the numbers right now. We got 198. So tell me, how many electoral votes does Georgia have?
16.
Georgia, yeah, 16 votes.
Okay, and then tell me North Carolina.
North
Oh,
Carolina,
Virginia's going blue now.
16.
North Carolina 16 as well. Wisconsin,
10.
Minnesota,
Also 10.
Iowa,
6. And then
And-
Kansas is another 6.
and then Pennsylvania and Maine.
19 for Pennsylvania.
And 4 for Maine.
So that'd be 285. So if those all end up getting called for him, which he's winning, that's it.
And we still don't have anything from Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Alaska, Hawaii, or Idaho.
No,
Yeah,
their polls are still open till the top of the hour, I think.
Yeah, Washington got pulled off the map for a while there. It was on. Now nothing's showing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is Virginia? How close is that? It's 1,565,000 to 1,550,000. That is super close. It doesn't seem like it, but in the grand scheme of things, that is a close one there.
15,000. Yeah.
That's closer than some of these.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that one flips or continues. And
Let's see.
Robert Kennedy won a county in Minnesota.
Does he live there?
The top part of Minnesota by Canada, it's yellow because he has won.
the fact RFK has won a county in the state that your VP is running in is crazy.
All right, so
No,
updated at about 6 minutes ago. This is the New York Times likelihood. It says chance of winning, leaning Trump. He has an 81% chance of victory.
damn.
The Electoral College estimates right now, they're estimating Harris to get 242 and Trump to get 296. And the popular vote estimate is Trump plus 0.8. So I think it's going to be close regardless of what happens.
Oh yeah. Well, so we've done so right now 285 for what states are leaning for Trump.
Hang on. Trinity is talking to me about team names for her team next year. David, I think I'm going to change my name to the Kansas Kite Monster. And Trinity is going to take over the Montana Outlaws. Name. Just the name. But I thought it would be funny to change my name.
I think Kansas Kite Monsters would be hilarious.
If we weren't live, I would say some ideas I had for YouTube series, but
if I don't keep cryptid critters, maybe I'll turn into something like the jumping jackalopes or something like that.
I'm putting it in the private chat.
What? You're secretly Kamala Harris? Keegan! This whole time?
Pull off a mask.
I'm sorry the night's not going too well for you so far.
Yeah, it could be over before we even get to California.
That would be interesting.
Okay, there you go.
Oh my God.
We'll just say everyone I've talked to that has worked with somebody,
that individual,
has now said that they don't work with that individual. So we weren't the only ones, David.
Hey, I never even got an email, so I was just lumped in with you.
Even though
I know, they're just like, also David. I was like, what?
Yeah, also David, who I didn't send an email to, but I was waiting. I was waiting for that email. Okay, so let's see. 112. Let's see. How many votes does Arizona have?
11.
Arizona. And that one is super close. Oh, man.
What's New Mexico?
5.
Michigan?
15.
And Virginia?
13.
So currently, with how it's leaning, it'd be 285 to 156.
Hold on.
It's still early, but I think it's shaping up to we can kind of tell who's going to win this one.
I don't know. I think it's still too early.
You only need 270 to win.
He is leading by almost 6 million votes now, though. It is 45 to 39.
Yeah. And he has 52%. I think the highest he's ever gotten was 46. So where were we on NFL schedule?
We were San Francisco, Tampa Bay.
Oh no, I'll pick Kansas City as well.
Oh, I thought we were done with that game.
No, I'll pick Kansas City, and then next game on the docket, Atlanta traveling to those New Orleans Saints.
Atlanta.
Yeah, I think with
New Orleans has a new head coach. Maybe this is a one of those.
Yeah, and we've seen Atlanta have some like trap games where we picked them to win and they just like got smacked in the face. So
I
could
think
be.
Atlanta, they're coming together pretty well. They're figuring out their offense is coming together, and I don't think they have had any injuries this week. So I think they're doing pretty good. Oh, and Chris Olave's done for the season, so I don't know if that's true. I just know that he's in concussion protocol again. Do you know that Derek Carr's gotten Dennis Allen fired twice now? Once from the Raiders and now from the Saints. It's a funny fact I found out today. I didn't even realize that until I saw that on Instagram.
So somebody online is saying hire Ben Johnson this offseason for the Bears head coaching job
Whoa.
and bring in Robert Saleh as your defensive coordinator. I might not be happy if it just wasn't Eberflus. I don't know why they kept Eberflus. I didn't. Again, I said if you were going to keep Eberflus, keep Fields. But yeah, for me, I'm taking Atlanta as well. I don't know. We just haven't seen much fight out of New Orleans after the first 2 weeks. It's been really one-sided.
No, I think it's funny because after they beat the Cowboys, everybody's like, wow, and New Orleans is really good. And then a few weeks later, we realized it was, oh, wow, the Cowboys are terrible.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, New Orleans, not to discount them. They are still a pretty solid team, I think. They don't have a lot of direction, so hopefully this coaching change is going to do a lot for them. But
they just lost another receiver, so
yeah. So they've got some growing to do, but I would rank them as like a mid-tier team. I think they're going to do all right. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs this year, but I wouldn't count them out. However, Atlanta, they've been doing great. I do like what I've been seeing from them. And as I always expected, Bijan Robinson is beast moding it.
Feels like there was some fantasy bias in there.
I'm just saying.
There's some Texas bias there.
Hey, is it biased if it's true?
Hey, speaking of Texas, David, is there another Texas running back coming out to draft this year?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's nobody that's going to make waves the same way as Bijan did. They're solid. They're solid going out there.
Good, but
yeah, and the main running backs for Texas this year are both hurt. They're not even playing. The ones that we've seen this season haven't even been the guys that we were planning on. So it's kind of up in the air. The big one coming out of Texas this year is going to be the quarterback.
Yeah, Ewers.
Yeah, I think Ewers is, if he keeps it up,
if he stays healthy.
If he stays healthy and keeps doing well, especially if they make a deep playoff run and potentially win it all, which they could, I think they're set where they could do it. If they do that, he's going to go first three.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because quarterback-wise, I mean, you got Shadur as well, but I wouldn't. Travis Hunter, I think, as far as just a non-quarterback, has the best chance of going number one. I think.
All I know is that is the only thing that will make me stop being a Cowboys fan is they fire McCarthy and they hire Deion Sanders as the new coach and draft his son. Because that seems like the most ridiculous, stupid publicity move that Jerry Jones would be really into. And I would be so
if you're
mad.
going to draft your son, draft the good one.
I would be so mad.
Are you saying Shadur's not the good one?
Isn't he not the good one? I thought
he's
his
the
other
good
son
one.
was better.
He's the quarterback.
Yeah, his other one's corner.
Yeah. No, if they took him as the new quarterback, luckily that's like one of the only good things about the ridiculous money we gave Dak is hopefully that stops us from doing something like that.
Dallas is drafting the Boise State running back.
I hope so, but well, it's always a risk to draft a running back first, but we need it.
Well, I mean, you drafted Zeke third, so you know.
Yeah,
which was a good pick at the time.
I still can't believe that we didn't get Derrick Henry in the offseason like he wanted to do. Like he wanted to come here.
He wanted to, and then Jerry Jones said it was too much money.
Yeah,
And then
and
he
then
went
look
and paid
and
too
then
much
and
money.
look at what we spent on everybody else. Like, are you kidding me?
On 2 players, they spent
Oh,
like
There's
over
not-
don't worry,
100
you're not
million.
the only laughing stock in our division. The Giants GM too. He's like, we're not going to pay our quarterback $40 million to hand it off to a $12 million running back. And the Eagles go, oh, we'll pay you $12 million to hand it.
They're like, come on, we'll do it. Let's go.
I mean, to make it worse with the Giants too, there's the whole what was that Hard
Oh.
Knocks episode?
All right, I'm not sure what they changed, but Amazon is projecting Trump over 200. Is it 201 now?
No, I'm not sure.
I don't know where it came from, but they're saying 91 to 201.
Yeah,
No.
Google still has 198 to 112.
I know, that's what I'm looking at.
CNN
Where...
has 195 to 91.
Let me check ABC.
Whew. CNN
ABC's
is just
Yeah, ABC's got 91 and 201. They must be working off the same stuff. It looks like it was Iowa.
oh yeah.
Yeah,
That would-
they have ABC gave Iowa to Trump.
Arizona's leaning red again, but Maine has flipped to blue.
No, not Maine. No.
Whole 4 votes.
Arizona went back to red though, and New
Yeah.
Mexico went from red to blue again. So,
Virginia is also back to blue.
oh, Michigan is now red.
Oh,
It's been blue for a long time, and it's now red.
Yeah.
This is more
Um,
interesting than our sports podcast.
So Pennsylvania right now, it's blue, or not Pennsylvania. Virginia is blue,
Yeah,
but it's 49.5 to 48.9.
yeah, it's super close in Virginia.
what state? I don't remember what it was, but isn't there a state that no president has ever won without winning that state? It's like one of those Midwest states.
Let's see.
I don't remember. Yeah, Amazon's talking about how they projected Iowa.
Oh, look at that. Michigan went back to blue.
Oh, so it's 207 to 91 now on Amazon. And the same with ABC. They just Kansas officially went Trump,
Oh,
which I don't think that was a surprise. I can't believe Nebraska still hasn't been called.
well, on Google it has.
Yeah.
Well,
Google
only
has.
3 of the votes have.
But
other two
Kansas still hasn't been called on Google.
Yeah, neither is Iowa though.
Yeah, I feel like the Virginia one will probably be recounted just because of how close it is, but I don't know.
I think it depends on how it goes. I mean, they've still got 30% to come in. That could be a big swing one way or the other.
Yeah, but if it stays close, and again, it also probably depends, is there any chance that that state
What
flips
is
the election?
what is the margin of error with states like these numbers? Do you know how much? Is it within like a certain percentage, or I don't know how much it is? Because I know a certain amount automatically triggers a recount.
Well, maybe that's why some of these haven't been called yet, though, too, because they are so close that. I mean, obviously, but
Theoretically, you shouldn't call any state till 100%'s in my opinion.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But then we'd be waiting till way later. So
Margin of less than 5,000 votes can also trigger an automatic recount.
how much? 5,000?
5,000, it looks like, yeah.
Okay, so it's got to be like razor thin.
Yeah, which Virginia might end up being. It's super close right now.
Wisconsin is within 300 of each other.
See, yeah, that would definitely be a revote or a recount.
Oh, never mind. Now it's up to 2,000.
Yeah, New Mexico's blue. No surprise there. Of course, what's the percentage? 40.
No, they're within
50,000.
50,000 votes.
Yeah,
Theirs
and
has
it's
a
on there. Yeah, it is 61%. So that one.
in Arizona, Trump has 1,000 vote lead.
That's super close too.
Okay, so Colorado, 60% reporting. Obviously, it went to Kamala, but Trump is only down by like 300,000 there. So I don't think he'd win, but
Closer than you think.
it's a lot. Again, a lot of that's probably Denver and the college areas. If I'm
Right.
being 100% honest.
Somehow my Amazon automatically shut off. I'm gonna turn it back on just a second.
Oh, RFK is going to pass 300,000 votes, it looks like. Okay, how many votes did he get last time? Hold on, let me get my presidential election book.
You're so hard to name.
CNN now has Donald Trump over 200, 207 to 91.
I mean, I know there's a long way to go, but I'm starting to feel like he's running away with it.
Well, California polls close in 20 minutes.
Which I think we can comfortably say that's definitely going to be for her.
Yeah.
Heads would explode if California went red.
That would tell you a lot if California went red.
What's crazy though is if you look at it, usually it's only those like major population centers that are blue. A lot of California is red.
Google now has Trump 204 to 112. It should be 210, but they haven't called Iowa yet on Google.
Yeah, I'm seeing 210 on ABC.
Oh.
It was, yeah, they put in the Nebraska wins.
Yeah, Google's now up to 210. Still 100 vote lead over her. That's within 2,000. That's within 30,000. There's a lot of close things.
So this is interesting. On ABC, they have this thing that's talking about like of the races, like different stats. It's saying 4 of the states are likely Democrat, being Virginia, New Mexico, and New Hampshire. And then the other one is Minnesota. And that is very much, it's 61 to 37 for Republicans right now. Whereas they have 3 are likely Republican, and all of those were solid Republican with Florida, Iowa, and Texas.
Minnesota has 108,000 votes to 64,000 votes right now, leaning Trump. That's not Democratic.
Yeah, that's not at all.
Yeah, and now Google has updated to the full 210.
So it says of the toss-up states, according to ABC, there's 5 that are toss-ups. It's Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Nevada, of course, we don't have anything yet, but of the other 4, all of them are leaning Republican so far. But it's still close. It's like 51%.
Right.
Yeah, so Georgia, 88% reporting there's a 200,000 vote lead there. See where
Well, they just got in a bunch of votes too. Like they.
Yeah, Arizona is so close.
Yeah, so Virginia is 49.7 for Kamala, 48.7 for Donald Trump.
Oh.
I don't think this is going the way anyone predicted. I will say that.
Kind of
So-
reminds me of 2016.
Yeah, which it was 304 Trump got to like 220. So it might be very similar in the end of it. Arizona's back to red. Only 1,000 though.
Arizona, yeah. 946 votes separate him. He's ahead by 4,000 in Wisconsin.
So Chase Oliver has overtaken Jill Stein as your third most votes in the election. 343,000.
Mm-hmm.
Jill Stein 341 and RFK Jr. 297. Not even running. Might get 300,000 votes.
I like how that there's 162,000 votes for.
Oh, they're candidates. Those are all for Harambe, man.
Like, how many people did write-ins or whatnots?
You didn't vote for the KKM? The Kansas Cop Monster?
Oh, he's number one in my vote all the time.
Oh,
We really need to do like a drawing. I want a drawing of him now.
I sent you pictures of him. Here we go. San Francisco, Tampa Bay, Brendan.
I'm actually kind of shocked on how close that Tampa Bay game was against the Kansas City. I didn't watch it because I didn't care for either team, but I saw some highlights and stuff. But CMC is back at practice. I don't think he has been put on the main roster. I think he's still on IR. But I'll lean towards the Bucks. I'm not quite sure if I can trust the 49ers.
David, what about you?
I'm going the Bucks because Cowboys almost beat the 49ers, and the Cowboys suck right now. So,
Yeah, I'm going to go Tampa Bay. They just have a lot more, I don't know, maybe heart. San Francisco, we know they have talent, but just something's not clicking. Obviously, they have some injuries, but it's just not their year. They are definitely snake bitten, filling the Super Bowl runner-up curse, whatever you want to call it. But I will take Tampa Bay as well.
yeah,
brings us-
like if I had to pick one to be in the Super Bowl against Kansas City right now, I think the Bucks have a better shot of beating them.
yeah, I mean, they could have beat them had they gone for two. There was a shot, but they went for one, and Kansas City pretty easily just moved down the field. Like, not at any point did I not think they were going to take the lead and win the game on that overtime drive. Here we go. This one could be interesting. Pittsburgh and Washington, Brendan.
I'm going to say Pittsburgh. They have a really good defense, and I don't know. Washington's good, but they have seemed to. They can't get over that hump of good teams. They can put up a fight, but I don't think they're just quite there yet. So I think Pittsburgh will be able to take them. And with Philly's win later, spoiler, they'll take over the position of lead in the division.
David.
I think somebody's suffering from a little bit of bias there. I'm going to have to say Commanders are going to take it. Washington's been great this year. Even games they shouldn't have won, they found ways to win, which is what a good team does. Again, Steelers lost to the Cowboys, and we've already talked about how bad the Cowboys are this year. So I'm going to have to give it to Washington. And as we know, the good old NFC East leader curse is very much in effect, and the same team cannot be at the top 2 years. So it's time for Washington to take their turn at the wheel.
Oh, this one's tough for me because
Dallas won last year. Philly could definitely win this year.
It could be. No, Philly is very much in the running, but they should have had it last year until that epic collapse in that last month. Like they just, it should have been them 2 years in a row, but the curse was alive and well. However, the Washington's been so bad for so long. It's like when your little brother who's special needs does something somewhat good. You're like, oh, like you're just happy for him, you know?
on that note, yeah, I don't know. This one's kind of hard for me because like Washington's been playing super well and outperforming.
Where's the game? Is it in Pittsburgh or
In Washington.
It's in Washington. Yeah,
Then yeah, I give it to the Commanders.
I want to give it to the Commanders, but we've seen them when they've had the run game taken away, and it's not as polished.
And TJ Watt is a reckon to be.
Yeah, and that Steelers defense has looked really, really good. And if the offense can play, and they've made some moves this week, we've seen in the trade deadline.
Again,
So
they
I'm
lost
gonna
to the
take
Cowboys.
Yeah,
I was there. I saw it. I synced it with my
Hey,
own two
Jack is
eyes.
the only player to ever throw 2 interceptions in the
In
same
one day and the next, I know.
days.
Trust me, I know. We were stuck at
Two
that
different
damn
days.
stadium until 1 a.m. after getting there at like 6. Trust me. We're very well aware of what happened there, and I'm glad they won, but man, they could have done it earlier. Oh, hold on. The cute girl's back on Amazon.
What the heck?
Just the two sayings there.
Oh no, there's an independent who just won Nebraska for the Senate. Dan Osborne.
Wow.
the
Good for
Republican.
Dan.
Okay, I missed what you say.
Dan Osborne.
She says there's a lot of good vibes at the Trump room right now. Here's the question. How early do you guys think Trump comes out and declares victory?
Well, see that's been the big question. So, like, if it's a landslide or looking like that, does Trump come out early? And we all know, obviously, like the other side's been like, it's like the end of democracy if Trump wins. So, at what point do they call it?
Do they give up and throw it in?
Yeah. So I'm interested to see both sides because
Do you
right
guys
now,
do you think
Everyone else closes their polls in 10 minutes. So
like if it's over, do you think she shows up to her party to do a speech, or do you think she
No.
pulls a Hillary and doesn't say anything? Just leaves them hanging.
she might prove me wrong.
Teleprompter, so she won't be saying anything.
Well, Brandon taking shots. I don't think so, but I've been proven wrong before.
I think personally, I don't care what side you're on. I think it's one of the shittiest things you can do if you know your fans, your base is out there. Like, even if you're not ready to concede, at least go talk to them, Give a speech and be like, hey guys, we still got a lot of votes to do. There's a long process, but thank you for being here. Like something. That's terrible how she just froze them out that night.
Hey, we tried really hard, but it just didn't work out this year.
You could still build on things. Or even if it's like, hey, we got to do recounts, we got some court cases, whatever. Say something. Don't just be like, go home.
Go home and don't come back. Oh, RFK passed 300,000 votes. That is crazy. Shoot, where were we? I'm taking Pittsburgh. That's where we were. Minnesota, Jacksonville. I'll kick this one off. I think Minnesota's the better team. The last few weeks they've been off. As far as like playing better, I will say. Jacksonville has the better talent overall still. Just terrible coaching. But I'm going to take the flyer and take the Jaguars on this one. Brendan?
I'm going to say Minnesota.
David?
I do agree. Jags got more talent, I think, but they're having those coaching issues and such that I just don't think it's going to happen. And I give a slight edge to Minnesota because they're going to want to be coming back with a vengeance after losing their perfect streak and everything. After taking those first losses, they want to rebuild. And we've had Skull Vikings come up like 2 or 3 times during this, so I feel like we got to go Vikings. See, there you go. There you go.
I mean, Matt is a true Viking fan, so.
So you know what? Just for Matt's sake, I'm picking the big V. Good for them. Though I've got to say, Jacksonville Stadium is the only one that has a swimming pool you can be in while you watch the game, and that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
They're keeping it for the new stadium.
Right.
You know,
Could you imagine if they were like, "We're taking it out"?
so Tampa Bay Rays are getting a new MLB stadium.
Mhm.
I really hope that the Stingrays survived the hurricane. It's probably the only part of that stadium I care about is the
I
Stingrays.
believe. I think they're fine.
Well, that was like me. When the Orlando was getting hit, I was like, "Man, there's so many like animals at SeaWorld. I hope they're okay."
Mhm.
SeaWorld, Animal Kingdom, like
Mhm.
all of those, the zoo, like there's plenty.
Yeah. Well, we can get to some of that later. I'm sure we'll have some time before they call the last few states, but I wanted to talk about theme parks. Uh, Tennessee LA Chargers, Brendan.
I think LA. Tennessee's a hit and miss of how good they're going to be or show up. So
Yeah, I'm taking LA. Last week, I think they was like their first kind of true gel game where they looked good on all sides of the ball. Like even the passing game looked good. And I think when you give a Tennessee team like this in the for fodder, I think it's going to go one way, and that's the Chargers, David.
I feel like it's my job to go the other way with the Titans. Got to have like one dissenting voice. And I was just in Nashville like 2 weeks ago and had a great time. So, you know what? Screw it. Let's go. Let's go Titans.
All right. So now we're here at the game of the week for the channel, and I'll go first with this one. I think it's going to end in a 23-23 overtime tie between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys. It's the second time I've predicted a tie, and it's 0-1 so far. So, Brendan.
good job trying to keep the peace there, Keegan. Too bad we don't have a fourth person on here, so we can split this three-way tie now. That's going to happen because Philadelphia is obviously going to win unless our head coach gets in our way.
He just runs out into the field like during a play, smacks the ball out of the hand. Like,
Well, so
AJ Brown is okay. He didn't suffer anything major.
thank
He
God
might
for
miss
that.
the game, but he didn't miss anything major, which is good news. But yeah, I think Philadelphia's going to win.
so until today, I would agree with you, but I don't know if you heard. We picked up Jonathan Mingo, and I just checked my fantasy. His picture has officially been changed over to a Dallas Cowboys uniform now. So they're in. I told you it is Mingo rush hour. They're gonna get it done just so that we can have more calls of get rid of Dak, because honestly, the most drama-filled thing to happen would be for them to win this game out of nowhere and just to make more controversy. It seems like the most Dallas thing in the world to do. So that's probably what's going to happen. Just to stir the pot and make things shittier, they're going to win. I think it's going to be close, and I think it's going to be stupid mistakes that end up taking the game one way or the other. Even if the Eagles win, it's going to be off of like turnovers.
The most Sirianni thing that could happen is he runs on the field to yell at the referee after like the Eagles stop him on fourth down, and it causes the Cowboys to get like another try and they score a touchdown or something and win.
Oh, I could see it off something stupid. But it's also the most Cowboy thing ever where they stop them on fourth down, but there was a holding or and they get the automatic. Yeah. So I'm like, normally my heart's all in this rivalry, but this year we both suck. Like, let's be honest. Both teams are not good. It's not going to be great. It's a hell of a lot better than either of us against the Giants, at least. I mean, we're not the worst, but it's not going to be a good game. It's going to be, this game is going to be more of who is not the worst. It's going
Like
to
I
be,
said, we can win as long as our head coach doesn't get in our way.
and we can win if a lack of talent doesn't get in our way, you know?
Well, you guys losing CeeDee Lamb and Dak in the same week kind of hurts.
It does. But again, it'd be the most
Your
Cowboy
offense.
thing in the world if what breaks our losing streak is losing our two stars and
You
bring
have
in, yeah.
$80 million sitting on your bench.
I don't even know if they're going to be on the bench. They may not even come to the game.
They would be on the bench. It's in Dallas, isn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's in Dallas.
See, the fact that it's in Dallas, that gives you guys an advantage this season. So,
Hey, secretly, Dak is going to be coaching this game.
he just has a Mike McCarthy mask on.
He has a Michael Myers mask
You
on.
probably could do better than Mike.
Now, they may be a little bit of a pep because I do think this is the first game of the season where we have the red bucket, like they do for the November for the charity stuff.
Oh, yeah,
and they
yeah.
like to do all those little stunts and stuff. So maybe that'll put a little more punch in their step. But they've lost what, 3 games in a row now, 2 games in a row, something like that.
Well, Zeke always likes to get into that bucket. So
That's if they let him play.
Yeah.
He was out last week and threw a fit about it. So I don't know if they're
out because he threw a fit.
yeah, I thought
they said no. They said that they were taking him out, like they were pulling him from that game to not be in it. He threw a fit, so they said you're not even going to come with us. Because originally he was at least going to travel with the team, be on the sidelines, whatever. But he threw a hissy fit about it, so they said, "Never mind, you're not even getting on the plane."
yeah. See, that feels like a coaching thing there.
Oh, it is. It's a disciplinary thing. It has nothing to do with injury or anything. So I don't know. Again, I'd love to say 100% go Cowboys, and I will still hope in my heart of hearts that they win, but I would not be surprised if the Eagles take this one.
So CNN just called Idaho and California, Idaho for Trump and California obviously for Harris. So now it's 211 to 145.
That's what I'm seeing on Amazon. Man, getting 54 votes and still only
Apparently
okay.
Washington is also been
Yep.
called.
Google has her at 179.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say it's 214 to
Washington
179 now.
But Oregon is still up in the air.
But again, if all the states that are red stay that way, it's over. Yeah. No, but what I was saying with the coaching thing, because there was footage during the Hail Mary play of Washington where Eberflus was on the field and Caleb Williams had to get him off the field. And I was just like, your rookie quarterback is doing this. You don't need to be a coach. Get out of here.
So this is interesting. It says take it with a grain of salt, but Fox News says that the Harris campaign is no longer giving comments to anybody, like media.
Yeah, that's a telling sign. See, David, I don't even know if they're going to show up if they were to call it tonight. What you think if they get 285? I mean, it's a blowout at that point. That's a 100-point deficit.
Well, and he's over 6 million votes ahead of her.
Yeah.
Somebody else said that people are walking out of the Kamala headquarters in droves. I don't know if that's true. Again, I'm just reading this off the forum stuff.
All right. One of you, Brendan, get the because David has eyes on the one campaign. You got to get the other campaign on the screen so we can get live updates on both.
Where's Trump's campaign even headquartered at? Florida?
Yeah,
Mar-a-Lago.
they're doing their party from there because that's where he has to vote from because that's where he lives technically.
Yeah.
So I want to say it's in Palm Springs, I think, is where they're set up tonight.
Gotcha.
Oh, I thought they were at Mar-a-Lago.
It's nearby there, but I think they just Mar-a-Lago is pretty much just his estate and other resort type stuff. I don't think they had a big area for the public.
Yeah, so they gave Kamala the win with 0 votes counted. Now, granted, California is definitely going blue, but still.
Well, Oregon's leaning blue now, too. Not by much, by 2,000 votes, but.
Yeah, and there's only less than a 1% reporting, so. Again, it's up near Portland that's reporting, so that makes 100%. So. Where are we at the games?
Apparently, Trump is now 94% to win on the major betting market sites.
Oh, yeah. Well, the betting market sites have had Trump winning the last month. And
Yeah.
it's only been going up. There was like a slight bump when they did whatever and Kamala got the vote or whatever happened there when Biden dropped out. Which was weird. So when Biden dropped out, wouldn't you think they would just like do another primary to elect somebody else?
Yeah, I honestly
were-
I think that's what kind of screwed them over is that there was no even trying to have an election of any kind for who was going to be the nominee. I think just saying it's this person, especially because she ran in the primaries and was the first person out when
Yeah,
they did
against
it back
Biden.
when Biden. Yeah. Like she wasn't even one of the like last contenders. They needed to go with somebody more popular like Bernie or somebody like that that already had a huge fan base.
Or Kennedy. Look how good Kennedy's doing. Not even running. And they let him out. Who's next on the docket? Arizona hosts the New York Football Jets. Brendan.
I think Arizona. I think New York's still a circus. It's a nice way of putting it.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers go to Minnesota next year?
2 years.
Follow the Brett Favre path.
Yeah.
Dave, what about you? Arizona or Minnesota? Or not Minnesota, the Jets.
I know what you meant. Yeah, the Vikings have 2 games this weekend.
That's why one's early and one's late.
I'm gonna have to take Arizona. I haven't seen anything from the Jets that's really made me root for them. They're still dealing with the coaching issue, unless Aaron's gonna take it over, in which case we know they'll win. But kind of like what Brendan was saying earlier, Arizona's been a big surprise this year. They've been doing well. I always kind of like that team, and they're leaning red right now, so they probably feel good about their chances.
Yeah,
It's not even voting. They're just like, oh, the Cardinals are red, so we got to make the state red. They're just being loyal to their team right now. That's all that's going on there.
I mean, currently they are Arizona red or Arizona Cardinals red because when they're not declared, it is the Arizona Cardinals shade of red. So.
There you go. That's they're the only ones with the baseball and football named the same.
Right.
Huh?
The Cardinals used to be in the same state, didn't they?
Yeah, St. Louis.
Before the Cardinals moved. Yeah.
But they originally started in Chicago, then they moved to St. Louis, and then they made the baseball
I was thinking he meant like Arizona's baseball.
No.
I was confused.
I'm very well aware of the Diamondbacks. That's who we beat in the World Series last year.
I'm taking Arizona as well. Like everyone said, the Jets are a mess. Somehow they pulled off a victory. I think they're doing really good on Thursday night. So if this was a Thursday night game, might have to pick the Jets. I do want to err on the side of caution because the Cardinals have been hot and cold. They've been really, really hot and icy cold at times. But when it's the Jets, I just got to take Kyler Murray.
Now, Rodgers did get his favorite receiver back with the trade. So
and he got rid of the one he didn't want.
Exactly. So if that keeps improving that connection, maybe that's going to be their ticket to success, because it's not like they're getting blown out. They are getting, relatively close in these games.
Yeah.
So, and honestly, it's kind of like it's hard to ever bet fully against Aaron Rodgers. He's one of those guys that somehow always seems to pull off some kind of shenanigans.
Some Hail Mary, yeah.
Exactly.
So many Hail Marys I've seen.
30 seconds left in the game and Aaron Rodgers has the ball. You can't say with 100% he's not going to score.
Right. All right. So this next one, I'm going to go first and call it a blowout early Sunday night. I think Detroit is going to blow out the Houston Texans in Houston. I don't even think it's going to be close. Detroit is a well-oiled machine. Even without Hutchinson, offense, defense have been clicking. They only needed 60 yards passing the other day to score 55 points.
That's
so,
insane.
Yeah, it's
they have
insane.
More
so,
touchdowns than incompletions in the last 4 games.
Yeah, so, give me Detroit. It's not even close. Houston, early in the year, I probably would have said it would have been a close, fun, high-scoring game. Houston's fallen off, and I don't know why. But they are, CJ Stroud hit his sophomore slump. We can blame it on that. I still think he's a really good quarterback. He'll come back next year. Everything will be fine. They'll get some more pieces, but they're still not up to this, par of talent. Brendan, what about you?
I agree. As much as I hate it, I would like, this to be a better game than what it's going to be. And Lions did exactly what the Lions needed to do. They added a pass rusher for a discount for the time being. Did they really need to add one? I don't know. The last 3 games have proven otherwise, but I think it does help solidify their top spot in the NFC. So,
David?
I don't think it's any contest. I think the Lions take it. I mean, I'm not a fan of the Lions. I don't like them, but they're a very talented team this year.
And let's brings us to Monday night because we do have 4 bye weeks: Cleveland, Green Bay, Vegas, and Seattle. Monday night, Miami is traveling to LA to face the Rams. Brendan.
I'll say it for the Rams. I still think that Miami just doesn't look as good as they once were. So,
Yeah, so I just saw it. Trump is now up by 6 million votes in the popular vote. He's never won the popular vote, so this is...
I don't remember the last time a Republican did win the popular vote.
Well, probably when Bush. I think Bush the second time.
I was going to say after 9/11.
Yeah, definitely not the first time.
No,
Yeah,
it was
no, that
probably
one
the
was
second
so
time
hotly
after
contested.
9/11.
Yeah, because there's 4 elections that have been the winners, 4 or 5 that where the winners didn't win the popular. Andrew Jackson lost that one to John Quincy Adams. I think Hillary beat Trump in the popular, but lost the electoral. Yes, there's that update. Okay, so you said the Rams, Brendan?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's one of the Democrats' big talking points is they think that it should be one vote, one person, not electoral college. So the popular vote, no matter where they're from, should determine who wins is their argument that they've been pushing for a long time.
Yeah, but it hasn't. It's, out of how many 50 some elections has affected 5,
Yeah, that's why it hasn't changed.
Yeah, it'd have to be something really crazy, like 60% of America voted one way,
Yeah,
and the
and just a
electoral
few
college.
key states went another way. Yeah.
Yeah, have to be something crazy like that. David, who are you picking? Rams, Dolphins?
I'm gonna have to go Dolphins. I think Tua's hungry to get back in it. I think he wants to show that he can still do it and deserves the spot and can do it without getting another concussion. So he was a little rusty coming back in, but I think he pulls it together to get this one. I think it's gonna be close and they'll squeak by, but I give it to Miami.
I think this one could be perhaps the game of the true game of the week. Has the potential with both offenses. There's 2 really good offensive-minded coaches. The Rams no longer have their crappy gray uniform, bone gray, whatever that was. That was terrible. In contention for one of the worst jerseys of all time. And I don't know. They traded a good defensive piece. So I don't know. I just can't get a read on them, but I got to take them. They're at home. And it's kind of been our rule of thumb is when teams are even, who's at home. So give me the Rams. So that's our picks. So we finally got through our picks.
Wait. We got one more.
Which one?
Trump or Kamala? Who's gonna win?
I mean, at this point, I think Trump wins.
Brendan, what do you think?
I think Trump wins.
He needs a whole lot less to win, and he has it if the states stay where they are.
Yeah, I think he takes it, especially since she's gotten her big states with California and such, and she's still not cresting 200.
Yeah.
And I optimistically, just because I don't want this dragging on for forever, I think we might know before the end of tonight. Like, I think he might get decisively enough that they kind
When
of
do you say is the end of tonight?
like 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
Okay.
I don't even think it's that late.
Before the sun rises at the latest, I think by around midnight Central Time, within the
So-
next couple hours, I think we might have a really good idea.
Yeah, I think George was super close to reporting or getting called because they're at 88%.
They've been at 88 though for like an hour,
Yeah.
but there's
North
over
Carolina.
100,000 votes difference there. So
Yeah, North Carolina's at 88%.
Oregon's probably going blue. Her votes have like jumped
Yeah,
drastically.
well, it's
Oregon.
no surprise there. We
Yeah.
said that earlier. Whole
I
West
think
Coast is blue.
West Coast goes there.
Yeah. Pennsylvania's at 73%, and it's now a 200,000 lead for Trump.
So I think that's going to come down to where those other 25%, is it in Philly and Pittsburgh, or is it more of these like outstanding, where are the votes that are missing is my question.
Yeah, because it's always votes are highly dependent, obviously, of where people live. Like Denver, clearly blue right now. I mean, at some point that might change. Everything goes through phases. Maybe some points red. David, like, what's Dallas usually?
Dallas is usually blue.
Yeah. Do they still have their scooter gangs?
Not this year.
Okay, because when me and Brendan were out there was people running from like 25 kids on scooters. It was one of the funnier things we saw.
On those like rentable
Yeah.
scooter, yeah.
Yeah.
They still have a bunch of them, but luckily they don't roam around in gangs.
Well, they weren't really gangs. We just called them gangs.
I mean,
They acted like gangs.
depending on what area you're in.
Well, that's true.
Downtown Dallas, right next to what hotel were we at, Brendan? It was
Shitty
near
one.
that. No, it wasn't. It cost a lot of money, and the
That's why it
parking
was
cost
shitty.
a lot of money.
I don't even remember which one it was.
I don't know how accurate this is. Somebody just said concession speech being written. She's going to call it soon.
Whew. Hey,
I don't know if that's anybody that actually has information.
we might be able to go to bed early tonight.
Early. It's past my bedtime.
I'm feeling pretty tired. I was gonna edit tonight.
It is 10 o'clock. Calm down.
Well, yeah, you know what? Last week it was 11 o'clock. So no.
It was 11 o'clock. David, are you ready for our Venom live stream?
I'm never ready to talk about that terrible, terrible movie franchise.
Did you see it? Did you see the third
Yes.
one yet? How many Mike's Hards do I need to sneak into the movie theater? 3? Okay.
Damn. I'm gonna go sober.
Finish one during the previews.
That's what I did with Joker. So
It's not as bad as Joker.
really, I heard it was worse, and it flipped off the fans just as much, if not worse.
It's at least, if you came into it knowing nothing about these characters from anything else, it would be at least entertaining, something to watch.
So I have a kind of experiment going on. I have had Alex he didn't see 1 or 2. And I told him to keep it that way because I wanted to see what his thoughts were with just seeing 3. Because I wanted to see like how much of it is just like people that liked 1 or 2 getting flipped off or whatever versus like I don't know.
Possible. We'll see. I'm gonna watch 1 and 2 and then go see 3. I'll probably go see it this weekend.
Yeah, I was gonna watch 1 and 2 again. I mean, 1 I remember much better than the second one.
Yeah, I agree.
I really only remember the Spider-Man scene from the second one. Then they never paid that off. So
Yep. And this one does not leave anything that makes you think it's going to have to do with Spider-Man.
no, because I really think Sony's just waiting out this Secret Wars deal.
Trump's up to 230.
North Carolina was called. Trump won North Carolina.
I think that was one of those swing states, right? Yeah, it was a key race.
Yeah, I mean, you give them Pennsylvania and Georgia.
It's over.
Well, that would put him at like 262.
But if he gets those, I think that.
Yeah, because he's still leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin,
And
Michigan,
Arizona.
and Arizona. Yeah.
I think she basically needs to win almost all three of those to have a chance.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Hawaii, Alaska, and Nevada still have nothing. They're still gray.
You're right. Until Hawaii speaks. That's where that in Alaska, man. Wow, their polls don't close until 11 our time, Brendan. Alaska's not till midnight.
Yeah, I was gonna say Alaska's 12 a.m. But those 3 electoral votes, those matter.
Hey, we support polar bears, man. Let them win.
Definitely support the polar bears.
We should start our own political party.
The Kansas Kite Monster Party.
No, see, I feel like the best political symbol, animal wise, it should be like a dog.
Yeah, I know.
Who doesn't love dogs?
And you could always be like, "Hey, we're gonna be your best friends, just like a dog is man's best friend."
Yeah.
How did
politics have gotten out of hand?
Become a thing?
How did what? The elephant and it goes way back.
Okay, I didn't know if you guys knew.
I don't know the exact story, but I know it's been around for a while. Kind of like how Teddy did the bull moose party. It was a moose.
How has Minnesota not been called? It's over 130,000 difference.
I don't know. And it looks like they've done the big population centers like Minneapolis and St. Paul. So I don't know what they're waiting on for that one.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone had this electoral map being so red.
No.
I think I've seen one or two.
Yeah, there's probably outliers, but the majority, there was a ton that were definitely 50-50.
Yeah, I've seen some that were 50-50, and then I've seen some that were like, she doesn't even break 200.
Which might happen. It's very there's I guess there's a couple she might break it.
I think she'll break 200, but
will she do better than Hillary's the question.
I don't know. What did Hillary get?
227.
Somebody wrote on Reddit, time to activate the steel.
I think if they were going to activate the steel, I think the election's far too not close to do that. I think that would only work in elections that were close.
Damn. She won Philadelphia County 77-20.
Oh, she killed it in Philly.
Yeah,
did you see that big rally they had there last night as her final rally?
No.
Yeah, with all the artists and stuff.
Bro, yeah, they had Lady Gaga performing. Oprah was there. They went balls to the wall. See, her problem is I think she relied too heavily on the celebrity endorsements and thought that would be enough to change everybody, when I think a big portion of the people that vote don't give a shit about that.
Well, obviously people have learned from Taylor Swift, because half of Taylor Swift's songs are about picking the wrong person.
Whoa, shade at Taylor Swift.
Her next album's going to be Drowning in Blue or something like that.
Her next album's going to be about this dude named Brendan on the internet.
Hey,
yeah,
I get money off this song.
Keegan, you get a request for the next week from Taylor Swift to come on just so she can berate Brendan.
Can I get money off this song? Because I would be happy to have Taylor Swift fans hate me, and as long as I get money off of it, I'm fine with it.
Hey, if she wanted to come on here, Brennan, I would have to say yes. Okay. It's a lot of views. What is New Mexico? Okay, so she'll
think she's
probably end up.
way.
Yeah, it's 40,000 there, and 70%. So I'll probably go there. 3,000 in Arizona, only 50%. So that really can go either way.
Ooh. Oh, she won Oregon. They called Oregon for her.
What? Not Oregon.
I know, right? 5 and what, 13? So far right now she's only projected like, I don't know, 205 with the last two that she's leading in. I guess she's leading in Maine too, which is a whole 4. 209.
Okay, well, let's do the math again. So 230 plus what is Minnesota?
10.
Minnesota is 10. Wisconsin is also 10. And Michigan is 15.
And then what is Pennsylvania?
19.
And what is Georgia?
16.
16.
And what is Arizona?
I think it's another, yeah.
So that'd be 311.
Yeah, and I think she's at like 209. And that doesn't include Nevada, Alaska, or Hawaii.
Oh, yeah. You think Alaska's going to be the deciding factor?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They're just like, we
Her whole
found 45 electoral
electoral
votes
votes.
in Alaska.
There are 3 votes.
Hey, those 3 votes actually count for 45 each. Okay.
Oh, okay. No, that's fair.
Just because, it's so cold there, they're extra tough up there.
Right.
Yeah, that's my bad. I forgot how elections work. I'm so sorry.
All right, so RFK has now jumped Chase Oliver for 4th. He's at 400.
Imagine losing to someone who's not even running.
He could catch Jill. He's only 12,000 votes below her.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's going to end up being the 3rd most, and he's running with Trump. And again, how the Democrats, I don't know, maybe they had a good, David, wholeheartedly, do you think they thought Kamala was a good candidate after they booted out what's his face Biden?
I think the whole thing was a panic response to how everything turned after that first debate. I think that's what set the dominoes in motion to get rid of him. And I don't know why she's the one they just decided to kind of coronate as who's going to get it. I think that's where they messed up. They didn't make it the choice of the people. And
Yeah.
I think the majority, maybe not the majority, but a good portion at least of who's voting for her isn't voting for Kamala. It's voting against Trump.
Yeah. Well, and I think had Biden stayed, it would have been a blowout for Trump.
Yeah.
I've heard that from Republicans. They were like,
Yeah,
they were hard
the ones that have switched,
they were
that
like,
they just don't want to vote for Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They were like, I don't like Trump, so I'm
Like,
voting for Harris. And I was like,
I
that is
fully
terrible.
believe if the Republicans had an even semi-likable normal guy running right now, this would be a landslide. They would have buried her because I don't think she's a very likable candidate. And
JD
I think
Vance ran, this would have been a landslide.
honestly, it might have been. I don't know. Like, he doesn't have any name recognition, but that might, if they would have been going with him. Like, I can't believe Trump somehow got the Republican ticket again.
Oh, that one doesn't shock me.
I couldn't believe that he was still even around after the last time, but whatever.
It doesn't shock me at all that he got
now that it's crazy.
It's his 4th time running, so
4th.
He didn't make it to the actual election the first time.
Yeah, with Oprah as his VP.
He was in the primaries.
Gotcha. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it's going to be.
It wasn't memorable. He got out pretty quick.
Gotcha.
I think that's why his win in 2016, for a lot of people, was like a huge upset because they just didn't think he was going to win.
Well, that's kind of how I felt about this go around. Was just a big, like, fu kind of thing of like I'm going to do it because I can.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people told me I'm not going to, and a lot of doubters and haters, and I felt like this was a giant fu tour.
And it's 51% popular vote. Like I think the highest he's gotten is 46. I mean, I think it's super clear at this point. He's outperforming like any of his other elections. It's kind of crazy.
I don't know. She seems to be not closing like fast, but kind of closing in on him.
Or 5 million, I'm sorry.
Right, but at one point it was above 6. So
Yeah, but then they added the West Coast, so and the West Coast has a huge population, so that might tip the popular vote. But again, man, what's Pennsylvania? They're at
Wisconsin won't
70.
call it until after midnight.
Who's not going to call it?
Wisconsin.
Midnight their time?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
that's 30 minutes away.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Georgia.
You're like, oh god.
Is it 30 minutes? Like our
Yeah,
time?
because
Now we're in 30 minutes. Are they Central or Eastern? Where's the time zone?
I think Wisconsin is Eastern time. Maybe not though.
So Georgia's 91% and over 100,000 still for Trump. So
Well, and
what's
Pennsylvania is growing in Trump's favor too. So
yeah, what's your Reddit thread saying, David?
They are it's people melting down, man. It's again, I am definitely more of just moderate. I think they're both bad choices for different reasons, but I have to admit I do like chaos sometimes, and there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, no, again, I think tomorrow's going to be kind of crazy. We might have a snow day tomorrow here in Colorado, so might work out that week.
I think a lot of people are going to be calling out tomorrow all over.
Yeah.
Let's see. The New York Times meter is now at about 90% likelihood of Donald Trump winning. It said somebody said New York really shouldn't have killed that squirrel and raccoon.
That tipped it. They were like, all right, no more. Could you imagine? Imagine if New York flipped.
57% of first-time voters under 30 voted for Trump, when 60% 4 years ago voted for Biden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was watching some earlier, and they said it was more of an older vote going for Kamala and a younger vote going for Trump, which was completely reverse what it was.
I heard that about the young men and women were split. Like young men were going for like 18 to 22 men were going for Trump, but women the same age were going for Harris.
Yeah, I heard like single women were going for Harris and pretty high numbers too.
What's funny is, hold on.
Oh, Minnesota's went blue now.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that the decision, like what tipped it over, could have been if Kamala went on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Yeah. Well,
where did these votes for in Minnesota come from?
Probably counting in the ones that were sent in and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow, that jumped like 200,000.
That's why I'm asking that, because that
the fix is in. The fix is in.
Oh God, go back to Reddit. That's what they're gonna be saying.
I don't know if it's that bad, but
no, it's gonna happen like in Droke, because there's a lot of the early votes and stuff that they're counting, I think, and stuff that reports they get added on, but they're not even halfway done through their votes yet. They're still less than 50%.
She won New Mexico.
Really?
Yeah, that pulled away pretty.
I guess that wasn't one of the like key states though, huh?
No, it's
No.
only 5 electoral votes, so I don't think it's gonna. It's 192 to 230, so she'll break 200
Yeah.
unless some of these bigger states flip. I just don't see it. She has pulled away in Minnesota though. It's 853 to 662,
That's what we were just talking about.
but 47% is all that's been counted, so that can flip.
So somebody posted, speaking about the squirrel thing, somebody put, it's the picture of Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, and it says, "It cannot be." And then it's a picture of a white squirrel, and it says, "I am Peanut the White, and I come back to you now at the turn of the tide." What fucking election is changed by a fucking squirrel, man? You know what? All right, I got a question for you guys. I'm interested in what y'all think about this. As people who, you know, do things like this and are online, you know, definitely not like massive influencers or anything, but do you think, not yet, but do you think it is the place of anybody in a, you know, like online influencers or even celebrities and such? Do you think it's their place to say anything politically or try to endorse one side or another and things like this? Or do you think it's more important for people to kind of stay in their lane and stick to what they're doing and allow other things to, you know, people make up their own mind type thing?
I think it's hard because it is free speech, right? Freedom of speech to talk. At the same time, like, how much of these people are endorsing because they're getting,
Paid?
kickbacks, paid money? How much of it is legit? Some of these
Well,
smaller
okay.
YouTubers and stuff.
Let's make it more like you personally. Like, do you feel like it is your place to say something? You know, do you have a responsibility to your audience to express your views of what you think is correct? Or do you feel like it is more that you should stick to what you're doing and kind of stay in your lane, you know, taking care of what we do and leaving things like that to, again, other people, you know, to their own devices of deciding who to vote for?
I mean, if one of the candidates was truly a like Hitler candidate, then yeah, I would have to go on there and be like, "Yo, don't vote for them." But honestly, I just stay in my lane. I don't.
That's kind of how I feel. I feel like, because at the end of the day, I still respect people's opinions regardless of which side they're on. I know, especially with like Donald Trump, a lot of people are saying that's like death to some people, rights, all that stuff. And I totally get that. I understand, you know, they're valid for thinking however they want to think, but I'm not going to dismiss somebody as a person because of their political affiliation personally.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's necessarily my place in a public forum to say, this is what's right, this is what's wrong, because I can't make that decision for everybody, you know?
Yeah. Well, and like a lot of historians I watch usually stick to outside of like election years where they obviously are talking the elections and stuff, and not like who you should vote for, just reporting on what is happening. Most historians I watch stick to like a 30-year rule, so they don't talk about
So
any
it's not relevant anymore.
yeah, because then there's still a lot of like emotional like baggage, one way or the other, and it's hard to look
It's
at.
definitely, it's difficult. It's kind of, you
Yeah,
know, weighing what is your moral responsibility to what you believe in versus your responsibility to stay impartial.
yeah,
Because you don't want to alienate anybody, but if you feel strongly about one way or the other, do you have a moral obligation to use your platform to get that message across? It's I think it's a very tricky situation.
yeah. Like I said, if one of the candidates was like a horrible, just truly evil person,
And to be fair, some people do think that that's what Trump is.
yeah,
And if you
I've
look
heard
at
it
it from
both
their
ways.
viewpoint, they're not wrong in some ways, you know?
Yeah,
Like
I've
some of the
heard it.
stuff he said, I totally get where they're concerned.
Yeah, I've heard it both ways. Where people are like, "Hey, if Trump wins, it's the end," or I've heard it, if Kamala wins, it's the end. It's not going to be the end either way, guys. It's
Yeah,
fine.
from what I've heard, democracy is over regardless of who wins, because
Yeah.
people have said either way. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess a group of cis white guys probably is not going to get you the most diverse and, concerned viewpoints on it. So there's a lot of angles to look at. I feel like it's very difficult to juggle that and accurately say, yes, this is what I go for. Yes, that's why I kind of consider myself pretty moderate on most things. Like, I think there's things terribly wrong with both sides.
Hey, I'll say it. I am an independent. I'm not registered on either. So
No, same here. I am not registered.
Same
I
here.
always go off of just looking at things and seeing issues and where they line up and vote that way.
I mean, my number one thing is, like we kind of started out talking about, is dismantling the two-party system and having it where it's more of an open field where third, fourth parties actually have a chance, where it's not just cannibalizing, and being the pseudo whatever party, that it's actually, hey, we have an entire field of people that care.
Well, and who was the first Republican? Do you know?
The very first Republican?
Yes. First true
I-
Republican.
So not Democratic Republican. We're going like just Republican.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I know it's old though.
It's not Abe Lincoln. I know a lot of people. I can tell you.
No, it was not.
John Fremont is the first one.
So Abraham Lincoln was just the first Republican president, it looks like.
Yeah, John Fremont. He ran the election before. Didn't win. That was when James Buchanan won.
I never knew this. Apparently, Abraham Lincoln was almost like a long shot to win.
Mm-hmm.
When he started campaigning and stuff, like it was him getting out there and people listening to him debate with Stephen Douglas and stuff that really started kind of turning the tide for him.
Yeah, well, and he played it pretty moderately. He obviously wasn't out there talking about the amendment that he wanted to pass. He played to a certain audience that was around at the times.
Oh, you had to. That's how you won.
Yeah, that's why whenever people bring up, they're like, "Yeah, but did you know what Abraham Lincoln said in that debate?" I'm like, "Yes." What all politicians do? They lie. They tell you what you want to hear, so you vote for them. If he wanted to not pass it, he could have ended the Civil War much earlier, but he didn't. So, speaking of that, Gettysburg. What are your final thoughts? Which people, if you haven't, go check out David's video on Gettysburg.
Thoughts in which way?
Just historical and paranormal. Bless you.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you. I would have to say 10 out of 10 on both fronts. Extremely historical, very fascinating. Lots of conservation of it out there. Lots of history. You could spend years researching just the history aspects, and very, very haunted. There's definitely a lot of energy in a lot of places. Very paranormal in a lot of aspects, and it makes sense considering what happened there. I mean, there's still countless bodies buried under pretty much every acre of ground you walk on out there that just never got a proper burial because of how many bodies they had. When it happened, the stench of the decomposing bodies, they said you could smell it in Baltimore. Like, it was awful. And a lot of these people were buried in like 1 foot of ground because there was just so many things, and there was so much amputation, so much, like, definitely, I'd say definitely haunted, definitely historical, very interesting place. I definitely want to go back someday.
205 to 230 for the election.
Yeah,
Maybe
what
New Mexico. Oh, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's getting close again.
Oh, Virginia got called blue?
Yeah.
Yep, I see it.
Okay, so let's go back to our calculator. We got 230. What was Wisconsin 10, right?
10.
Looks like Minnesota is still kind of leaning blue, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's that 200,000 votes jump.
What's Michigan again?
Michigan's 10 or 15, sorry.
15.
Yeah.
And then what is Pennsylvania?
19.
And then Georgia?
16.
And Arizona was 15?
11.
11. So that's still 301. So less than what he got when he won, but still obviously more than enough. Yeah, see, the West Coast definitely changed it. Brought more of the blue. Oh, yeah. So, David, I definitely want to do an episode on the Twilight Zone and the Annabelle stuff because I was doing more research on that. There is no definitive records of that doll and the people that supposedly owned the doll pre the
The
Warrens.
the two girls.
Yep.
So they don't have anything about those two girls that the Warrens got it from.
The Donna so the names of the nursing student that got it changes depending on the source.
See, that's sketchy.
Mm-hmm. And
Which
other
girl?
people have Annabelle, because there's a Twilight Zone episode where, okay, so here's Annabelle, right?
Right.
A nursing student's mom gave her the doll. It was doing weird things moving, so they threw out the doll. It ended up coming back somehow. They were getting threatening letters, whatever. Then the medium came in, said it was the spirit of Annabelle, and then the Warrens took the doll, put it in their museum. There's a Twilight Zone episode where this mother gets a doll, which was like a chatty cat, whatever those dolls were, for her daughter, and it's making like weird like threats only to the husband, and so he throws it away and ends up coming back. They're getting threatening phone calls, letters, and he ends up dying on it. But the mother's name Annabelle, and this was 7 years before, like 5 or 7 years before the doll appeared at the Warrens. I don't know. I questioned the Warrens once I saw them in with that Ryan Buell documentary. I was like, okay, what's going on? Man, when are they going to call some of these other states? They've been like it.
Okay, I got a map for us that we can talk about. You ready?
Yes.
This is a map about the legality of owning a kangaroo. Okay, in which states you can. So first of all, let's go over the states that you can own a kangaroo without a permit. You can just pick it up. You got a kangaroo. That's going to be South Carolina, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. That's it. That's the only states you can just own it, no trouble. Now we get into states that you can own a kangaroo with a special permit. Okay? We've got Washington, Idaho, Nevada, New Mexico, Texas, Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maine. Every other state, it is illegal to own a kangaroo.
Wow.
Well,
So really, that's all we needed to know, right?
well,
Kinda
here's another one Brendan needs to know because he lives in this state, Kansas. It is illegal to go hunt whales in Kansas. So, Brendan, I don't need
No
you
whale
go hunting
hunting.
no whales while you're
You
in
just
Kansas.
ruined my freaking weekend. I had this whole great trip planned out to go hunt the great Kansas whales, and you messed it up.
You know,
Thank
I was
you
about to
so
make a killer joke, but I remembered that we're live right now, so I'm not gonna do that. But it was funny.
Just put it in the private chat.
Nevada's leaning red.
Yeah, and it's
By
growing.
10. The U.S. Senate is leaning Republican. They picked up
Oh
too
yeah,
much.
it looks like they're picking up all branches basically. Also, I put in the chat what I was gonna say.
I thought of that as I said whale hunting.
Oh,
And that's why I chose not to say that.
because you didn't want the blowback because it was so awesome of a joke.
Right. I didn't want people to be like, why aren't you doing stand-up?
Yeah, they'd be like, "Yo, we love your
Definitely should
videos."
quit your day
but guess
job.
what?
It would give me too many fans. I just need to slow calm down.
Yeah, you don't want to peak too early.
Exactly.
You want to, spread it out.
If I peaked too early, I'd have to change into a blue shirt.
A blue shirt. What?
Yeah, like the campaign, like Kamala's campaign peaked too early.
Okay.
It was a political joke. God.
I forget we're talking politics tonight.
Yeah, because she was way up like late September going into October, I think.
Yeah, and then she said, if the one person that said God is good or whatever, and she said you're at the wrong rally.
Oh, that's right. I think you meant to go to the smaller one down the street. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and then she did a CNN debate, or not debate, interview, and she looked terrible. And that was on CNN.
I heard about it, and they like had to flag her down to stop it, and yeah.
Like you said, if they had let the people pick, since the people had picked Biden in the primaries, maybe it would have gone different. I guess it still could flip, but
it's crazy. I don't see. Do you think Biden would be doing better right now if he would have stayed in?
No, he'd be doing worse.
See,
Easy.
So I mean, you can't say that they made the wrong choice necessarily, but I think they could have gone with somebody that felt a little more picked by the people.
Yeah, it might have been a Ronald Reagan-esque looking map had Biden won. Like
if he would have.
Yeah.
With California being like the holdout.
Yeah, I mean, because there was people were listening to. They said there was like Democrats that would have voted Republican, which is saying something. So, how many votes did both get last election? Total votes.
I think it was.
Who? Oh, damn.
Biden won with 306 electoral votes. Trump got 232. So if he wins any more states, he's officially won more than he did last time.
Okay, so let's see it states that voted blue. Whole West Coast, it's the same. Nevada, Arizona were blue last time, and they're both leaning red, right?
Yep, and so is Pennsylvania.
And
Pennsylvania now it's red. Georgia was red last time, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Georgia went blue at the last. That was like that last one where they found the votes and all that stuff.
Gotcha.
Okay, so Biden received 81,000 popular votes. Trump 74. So they still got a ways to catch up on the popular votes, either of them.
If they lose this the way it looks like they are now, I think the Democratic Party needs to rethink a lot of things.
Well, yeah, because I think the Democratic Party is running the same campaign it's been running since after Bush got out of office,
Again, and they also leaned way too heavily on
Well, and I think
hating Trump. That was it. That was a big cornerstone, is I'm not Trump.
I think Trump is winning how he won in 2016 as well, about the whole, running against the former vice president of why haven't you been doing this the last 4 years?
Right, like you were there for the last 4 years. Why is it like this?
Right.
Yeah. Well, plus the whole argument that he's going to end democracy. Like, he was president once, and he didn't end democracy. We're still voting, so at some point you got to have actual points that people want to vote off of. Like, what are you going to do? And like Brennan said, it's very easy to poke and be like, What did you do the last 4 years? I mean, I get that Biden, obviously the president, he has more power, but still.
So the numbers I'm looking at, it looks like Georgia's gonna pretty much go red. It's looking like he's got an over 100,000 vote lead there.
Mm-hmm.
With 93% in. I mean, I don't know what that last 7% is. Maybe it's going to be strong blue, but
It looks like 2 counties nearest to Florida, so
that's very rural area.
yeah, it's all surrounded by red.
But
on
it
both
doesn't.
sides.
It doesn't. Just because it's colored in, though, doesn't mean that 100% of those votes are in.
Yeah.
So there still could be some from like Macon or Atlanta and stuff like that. Could be what we're waiting on.
That's kind of what they were saying about like Philadelphia and some of the other
Right.
areas.
We could still have some of that big population center that's where the percentages are waiting. I think if she loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, I think she's cooked.
Yeah.
Like I don't think she can do it without both of those.
Yeah, because they won both of those last time.
I guess if she doesn't have Georgia, if she takes Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, that could do it. So she needs 65 more. She almost has to win every state left, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just don't see her winning every state. She's going to get some more electoral votes. It's not going to be like a complete blowout, but
It comes down to Alaska.
oh, and guess what? Guess who's in third place?
He is. He's
400.
almost 500,000 votes. Or 500 million.
That is insane.
He no longer is winning the county in Minnesota, though. Sorry.
Where in Minnesota is given? I guess it's the Minneapolis area in St. Paul.
No, it was the like top.
Oh, you're talking about Robert. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Trump.
No, sorry. I was talking about. Oh, CNN is finally giving Nebraska to Trump.
That took a while.
Even though Georgia had it, or Google had it a while ago.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so the question is, when is Pennsylvania and Georgia going to call it? Because I think that's when we'll know.
Seriously.
David, any updates on Reddit?
I can check real quick. See, and the thing is, all right, so what I think personally, a lot of people, when it comes to Georgia and Pennsylvania, they're all talking about these mail-in votes, and that's like heavily Democratic. There's a big amount. I don't think that the amount of mail-in votes is going to be nearly as strong this year as 2020 because of the COVID stuff.
Right.
I think the pandemic made a lot more people mail in, whereas this year I think it was going to the polls was a much stronger option for a lot of people.
Well, a lot of early votes and have all been more Republican heavy than they were last year. There's been a huge bump in Republicans voting. So like you said, I don't think we're going to see like a huge turnaround. I just don't want it to go till 3 a.m.
I think that's all. I mean, if some of these smaller states all go for him, that could be enough to end it right there.
Yeah.
Like if Georgia gets called for him, it's going to be real damn close to being over.
Well, Georgia and Pennsylvania would put him at 262.
I could see Pennsylvania, though, waiting.
Or 260.
Just because of how big a cluster it was last year with them.
Yeah, I mean, just give them Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. That would.
Nevada, he's winning Nevada 73% to 26%.
I think they're also going to take, I think Republicans are going to take the Senate and Congress.
Are they in? I didn't know if they were leading Congress or not, but it looks like they're going to take Senate. Hawaii's polls are closing in a minute.
Finally, now the polls that counted the.
I think Hawaii pretty much goes blue.
Yeah, and Alaska goes blue.
Yeah. I guess they kind
of
only
four.
Are they equal?
No, Alaska's 3.
Okay.
Hawaii's 4.
But they basically cancel each other out then.
Yeah.
All of this because of a squirrel, man.
What?
You didn't hear about Peanut the squirrel?
Oh, I did hear about Peanut the squirrel.
Yeah, they're saying that that's what everybody had changed the country. It turned them against.
Yeah, that's what did it.
Imagine if there was a third. The third place was Peanut the squirrel.
I mean, Harambe got like hundreds of thousands of votes. Like he seriously did.
What election was that?
2020.
Okay.
At least I think so. Let's see. When did the great and powerful Harambe die?
Hey, the Avalanche beat the Kraken.
Never mind. It was 2016. That's what started all this. That's when the world went crazy.
Yeah, that's what did it.
Oh, she's at 205 now.
She has been for a while.
Oh, it was something jumped. It was her amount of votes. She's at 57 million now.
Yeah, he's still a 4 million above her at 61. Oh, look at that. Harris won Hawaii.
What? Not Hawaii.
CNN has it at 230 to 169.
Which ones are they not calling?
New Mexico and Virginia.
Wait, CNN has it at what?
169 to 230.
Oh, okay.
They don't have her winning New Mexico or Virginia yet.
Yeah.
So
Amazon's the same way, 169 to 230. ABC is 185 to 230.
Google's 209 to 230.
Yeah, Google for some reason is giving her more than the other ones are.
yeah, Google's 209. Oh, because of Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
I think Wisconsin's getting real close. That's at 76. And Georgia's still at 93. Like, that's got to be close to getting called.
Yeah, because it's getting close to 150,000 difference there. So you think they got to be like, all right, call it.
Well, and Pennsylvania is almost 300,000 difference.
I think New Hampshire's going to get called pretty soon.
Yeah, it's going to go Harris.
I can't believe it hasn't already. Yeah. Man, it's a real fight out there in Arizona.
Yeah. CNN has Nevada going red, but Google still has nothing for Nevada.
They might be waiting a minute. I know Nevada's one of those big key states.
Aw. Robert fell back down to 4th.
Oh no! Where
By
did
1,000
Jill?
votes.
Where did Jill get those votes?
Hawaii went Jill Stein heavy. To be fair, he's only like less than 1,000 out of.
I was going to say, he's only like 800 below her.
It's all Hawaii's fault. I'm gonna blame Hawaii, ruining our dream. I mean, that's good to say. He dropped out months ago, right?
It's
Like
it's
July,
been at least, yeah.
And
August.
No,
something?
I don't think he dropped out until after Biden dropped out.
yeah, but when
I
did
think
Biden?
yeah, I think it was like August or September, like early September maybe.
But see, that's got to say something. Uh, that he's not even in it, and he has that strong of a vote. Like, imagine had he got the backing of, like, say, the Democrats chose him instead.
Keegan, if you voted for him, it's okay. You can tell us.
I can't.
It's
I
okay,
can't
man.
tell
I get
you.
it. It's okay, man. I get it. Good for you.
I voted for Harambe and the KKM as vice president.
Make America cryptid again.
Make America spooky.
He's still leading by 10,000. That's a
That
super close race.
that's the most insane is that he is winning the popular vote by like several million.
Oh yeah, by 4 still. Like, it's
Because
been
that's been their huge argument of like, oh no, it doesn't work because the popular always goes with us.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins the popular vote and obviously the electoral, man, what is going to happen in the Democratic Party next election?
I'm telling you, they've got to go back to square one and rethink things.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Pennsylvania has like one more county to count.
Man, people all over the internet are like melting down.
I haven't seen anything.
I'm seeing all over my Facebook and comments and people like.
Are you? I haven't. Let's see. I don't think I've seen anything on Facebook yet.
I was gonna say, let me check Facebook real quick.
Here's Brendan. Why didn't the KKM win? I am so disappointed. Brendan.
This is my favorite one. Somebody please tell me how to read this shit. Who the fuck winning? And it's a weather map with just like the different colors and like temperatures.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm saying like what do I wear to my first Civil War tomorrow? Asking for a friend.
Oh, I did see that earlier before the election started. I did see someone be like, "What do I wear tomorrow? I've never been in a Civil War." I'm like, if you guys start Civil War over this, you're dumb. You know who else
Yeah.
started a Civil War over the election? The Confederacy. So,
Hey man, the South will rise again, right?
according to Brushy Bill, it will.
You mean Billy the Kid?
Brushy Bill and his cohorts and oh man, birds of a feather. That I want to do a whole story on that little town in Texas.
So apparently MSNBC is basically accepting that Trump is going to win. But they're like arguing and eating each other. It's somebody saying, okay. CNN, it says, is acting pretty measured. They want Trump to win so they get their ratings back.
CNN wants Trump to win so then maybe Trump will drop that lawsuit against CNN. Just my Facebook is not political at all.
Yeah, I don't have any. I went to X and I searched the election, and there is that. It says CNN is now reporting that Kamala Harris headquarters has fallen into complete silence, with crowds of supporters visibly tense, with some seen pacing while others are beginning to lose hope as updates come in. Poly Market has 90.1% Trump win. 9.2% Kamala win.
Landslide. They both get blown up, and RFK comes in. Since he was third place in the voting.
I mean, so we did have a psychic on the channel, and she did say that a lady would take over for Biden, run against Trump, but a third person would win it.
We'll see.
Well, maybe after Trump wins, he steps down and JD Vance takes over. There's your third person winning.
Harambe comes out, wins.
Or get this. What if Trump won tonight and then gets assassinated before being sworn in, and JD Vance is sworn in?
That's what Trinity just said.
See, I don't think it would happen, but
Kamala has won one of the other votes in Nebraska, so they are split right now, 3-1.
Oh yeah, 230 to 210. We're only like 40 votes away from one winning and 60 from the other, and I just want it to be over.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that it goes this late. I mean, I understand why, but
I mean, because technically all the polls aren't even closed.
Yeah. Let's see.
Like, could you imagine how fucked up it would be if the election is called before you even voted? Like,
As
if you're
you're voting.
Like, yeah, you just got off of work in Alaska, you're headed to go vote, and you're like, oh, your phone goes off, and you see who won. Like, do you even bother?
Right.
that's a good question. Maybe that's why they're holding out on some of these.
I'm trying to look up the timeline for 2016 because I feel like it's a very similar election to that one. So I'm trying to see when they seceded or gave up.
Yeah, because 2020 it didn't happen till like the Saturday afterwards or something. Like it was days after the election.
Oh man, it went till 2:07 a.m. Oh.
Is that Eastern time, Mountain time, Central time?
I have no idea. 2:30 a.m. This is the moment Trump captures Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes, putting him over the 270 threshold. 2:35 a.m. U.S. TV networks report that Hillary Clinton has wronged Donald Trump to concede defeat. At least she called. All right, let's view the interwebs to see what's going on.
So is this just turned into like an election? Are we just staying on till the end now?
I mean, we could. We actually have had quite a bit of viewers, and it gets really high in views when it's election talk. Obviously, because it's super timely right now.
Who is coming in watching this?
Right. They're just browsing, seeing if there's any updates, and they're like, "Who are these guys?" And then they pop in, and they're like,
"What the fuck is a Kansas kite monster?"
Yeah, I don't want to hear about fantasy football and Kansas kite monsters. Where's the presidential election? Nothing's been changed. It's holding. What's Nevada doing? Nevada just shows blank, nothing at all.
Right. On CNN, it shows that he is up by 11,000 votes now. It's 17,000 to 6,000, according to CNN.
Why don't they just show that on? For a while, it was green, so I didn't know what that meant. It was just showing green.
My question is, why does CNN keep going to like places that have already been declared? Like
I
right
don't
now,
know. Like
Detroit.
oh, here's that place that we already did.
Oh,
Did something happen?
nope. I thought it did, but I was mistaken.
All right. Oh man. Well, let me view it on the New York Times. New York Times has a 90% chance that Trump wins.
Yeah, it's the needle thing. You can find it.
Yeah.
Trump
Let's
has
see.
closed in Minnesota. The lead is no longer 200 and something thousand. It's down to
Almost
just
under
over
100. Yeah.
Here. Oh,
And there's still quite a bit to be called. It's only at 57%. So.
He's pulled away a little bit in Arizona. He's up to 9,000 now instead of like 2.
Keegan, I just sent you guys both the link. If you just scroll down from the map, you can see the needles of the likelihoods.
Yeah, 90% chance. Oof.
To be fair, it's not over. You know, like I think it was close to this in 2020, and then in the middle of the night, they found all those other votes. Remember?
Yeah, I remember. There's a lot
But
of.
I do think though that it was closer margins,
Yeah, and I don't think as
and I
many
don't
people.
think he was ahead in the popular vote like he is now.
No, he lost by like 10,000 or 10 million or something like that.
You know, he is over 100,000 ahead in Pennsylvania. I wonder why they're not calling it. Same with Georgia. He's almost 200,000 ahead there.
Yeah, no, there's a couple that seem like he's going. There's no way, unless they find like a gazillion votes somewhere. Like, I just don't. I don't see it.
I mean, if he takes Georgia and Pennsylvania, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, those are the big ones. That
If he gets those, he's like right there at 270 almost. It's like 260, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
265.
Then he would only need one. I mean, almost just Alaska.
Yeah. What if Alaska just gets called and then they're like, "Oh, that's it." Hey, maybe Alaska will be the deciding vote.
People
We
would
joked
be
about it.
pissed. They'd be so mad.
Oh man.
I mean, I guess the nightmare scenario though is that neither one of them makes it to 270.
Oh yeah.
Right. They've talked about that.
I think it's very, very unlikely that it ever happens, but doesn't it go
You
to like
can-
Supreme Court or something after that?
Yeah, you can tie a 269 apiece.
That's insane.
And that's when
At that point, they should just
RFK.
have at that point they should just have a death match. It's hell in a cage. Put them both in there.
just hell in a cell with like Undertaker as guest referee.
Yeah. Sprinkle in a couple of like chairs, and just say good luck. It can even be a tag team with the VPs. I don't care.
Wait, is this like Wakanda? Like, what are we doing here? Oh man.
I would take JD Vance over Wells any day.
Oh, in a fight?
And that's why people watch the show to see who Brennan would take in a fight.
Yeah, you just got canceled online, Brendan. Good job.
What if he said that and then like people just like were blowing him up to like buy all his art because they loved him? Like tomorrow, like Brendan like calls, he's like, "I retired. I'm a millionaire now." I'm like, whoa, Brendan.
Keegan, you'd be getting sent a check.
All right. Oh man.
Because he's been my number one supporter my whole photography life.
Jill Stein has built a 3,000 vote lead over RFK, though.
She's at 500,000 now.
I feel like we're probably the only channel live right now that's like, but how's RFK doing? Even RFK is not this concerned with how his numbers are going.
Well, yeah, he dropped out. Man, which state do you think calls it next?
I think it's got to be Georgia. They're so close. It's like it's 93%. It's been that way for like an hour.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems ridiculous.
Michigan's at 50% now, but there's
I'm also
200,000 vote lead.
It's also kind of sketchy that Nevada has nothing reporting yet.
Well, Brendan says there's reporting on TV, but
Yeah.
not on Google.
What are they saying on TV about it?
Nevada's Trump is 17,000 votes and Harris is 6,000.
11,000 vote lead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so ABC, where it's talking about 5 or a toss-up, it's saying Nevada with 2% in is 26% Democratic, 73% Republican.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Michigan, that was supposed to be the one leaning Democrat, is going 52% Republican. Arizona's still leaning Republican. But it does look like she's still ahead in New Hampshire and Minnesota.
And Maine.
I can't believe Maine hasn't been called.
And Maine only has 36% reporting.
They
what are they doing?
They went to bed.
Yeah. So, and it's not that far apart. It looks like she won one electoral vote, but I don't think she's won it. So I guess Maine, you can win multiple.
So I know
Same with Nebraska. Nebraska so far has 4 of the 5 electoral votes claimed.
I think that even being likely Republican, I know Florida, Iowa, and Texas were like kind of like, oh, they might flip kind of things. And they all went very solidly red. 56%, 56%, and 57%.
Yeah, and that's, Texas has 87% reporting, and they are...
Florida's 98% in, and it's 56%. So that's...
Yeah. No, and Texas, I honestly thought would be one that could flip just because of how they've been trending. So...
I think Texas is a big state of those people just are not online and not talking about it kind of thing.
Well, even just looking at past elections, it's been closer and closer to flipping.
I think this took a step back tonight.
Oh, yeah, it definitely...
I think Biden got a lot closer to flipping it.
And Jill Stein did a solid 66,000 votes in Texas.
I'm kind of shocked that Washington and Oregon are blue.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
They always go. I think they always go blue.
Oh, I know they do, but looking county by county, it's literally because of Portland and Seattle that they are blue.
Oh yeah, because a lot of states, they basically have 1 or 2 cities where everybody lives.
And that's why we do the electoral vote.
And whatever that city goes is how the whole state ends up going.
Yeah, like Denver.
Right.
Okay, so let's look at So the Senate race right now, the Republicans or Democrats would need 51 to have control. The Republicans have 50 right now. The Democrats have 41. So Republicans get one more person. They have majority. And in the House race...
Well, technically, the independent is technically Democratic, but there is an independent in Senate.
Well, they would only need one more, though, to have 51.
I know.
So, and then in the Congress, it looks like 218 is needed for control. Democrats have 186. Republicans have 198. So far, Republicans have gained 1 and Democrats have lost 1. I feel like these kind of races are where the third party wave kind of has to start.
Yeah. Hey, RFK passed 500,000 now.
That's our boy.
RFK, come on the channel. We'll talk with you.
I mean, honestly, you got a chance.
Is there any updates on? Let me see if there's anyone talking about maybe.
Only 30% of the votes have been counted in Maine.
I told you, dude. They were like, "Hey, we're gonna go to bed. If you still need our votes tomorrow and it hasn't been decided, we'll count them then."
Well, it's like 65% of the votes have been counted in Colorado, and it's been closed for over almost 4 hours now. But Trump is now within 150 in Colorado, so not as blow as it probably people expected.
Oh, Google has her winning by like 280,000 in Colorado.
Does it?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I saw, especially on Reddit and stuff, a lot of people and on Twitter were posting earlier today their like prediction maps and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I saw a lot of people that barely gave Trump like 50 electoral votes.
Really?
Yeah.
I never saw any of those.
It was, yeah, and it's like, okay, they need to calm down. I saw several that didn't even have him making it to 100. And they had stuff like Florida and Texas flipped.
Yeah, no way Florida was flipping.
I think that's more likely than Texas flipping.
And Texas is 40 or 50.
Yeah, that was it. Like just that one state alone gets him like 50 points. Yeah, 40 points. And then, so Florida and Texas alone, that's 70 points.
Yep.
Yeah, see. Yeah, no, I definitely saw, not today, but earlier, a couple weeks ago probably, where people were like, it's going to be a blue wave. And I'm like, I don't think so, honestly.
Hey, roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Except, they went red. So,
I mean, that's the Crimson Tide.
Alabama is red.
That's who's behind all this. This is all Nick Saban's fault.
Nick Saban and those Arizona Cardinals as well. Look at them.
I know.
Get over there.
They joined forces and were just like, red, red, red.
What if that's how the states voted, just based off their sports team's colors? Like, people are like, I don't like either. What color is our sports team? Blue?
Or you know what? This is how it should go. Both candidates should get to have a draft of the current NFL to make up 2 football teams. And then whoever wins that's who's president.
Oh, that would be kind of interesting.
People would lose their minds.
You're right. Yeah. We got people watching again. People are watching.
Or, maybe if they did it where it was like every professional sport, so they got to have like their own. There was like the Republican soccer team, the Democratic baseball, yeah, and then they played like best like 3 out of 5 or something, and that's who became president. See, this is a sports talk, so we got to bring it back to sports somehow.
Right. All right. So, Wisconsin's up to 81% and the 100,000 vote lead almost. So.
I mean, I know we've already said this several times, but I am just blown away that he is winning the popular vote. I don't think anybody expected that.
No.
They have 27,000 votes to count. Mail-in ballots to count. Wisconsin does. So.
How many?
27,000.
That's not enough to flip.
That's not enough to change it.
I know, but they still want to count it. But now he's up to a 5 million point lead, or nearly 5 million votes ahead.
Yeah.
I really wish that we could get some statements from like both parties right now, like in their headquarters.
Did that one girl come back on the TV, Devin?
No, unfortunately not. She cute though. I don't know if she works for Trump or works for Amazon, but girl's killing it on TV. Let's see. Maybe I can find Amazon election girl at Trump headquarters.
What? Is it? Is it bedtime? Why don't you and Pebbles go to bed? I'll be in a minute.
Okay, I am seeing people now being like, F every person that voted third party.
Oh yeah, they think Jill Stein took it away from Kamala.
Come on. Yeah, but the same could be said for RFK for Trump, you know.
Right.
And they're both over 500,000. Did Chase has not passed 500,000. He is slowly falling fifth place.
But the other candidates have 250,000.
Yeah, who are the other? It doesn't show me. They're like, no one cares about sixth and seventh place, but we do. Google, do better next time, okay?
All right, I think I found her Instagram.
Did you really?
Yep, this is her.
Well,
Good job.
You could, see, you gotta at least show me so I know who she is.
I'm gonna send it to you. Hold on.
Okay. Let's see.
You got to scroll down though, because the first couple of posts are not her.
Okay.
It's like pictures of.
So Pennsylvania is what, 200,000 difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's 86%.
Also, it's crazy that a generic search like that actually brought me where I was trying to go.
Right. Hey, AI is the way of the future.
Well, it brought up first this article that apparently the first girl that was supposed to go there, who also is very attractive, she apparently got denied, and the Trump campaign wouldn't let her be the reporter there.
Huh.
She used to apparently work for the ABC White House correspondents, and they said no. So let's look at her too. You know what? Hold on. She might. Let's see. I'm behind this one too. Hold on. Let me send this one.
Man, what's the holdup in Georgia?
They don't want to get it wrong.
Man, Georgia and Pennsylvania always making people stay up late.
Plus, it's an hour later there. So it is 12:30 for them.
Man, at some point they gotta call it. At some point they gotta be like, "Yo, we don't have enough votes to make up." Does it show that how many votes they got still?
I don't know where somebody might, but it doesn't show it on here.
Oh yeah, all the key races: Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, all red, except for Nevada. Results expected soon because
It's so weird that there's nothing from them.
yeah, and they closed a while ago.
Yeah, they closed like 2 hours ago, I think.
There's nothing from Alaska, but they probably close.
They closed in about 27 minutes.
Yeah. Well, so it shows who can get votes there. First, Donald Trump. Second, Kamala Harris, obviously. Third, Chase Oliver, who we've been seeing a lot lately. Fourth, Cornel West for the Justice for All Party. Justice for All.
57% voted to restore these reproductive rights. 56%.
I think Republicans might have won the Senate.
Did they really?
I don't know. That's what it's saying. Somebody is saying that. I don't know where it's being reported. I think so. It says that they gained 2. I don't know though.
So now they're up to 52.
No, they're at 50 right now. It looks like.
Right.
So maybe I think they need one more.
Right.
So if Trump wins it, he's what, first president since what, Grover? Was it Grover Cleveland that had 2 non-consecutive terms?
Yeah, it's literally only happened once.
Yeah. Let me look. Luckily, I have this handy dandy election book with me.
So the thing about Georgia that doesn't make sense, I'm reading that there's 100,000 votes outstanding, but the gap is over 118,000.
Yeah, so even if they all went Kamala,
Which it's not going to go one way for anybody. So I
Yeah.
don't understand why that's weird. The New York Times has his chances of winning up to 93, it says.
Whew. Yeah, and he's closing actually in Minnesota. I think it's only what, 80,000 now? So not insurmountable because it's only 61% there.
Okay, so it says the Electoral College estimate from them right now is Trump getting 302 and Harris getting 236.
Oh, man.
So of the 7 swing states that they were watching, one of them has nothing, Nevada. One of them Trump already won with North Carolina. And the other 5 all lean Trump, with Georgia saying very likely Trump.
Well, except for Minnesota. Minnesota's blue.
Minnesota's not a swing state.
Oh.
It's saying it's Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, and North Carolina.
Trump won Georgia.
Did they just call it?
Yeah.
It hasn't updated yet on Google yet.
It updated on CNN.
Yes. I see Amazon has him at 246. Maybe that's what it was.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer to being able to go to bed.
ABC doesn't look like they've called it yet. Let me see. Maybe if I refresh.
Yeah, Google hasn't either.
Yeah. Amazon has, though. I don't know where they're getting it from.
No.
Oh, there it goes. He went to 246. It was Georgia. Yep. Oh, live news alert. Let's see what this is.
Him winning Georgia.
Yep.
Aaron, what does this do to your map and what we like to refer to as the path?
The path. Well, Kamala Harris has the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. She can still get there that way. There's one thing that she could do if she loses Wisconsin, which right now she is. We've got a ways to go still, but she could lose Wisconsin and pick up Arizona. And right now we're half the vote in. Donald Trump is leading, but Kamala Harris is leading in Maricopa County. So Arizona still open.
Oh, no.
If she can win Pennsylvania.
I just read this tweet.
What?
And it says, Trump to address his supporters tonight. Harris will not address her supporters.
See, I knew it. I knew it.
Sore loser.
Like, if it was me, even if I wasn't ready to say we lost, I'd still go out there and be like, guys, we're still fighting. Thank you for supporting me. Let's keep it going. Don't give up, you know?
Yeah, it's a close race. You know, we're going to go to bed. We're hopeful. We got a lot of votes to work on. But...
Or if you know it's over, concede with grace.
Yeah.
I don't think either one of them could do that, though, because Trump definitely wouldn't.
No.
No, so the next question, David, Do you think there's a struggle to certify the election if Trump wins?
It'd be the funniest thing ever.
If the Democrats did the
If
same thing that the
Biden just goes off the rails.
Hey, honestly, I think Biden's kind of hoping Trump wins because of what happened.
I think he got bullied out of it.
Oh, 100%.
I don't think it was his choice at all.
And who knows? Maybe he would do better. I think he would have done worse, but there's a very good chance he would have won. You know. I don't know.
All right, I hate to say this because it looks bad on America, but I do think there's a decent amount of people that didn't vote for her purely because she's a woman.
I mean, Jill Stein got votes though,
but not enough to win.
No, but I think there's a lot of people that didn't vote for her because of how she got into the candidacy.
Oh, there's way more. That's not the reason she lost. But I do think there's a certain amount of population that maybe would have voted for Joe Biden because he's a white man as opposed to a colored woman.
Yeah.
Which is terrible.
It's very highly possible. Yeah, Google still doesn't have Georgia being called yet.
No, they're being cautious.
Yeah, and
they are headquartered in California.
And California is 2 million for lead for Kamala. Oregon is 200,000. Washington is 500,000. Yeah, Colorado has widened the gap. Mexico's, what's that, 50,000, I think. Arizona, Trump's leading by 13,000 votes. Wisconsin's over 100. Michigan's over 200,000.
I don't know what we're waiting for in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's. I mean, that's a good amount, 200,000 there as well, and Georgia as well. Even though we know Georgia got called on some.
So hold on. Let me see all right, if I'm doing my math correctly, with Georgia going to him now and putting him at 246, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't he take it if he gets Michigan and Wisconsin?
Yeah, I think so.
That's 270, right?
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't matter what happens in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. It would be over the amount. Unless am I doing my math wrong? I might know.
No.
That would be 25 points.
Yeah,
that's 271.
Yeah. And then you probably throw in Alaska, which is 3, so 274.
And that's assuming he loses all these other states.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's real damn close.
Yeah, and then that's so it's like, why? I get why some of the states, because obviously, why is Maine only at 45%?
I told you, dude. I think most of them just said, fuck it. They don't need our votes. This isn't going to decide anything.
It's only a 30,000 vote lead for Kamala, too. So, I mean, it's only 4 votes, but you never know. That could swing with only 45% of the voting. New Hampshire is 30,000 vote lead, but there is 80,000 already counted there. So that one, I'm guessing that one will be blue. That'll be 4, so it'll be 214. Yeah, Google still doesn't want to call Georgia. All right, any freakouts now, David, on Reddit?
Oh, I haven't looked. Let's see.
There's got to be now, like, now that if Georgia, people are saying that too as well.
Let us go and look at where they are. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead with 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 165,000 vote lead. Let's go to Kamala Harris headquarters right now. Let's listen in.
Who is that?
want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America.
Senator Richmond spoke. Jonathan, anybody? Chef Smith. Chef, we were unable.
Who is that was talking? What was that?
Yeah.
Max decided to freeze as Kamala Harris's campaign co-chair was giving a speech. That's what that was.
What is he giving a speech? Why isn't she giving a speech?
I don't know. But Max decided to freeze as he's giving his speech.
Max was like, "No updates for you. We're gonna keep you in the dark."
Tonight she will come in tomorrow and address the nation, which I guess is what we
Apparently, she's coming out tomorrow to address the nation.
definitively miss.
So she's not going to come out at all.
Howard University, when there's a big crowd, that is not
That's messed up.
a crowd there.
Yeah.
Celebratory.
At least come out and say, "Hey, we got more votes to count. I'm tired. I want to go to bed." But
Like
we'll
these
look at-
people went out there to support you, and they're sitting there waiting.
yeah, and they probably paid good money.
Oh,
to
hold
be
on,
there.
cute girls back at Trump, and they're all cheering.
Feeling like it's too early, and the senior person comes out and says,
They're awaiting his speech.
"Go home, and we'll see what happens." And we will see what happens when we get the rest of the vote.
Apparently, that chairman's speech was telling everyone to go home. It's too late, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Right. And
Guys, it's past Kamala's bedtime. She can't come out and play. All right.
this felt so much like a job center, and specifically, her campaign chairman, John Podesta, came out at almost exactly this same point 8 years ago and made almost exactly that same speech. And the next day, Hillary Clinton came out and conceded. Now, again, he is not at 270 yet. She has not lost this race, but you don't have to be a weatherman. Right. And just to go over where we are right
You don't have to be a weatherman.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did they just say you don't have?
Yep. That's CNN for you.
is in the lead currently with 0.72% of the vote. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is in the lead with 2.6% of the vote. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is in the lead by 3.53% of the vote. And then there's Michigan, Donald Trump is in the lead with 6.12% of the vote. There's also Nevada, which I don't see on that list there, and I haven't committed it to memory, but there wasn't enough really percentage of the vote that had come in yet for us to be definitively saying anything. In any case, the point I'm trying to make is of the five.
Okay, here's one. I was going through Twitter, and it says, "How the f do I refresh?" And it's a picture of Lincoln versus McClellan. It's not very close there. It looks like Lincoln is ahead 178 to 99.
All right, so here we go. On Reddit. Democracy prevailed, identity politics failed. What is wrong with this country? It was always about the price of eggs. I cannot believe America's struggling to decide if they should elect a felon endorsed by the KKK or a woman. Well, she did her best, right, Joe? It's going to be a long day compiling all comments that said Harris was a sure win because Orange Man bad.
Orange Man bad.
Hey kids that are studying this in 2054, make sure you check out the same thread from 2016. It's almost identical. Did The Rock ever win the presidency?
I forgot about that.
No, I think they're saying that they're like if he has won since now into the future,
Oh,
like
yeah.
that he's going to run again. How is America still voting for this POS man?
Well, here's a little graph update. Denver Broncos leading the NFL with 700 Uncrustables eaten in a week.
That's the news we need.
My
Yeah.
boss makes fun of me because when we go to dairies and stuff, there's no town around us. And I always take Uncrustables because they're quick, easy lunches. He always makes fun of me for them.
Yeah, see, the Cowboys only 75. Eagles not showing up.
Yeah, they didn't do the survey,
Yeah.
apparently.
Saints lowest with Cincinnati with 50. But how are the remaining states? Arizona Cardinals 200, Raiders 60 for Nevada, Minnesota Vikings 200, Wisconsin Green Bay is not on there, Detroit not on there. Pittsburgh 225. And the Falcons are 250. So there you go. If the votes were decided by Uncrustables, there's
Okay, so it says somebody said CNN did not like the Harris speech cancellation. They just quoted Bob Dylan. You don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing. That's what they were saying.
Oh man.
Somebody else said at the Harris headquarters, people are leaving. At the Trump headquarters, people are dancing. The ace had not been called yet, but it seems Trump will be the next president.
Very interesting. So now we get to see the only the second time a president has won.
This is terrible. Work is gonna suck harder than Harris tomorrow, but I'm staying awake.
There's enough energy drinks in the day that I'll be okay.
I haven't had an energy drink since before I went to Orlando.
Seriously, you've stopped ghosts and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Now tomorrow might get a nice coffee from Starbucks with some extra shots of caffeine. So.
Do they have their peppermint stuff out yet?
I don't think so. Google still has not updated Georgia. Why?
I don't know. Well, but CNN still has Kamala at 182, and Google has her at 210. So I don't know.
Maybe they're trying to, because right now it looks like it's gonna be a pretty easy victory one way. So maybe they're just trying to space it out. I don't know. And still Nevada, nothing. Let's see. What does Yahoo show? Maybe Yahoo's better. 230 as well. Maybe I'll go to CNN.com. Is that where I need to go? Yeah, CNN shows 246 to 182. Shows the Senate 50 to 40 and the House 187 to 154. But I think the big thing too is the only state so far that's been flipped is Georgia. So there's been no flips the other way.
From the 2020 election?
Yeah.
I guess Nevada might be one, right? Wasn't that?
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at the CNN map, it's colored blue, red, and then if it's a blue flip, it's blue with white lines, and if it's a red flip, it's red with white lines. So it tells you if they flipped it this year. So the only one colored with the flip color is Georgia. Because Nevada hasn't been, I guess, officially called.
Well, and neither is Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and that'll be a flip if it stays what it looks like it's going. I mean, what would Pennsylvania put him at? 246? Or no, 250?
265.
Oh, man, so close. Come on, Alaska. Help us go to bed.
That would just put you at 268.
Oh, is that it? Oh, dang it, Alaska.
Somebody put no fucking way he's walking out to YMCA.
Really?
I don't know. Is he out there yet?
His lead is growing in Arizona, though.
Let's see. I think there's a CNN live feed on YouTube.
To be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people that
It was well done.
Oh, David, there's one
No, there's not. What?
on Twitter, and it just says post funny, election comments. And somebody said, "Damn, y'all, maybe we really did steal the election in 2020." And then the comment below, "I'm so fucking embarrassed."
It was saying that they really did steal it, baby. That's funny.
Yeah. Which I don't think they did. I think it was just people don't like Trump.
I don't blame him. I don't like Trump.
52% of the vote. Kamala Harris.
I've always said if Trump just didn't go on Twitter, he'd have a much better reputation.
Yeah, if they kept him from talking, from saying what he's
Freedom of
thinking.
speech. Keep him from it.
I think he's done much better this election cycle with how he's talked. So I think that might have
Maybe they learned to keep him more shut up, right?
Yeah.
See, I don't know what he's gonna do though, because now for the next 4 years, he doesn't have anything to worry about. He can say whatever the hell he wants.
Right.
He's not worried about re-election.
Honey, I'm gonna let Pebble out.
Someone said TV channels haven't come to terms yet. They're still dragging this out.
I feel like I should be watching like CNN or something.
Right? Somehow they have the most up to date.
But in the end, the question comes back to white people here, right? This is still a significant portion of the electorate. It's still Trump's core base. Those are the ones who did this. So I think it's very dangerous to go back and look at these fringe groups simply because.
Yeah, it's over 5,000 or 5 million difference now in the popular vote.
I mean, if that's not a strong statement, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Live news alert. Oh, she just picked up New Mexico.
Which is weird because Google called that a while ago.
I know.
But they still haven't called Georgia. Oh my god. Google, you're killing me right now.
Yeah, Google's got 210 to 230. Amazon has 187 to 246.
Yeah, and CNN is 246 to 182.
Mm-hmm.
ABC is 194 to 246.
Man, okay, let's see. Georgia says only 94%. For some reason, they don't want to call it on Google.
Everybody else seems to have called Georgia.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is 120, right? Or is it 220,000 vote lead for Trump with 90% in, so that'll probably end up going to him. Almost or over 200,000 in Michigan with 60%, and over 100,000 in Wisconsin with 84. Michigan's getting a lot closer. I don't know. It's within 50,000 there. So
Which one?
Minnesota, it's 1,048,000 to 994,000.
Oh,
Only
so he's
60,
catching up there.
yeah, only 63% reporting. Oh, Nevada on Google has results. 71% Trump so far, 54 to 20.
Yeah, I see Arizona and Nevada both looking Trump.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I feel like we know. Oh, there we go. They updated it. Georgia was just taken in Google.
Yep.
Google has
Okay. Okay. Here we go. Alaska should be closing in just a minute.
What if Alaska closes and that's all they're waiting on? Alaska's vote comes in and it just
They're
shows
just
it.
like, okay, now we'll call it.
Now we can call it.
I think this is going to be over tonight. I don't think it's going to drag on.
I don't think there's any way for it to drag on. The popular vote's not close. The electoral vote's not close. Like,
Yeah, I don't think it looks like there's much that anybody could contest.
yeah, I mean it's just below 5 million now, but
that's a lot of votes.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Pennsylvania's got to be getting close. Like it's 90% reported. I mean, we got to hear that tonight for sure. And Wisconsin at 84. I mean, give those two and it's over. So.
Okay. Just to give you an idea. Wyoming, which is the least populated state in the United States, has a little under 600,000 people in the entire state. And he's winning by over 5 million votes. So he literally has several states worth of votes ahead.
Several Wyomings ahead. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, Wyoming, Vermont, Alaska, North Dakota, all of those together aren't even 5 million people.
I mean, what about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin? Is that what they're holding out for?
I don't know what's going on. I don't get what is slowing it down.
Okay, it's slowly climbing back up to 5 million difference now. I think he hasn't done better than the last election, but he might have done better than 2020. Let me see.
Oh, you mean in 2016? Yeah, he's got to win to do better than that.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Trump won the other electoral vote in Nebraska, so he won Nebraska 4-1.
What was his total in 2020?
Let's see. Electoral, it was 304. Popular vote was 62 million.
That was in.
That's 2020?
No, that's 2016. 2016, sorry.
Yeah, what was 2020?
Give me 1 second.
He's winning by 50,000 votes in Nevada now. Google finally updated and showed that he's leading in Nevada.
So in 2020, he had 232. So he has more than he did last time. He had a vote turnout of 74 million. With only 46%. Yeah. Biden got 81 million. Only 66% of America voted last year. I bet you this one's lower.
I bet this one's higher. She's at 60 million and he's at 65.
No.
We're still counting.
Maybe.
center of political attention right now, and we're going to go to West Palm Beach. Lydia Moynihan, do you have an arrival yet?
Something happening in Palm Beach. Starting to feel like the end of our draft video when we watched the NFL draft, and we were like, man, these last 4 picks are taking hours.
Right.
Okay. So Q Girl just said that Trump is en route to Palm Springs to give a speech, and it is going to be a victory speech, is what they're saying.
Whew. I mean, at this point, it's 247 to 210, and 3
They're ahead in a bunch of other states.
Yeah, 3 large states, that would help Harris come back are heavily favored for Trump.
Alaska closed 5 minutes ago. Where are these results?
We can't call it yet, David.
Really? Because they called Montana and Hawaii 2 seconds after they closed.
They called California as soon as it called. I mean, granted,
they're fighting off a polar bear for the last box of revolts.
The polar bear broke into the polling office. They're scrambling.
You want to make sure he got his votes in too, because polar bear votes matter.
Hey, New Hampshire still hasn't called it. It's 88%. Maine 51. All right, they're over halfway there.
Good job, Maine. Being one of the first states to close, still not getting it ready.
Well, and she's only won 1 of the electoral votes. He could still win the other 3.
Where?
Maine.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Maine splits it. He'll probably get at least 1 from there, 1 or 2.
See, now I'm going to have to watch some election channels tomorrow just to see the reactions to this. Because I don't think anyone thought it'd be like this.
Definitely not the media.
Oh, no. I think most of them I saw were pretty dead even, to the point that they were like, there's an error that could swing one way or the other. Because I don't think they wanted to be wrong. All right, Pennsylvania is almost 300,000 votes ahead for Trump with 90% reporting.
I don't know what they think. Like, I don't even think if that 10% was all for her, it'd be enough to flip it.
Yeah, I wish I told you how many votes were with, still out there.
Well, if it's 90%, and how far behind?
Pennsylvania.
Hold on, how far behind is he? Is she?
Here we go.
300,000.
300,000. So 10%. Wouldn't that be 300 million people in the whole state to be 10%?
Huh?
I don't. Hold on. I'm making myself look dumb online. Let's see.
10% of the votes need to be counted.
Yes. So what would be 10% of? Okay, so would it be 3 million? Yeah. And what is the population? Okay, so the population of Pennsylvania is about 13 million people.
Well, and only 6 million have voted, or 6 million votes have counted.
But even if we say it was all of them, 10% of that would then be 3 million votes. Or sorry, 300,000. right? Something.
Is now red.
What
Which
is?
one's-
Alaska.
It's still too early to call.
Yeah, but he's in the lead by 10,000 votes.
23,000 people I didn't even know Alaska had that many people.
They have 56,000 because he has 33 of the 1,000 votes.
I know, but I'm saying
He has
just the 23
23,000.
alone I didn't know it had that many people, much less the additional 33,000.
Robert Kennedy has gotten almost 2,000 votes in Alaska.
That's our RFK. Come on, let's go. Could you imagine if he got like 1 million votes? That'd be crazy. I don't think it's gonna happen, but what are the other races looking like? Looks like 50 to 40 for what is this one? Senate and 190 to 157 for the House.
Oh, if you're on abcnews.com, you can watch a live stream of them having meltdowns.
What did you guys do last night? We just surfed until we found like.
They're saying how he's going to have possibly the largest Republican majority they've ever had. Oh, he's freaking out. He said there's no resistance in the House anymore. Oh, they're going to Nebraska.
Looks like
Deb
a red
Fisher
in the Senate.
of the Republican Party will stay in her seat in the Senate. Good job, Deb Fisher.
Yeah, they just said if he's elected, and that is still an if. I mean,
it's not over. To be fair,
it's not over, but it seems pretty close.
I mean, this is going to be like the end of the fourth quarter of the game between the Eagles and the Cowboys this weekend, and Brendan's going to be like, "Wait, it's not over. They still might come back from 32 points down."
We might let you come back from 30 points down. We just let the Jags come back from 22.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That was. You can take the pretty off that. That was bad.
That's that Trevor Lawrence magic, man.
I don't know what the hell that was.
Control of Congress. And CNN can now project that Republicans will win back control of the United States Senate. We can make this projection because CNN projects Republicans win the U.S. Senate seat in Nebraska. The GOP picking up enough seats to reclaim the majority that they lost 4 years ago. This is a huge victory for Donald Trump's party, as we're still waiting the final outcome of the president.
Well, there you go.
What?
Republicans have Senate.
Which, to be honest, the Senate and the House are almost more important than the presidency.
Yeah, because they can, even if, like, say Harris won, but the Republicans won the other two,
she can't do anything.
Yeah, that would just stymie everything.
But if they have control of everything,
which is possibility now.
Yeah, Democrats are going to have to rethink a lot of positions.
Yeah, look at the House. It's almost entirely red in the map.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. What about governor? Only a couple states. But the Senate, 2 seats flipped. Red.
And that's only so they've already got control, and they're probably going to gain a couple more before it's over.
Oh,
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 seats have the lead that haven't been called for Republican, and 2 for Democrats that haven't been called. So you could possibly get 4 more. And then Maine is looking like it's going to be a independent.
And look at that, Nevada just closed not too long ago. 75% reporting. Maine, one of the first to close, only 56%. Shameful. Heck, Alaska's already up to 15%.
They count a lot faster than Maine.
Who has more people, Alaska or Maine?
Nice. That's a good question.
Is there a bigger population in Alaska or Maine?
My guess is Maine, but I don't know.
No, Maine has a larger population than Alaska.
So they have a bigger population and can't count fast. Like, you feel like with technology and stuff, we could make this a little bit easier.
That's what
Especially considering that they were one of the first states to close.
Yeah.
Like, what were you doing?
Yeah, it's like Pennsylvania. Like, what are you waiting on now? 90%. It's 51% to 47%. Like,
And New Hampshire still hasn't been called.
yeah. And hey, New Hampshire's at 88% though. They're getting there.
Looks like Wisconsin's 86. That's gonna pop soon.
Yeah, well, Pennsylvania's at 90 and they still haven't popped, so
They've been at 90 for like 2 hours, I feel like.
Yeah, Michigan is moving up towards a 300,000 lead at 60%.
And Wisconsin's got what, about 150,000,
150,
and they're at 86. So
yeah, at some point you got to think, yeah, this is. Minnesota. Minnesota's going to go blue, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good 100,000 lead there. Nevada's up 50,000, it looks like.
okay, ABC's now looking at how could she possibly still win.
That's what CNN has kind of talked about too.
And he was like, well, nothing's impossible. It's just really difficult to see it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, it feels pretty impossible. She'd have to flip every state, I think.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing a lower turnout voting-wise.
If she takes everything except Pennsylvania, would she win? Is there enough votes on the board for her?
4, 8, 18. So she's leading with her number at 228. Yeah, she could win without Pennsylvania.
Oh, Google just called New Hampshire.
Oh,
it's over.
New Hampshire is going blue. Somehow they still get their vote in, even though they're super late before Maine. So
Maine's sitting at its 57%.
Hey, that's better than they've been doing.
And whereas Alaska, who closed 18 minutes ago, is already up to 26.
Yeah, Nevada's 75. So come on, Arizona's slow down.
I feel like he's pulling away in Nevada.
He is.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Yeah, that one's pulling away. Arizona looks like it's starting to pull away. Colorado was a lot closer, I know, than I was expecting.
Up to 270. So for the vice president, your priority is here. And you'll notice all three of those states are red. That's the so-called blue wall. The blue wall is pretty red at the moment. Not done counting the votes. So let's turn it off and wander through them. Starting in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Key thing here, these are close battlegrounds.
Kamala's home state is Pennsylvania.
Is it?
That's what CNN just said.
That's sad if she doesn't. She should have already won that.
I thought it was.
Then again, Donald Trump's home state's New York, isn't it?
That's true. But I thought Kamala was California. Is when I saw.
That's where she did her politics.
Yeah.
Okay,
What
I was going to
state is
say because
Kamala
when I
Harris
saw
from?
the where the president's been from.
No, she was born in Oakland. She was born in California.
Okay,
Well,
that's what I thought. That's so I don't know what CNN was just saying of her home state.
And she graduated from Howard University. That's where she was going to give her speech. That's
Gotcha.
where her group was, and they peeled out.
At the Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47. 4 years ago, you come back here. I said earlier in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This is the blue-collar suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters move out of the city to get a little house with a patch of grass. It gets a little bit bigger out here when you move out, but look at this. It's just she's at 48%, 49% if you round that up. The President of the United States is at 52. Again, it's a very competitive battleground county, but to win Pennsylvania, you want to be on the top.
ABC, the guy was just saying, he's like, I'll tell you this. If Bernie Sanders was running, he would have won this district. Like,
Oh man.
Puerto votes, Latino votes because of this. Well,
All right. So what's the talking points you think tomorrow? Like, what do you think is going to be blamed on the election going one way or the other?
and now he's saying they messed up because they made their big issue being Donald Trump, and they shouldn't have made it just that.
Yeah, because people have already lived through 4 years of Donald Trump. So
It wasn't just the fact that they were making. I'm surprised she has 180 electoral votes. Honestly, just with I don't know. I only ever saw bad things about her campaign. That it just made me like I don't understand how she got this much.
I think she rubbed a lot of people the wrong way because she had tried to appeal to very specific groups, very kind of niche things. And again, her strongest selling point was that she wasn't Donald Trump. And eventually, you've got to have somebody like you because of who you are, not because of who you're not.
Well, I think going into like when you said earlier about the celebrity endorsements, I don't know how much that really helps because it's not the average Joe that we all hang out with, you know?
Right.
You know, if
Yeah,
there was
like I'm going to take it more seriously if like one of you guys had a conversation with me about, hey, this is why you should vote for this person. Like, you know, your friend talking to your family or something. I'm not going to care as much as like, oh, my favorite actor said I should vote for this person. Like, okay.
Yeah.
It's cool, I guess.
Like, look at the average Joe. They see all these celebrities singing, you know, vote this way. Or you see Trump working at a McDonald's wishing Kamala a happy birthday. Like, which one can they relate to more easily, you know? Again, sometimes I think it's very easy if, again, politicians lie. Just no one wants to pander to people to get the vote, I guess.
Right.
It feels like it'd be very easy to be the...
Well, and she kept beating around the bushes, like, you know, dodging questions and not giving, like, answers. And I don't know. I'm shocked. She has, according to Google, 214 electoral votes.
David, do you think the Rogan non-appearance hurt her?
Honestly, I think it did.
Yeah.
I think Trump was smart to do the podcast and the online. I think he took more advantage of the influencer podcast thing by, you know, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and just all of that. I think it may have tipped things.
Right. Well, and then you bring in Musk, who has a, you know, pretty big following. People like his ideas. And then, like we said earlier, RFK goes there. The Democrats could have brought him on board. But
I think they got too cocky about running on their anti-Trump platform.
Yeah. You know, at some point you got to have like ideas people want.
Fox News apparently just said Pennsylvania is Trump, is what Amazon is just showing. They haven't called it yet, but
Neither has CNN, but they're at 93% now, so they could.
I mean, of course,
Yeah.
Fox News is going to be the first to do it.
Yeah, right. Google has it 91% heavily favored for Trump. Hey, Maine's still at 57. You know, that one might be the one that drags on the election. Imagine if Maine is like the first one to close and the last one to count. Alaska's up to 26%.
You do it, Polar Bros.
I hope they close before Maine. I think that'd be hilarious.
That'd be so funny.
That would be funny.
So apparently, what's losing Nevada for her is she is ahead in Clark County, where Vegas is, where the main population is, but she's like barely ahead.
Yet she's losing by 35 in all of Nevada.
I think so, yeah. And those other, like, the more deserted. Because it's basically Las Vegas,
And
Reno, and then the capital, which is, I think, Carson City.
Yeah, something like that.
I think that's what it is. And that's about where all the people live, because everything else is desert. But, I mean, Area 51 gets a big vote, so.
Yeah, it's the extraterrestrial, but, you know.
Yeah.
And
they voted for Harris because she's, got a more fair policy on illegal aliens.
I was about to say open borders.
Okay, yeah, it looks like the Harris campaign has canceled all her public appearances tonight and will not be addressing supporters at what was supposed to be a celebration. With crowds of people are now leaving, with some visibly upset and even in tears.
This is like 2016 all over again.
Well, again, like these people showed up. At least go
say hi.
Go thank them for their support.
Yeah,
you know?
like that's so shitty to just be like, fuck you guys, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these people, even if you lose, hey, you helped me get this far.
Like, you've got to save face with your fans.
Yeah. Because, hey, you could run again, right? At this point, if you don't...
She's young enough that she could definitely, she's known now, she could at least try something. Even if it's not president, she could make a name doing more stuff. But
what if she becomes the next VP after this one?
I don't think, it would be a step down, I think, after you run for president to take a VP slot.
Yeah.
I don't think her ego would let her do it.
Oh, man, they got to call one of these states so we can be like, yeah, it's pretty much over. I mean, I feel like it.
Personally, I'm either waiting for the states or I really want to see Trump's victory speech. Let's hear. I want to hear what he has to say about it.
Yeah, just says soon Trump to address supporters at campaign event.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he was en route to...
I'm looking at the ABC thing at their live feed, and it is packed.
Yeah, it showed a quick glimpse on CNN, and
it is a sea of red hats.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What's interesting is their results on ABC is 194 to 246.
I have 214 to 247.
You know what? Now that Fox News is called Pennsylvania, let's see what theirs looks like.
Probably be 266.
267.
Oh, so cool.
Who else? How else did he get a point?
Did he get
I don't know.
So if according to Fox, if Alaska does close, he would win because it's 270.
Yeah, because they're saying it's 216 to 267.
And then he can call it, and we can be like, "Yo, we did it. We're going to bed." Join us Monday for Venom.
Oh, Maine is up to 60%.
Oh, there we go.
Oh!
Hey.
So now it's a race between are they going to get their votes in before the presidency is called?
I want to know if they get it in or Alaska gets called. Because Maine had to have been one of the first states to close.
Right.
Let's search that. What time?
It's probably 5 o'clock your time, Keegan. Probably closed at 7 Eastern time.
Yeah, it was like 6 hours ago.
Looks like maybe 8 p.m. So 6 p.m. here. 5.5 hours ago.
I was going to say, that's still...
Yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday.
Elon Musk tweeted out 13 minutes ago, "You are the media now."
Right. It's what everyone needs to hear.
An hour ago, he posted, "Let that sink in." And it's a picture of the Oval Office and him walking in holding a sink.
Count votes. Let's take a look at where we are in the electoral math. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. There are still a number of states that are outstanding. Let's bring them to you now. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, 50.9% of the vote. Harris, 48%. Donald Trump with a...
It says that it's 94%, but Pennsylvania is still not decided.
No, Fox News is the only people who've given it to him so far, I think.
36,000 vote lead. 69.
I feel like at this point they can. It's like over 200,000 difference. Like
47.1.
That's how I feel about Wisconsin, too.
Yeah, Wisconsin's pretty big lead. Michigan's almost 300,000.
I just can't wait to see how awkward this transition period is with him like having to hang out with Biden for like the transfers and
right.
I mean, didn't you see Biden put on a Trump hat at that one thing he went to?
Right? You know his wife wore like a bright red suit today?
Really? You feel like they wanted Trump to win because of what happened, you know?
It's funny though, because now it just kind of feels like Biden and Trump handing off the White House back and forth.
Yeah.
It was like him and Obama to Trump to Biden to Trump.
Biden comes back next year, wins it.
I mean, he technically could do another one. But
right.
Biden's not going to last another 4 years.
So Maine is President Trump is leading in one of the districts in Nebraska and in Maine. So he could get those 2 votes. Still,
I don't understand what's taking some of these so long. Wisconsin's up to 88.
Hey, Maine's up to 60. It's trying to.
Nevada's at 75. That's got to get called soon.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty clear there. Arizona is at 51. Alaska's only at 26 still. Polar Bear broke back in.
So they're behind by about 20, but the House campaign is still up for grabs.
Maybe that's what's taking them. They want to make sure.
She lost North Carolina and Georgia. She's losing Arizona and Nevada. We're not done there yet. But this is watch this map. We'll circle one state. This is where we are now at 1:34 a.m. in the east. It might be 1:33 a.m. in the east if somebody wants to correct me. And that's 2020. There's a lot more blue there, but this is what I wanted to get to in 2016. This is Donald Trump remaking his 2016 map. And at the moment, if things hold up, we're not done yet out there. We got a long way to go. Sometimes Nevada takes days. It's possible he'll even have Nevada.
All right, cute girl's giving us an update on what's happening at the party.
You're tired. You should go back.
Okay, so apparently, of course, what they're watching at Trump's party is Fox News. And she said that when they declared Pennsylvania, the whole place erupted and went crazy.
Of course they did.
And basically, they think it's all over, but Trump's speech, basically.
Yeah, I mean it feels over.
I mean, if he gets Pennsylvania, it's over because there's no way he's not going to win any other state.
Yeah,
which is what would have to happen if he got Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and Wisconsin looks like a solid yes. Michigan's a solid yes. So right there, it's over.
I mean, just Alaska, and it's over.
Which is leaning heavily towards him with their 3 electoral.
I don't know if Alaska's ever gone blue.
No, they started blue.
Really?
Yeah, Hawaii and Alaska have flipped.
So Hawaii started out red?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. David, what was the first election Texas vote in? Let's find out.
He was propelled to enter the race after Charlotte
1946.
credited by members of his party with doing his part to stop a pandemic and save nothing short.
All right, so you guys, your first one, you voted for Lewis Cass in the presidential election of 1848.
Oh, yeah, President Cast. I remember him.
Let's see, Brendan, who was Kansas's first? Oh, Brendan, your first election was Abraham Lincoln in 1864.
You picked a winner.
Yeah, you did good there.
You voted Republican.
Let's see where Colorado went. Colorado's first one was Rutherford Hayes, Republican who won the presidency. Things we learned tonight. Have they called in the other states?
But the DNC,
no,
they screwed over Iowa in the Iowa caucus. They snubbed at New Hampshire. It's only going to be in South Carolina. They had done that with Bernie Sanders.
None of the other ones are even moving. You wonder if they're just going to call.
There's going to be like, whatever.
So, unfortunately, there's that classic case. Somebody who stays on too long. In his case, stakes are high. Industry's not going to look favorably.
And you can't call yourself the Democratic Party and say you stand for democracy and then not practice it. And it will short circuit people's ability to practice it and make their will known. And that's what the historic analysis of this moment will show. If you're going to be the standard bearer, be it, embody it, and practice it. You can't just use the words.
I think it's all correct. I mean, Carville, Clooney,
So I'm looking at a Kamala Facebook group.
Yeah.
And one post that was written about an hour ago says, she'll be out to speak soon to give us hope.
I mean, I feel bad for them. I mean, they've been sitting there and she just like.
And can you imagine how early they probably got there to get good spots to, and to be there to support and then to just find out, nope, not even showing up.
That's crazy to me. Yeah, right now it has Trump 267 to 226 on Fox News. CNN has 246 to 187 Trump. Google has 247, 214 Trump.
I think he'll thank the team.
So ABC is saying the only way she could win, she has to take not only Pennsylvania, but Michigan and Wisconsin as well.
Yeah, it's known as the Blue Belt.
Yeah. It's not looking very blue right now.
No.
and there's no blue wall like they usually have.
Yeah, ABC News is like running like, this is what can happen. There any updates on when Trump will be at his thing?
He's supposed to be there any minute now. He's probably waiting for it to be officially 270. Especially, I mean, if Fox News already gave him Pennsylvania, they only need Alaska basically to win. Maybe he's like, you know what? We'll wait for them to officially call it on that station, and then he'll take it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't think that materialized. Also, that a significant portion of the country actually did support the overturning.
I think it's because he went to work at McDonald's that one day.
There was a miss. There was
I think that's what did it.
And the squirrel, don't forget that.
That's Peanut. Rest in peace, man.
Peanut and McDonald's changed the election. Yeah, Wisconsin at 88%, so that one will probably get called here soon.
Also, at a time when the DNC couldn't, for themselves, put together an effective ad. He is with us tonight. He is a Florida man. His name is Rick Wilson.
All right, so I think we need to get the movement going that next election, Jeb Bush. Please clap.
Didn't he already like lose the election one year?
Yes. Back in 2016, I think.
Oh,
yeah, he was the one. He was literally at one of his campaign like rallies, and he like made a statement, and everybody was silent, and he was like, "Please clap," and everybody's like, "Oh, okay."
All right, so that's next year's next election cycle's election: Jeb Bush versus RFK Jr.
Okay, so I have to assume it would probably be JD Vance going next.
I don't know. I saw a bunch. I saw a video of the potential next Republican candidates, and one of them was a woman. And I think if the Republican Party nominated a woman,
it would depend on who it is. But if she's
Democrat.
if she's a good persuasive speaker and everything.
But so far, the Democrats are 0-2 in the nomination of women.
I don't know if that says something about them or something about us as a country.
Or it says something about the women that they're nominated.
Yeah,
I think it's more that they've just picked the wrong women. I don't think it's a bit because they're a woman. I think it's just the wrong person.
Yeah, because imagine if like Michelle Obama ran over Kamala Harris.
See, I don't know. I think it would be very similar to how a lot of people didn't vote for Trump because it's Trump. I think there's a lot of bias against Obama's. But I think she would have been more popular than Kamala.
Yeah.
I don't think she wants to do it, though.
No, and again, I think a big reason why Kamala didn't do great is because of what happened with her getting in anyway. People felt kind of off about that. They're like, well, why would we vote for you when you guys didn't even take our primaries seriously?
And that looks really bad, especially after they gypped Bernie.
Yeah, to get
out of having the spot of Hillary. Yep. Like they literally got caught cheating to get to give her the ticket.
And then they're 0-2 kind of doing the same thing. Well, Trump is closing in on 70 million votes, which would, I mean, he might outpace what he did last election.
So is it looking like we had less people vote this time?
Yeah, because Biden had 81 million and Trump had like 70-something million. So we're well below.
I mean, that's fair, but there's a lot of these big, like Texas still has 8% of their vote, which is going to be at least, like a million or two. California is only 45% in.
And it's not as far apart as I thought it was going to be. It's
What,
actually,
California?
yeah, Trump's gotten more.
Yeah.
He was getting blown out for a while there.
Yeah, Montana's only 30%. South Dakota's 49%. Like, there's still a lot of numbers to come from these places. So who knows? We'll see. They all said it was supposed to be record turnout.
Yeah, and it's not. I don't think it's gonna end up being
The
that
media
way.
would never lie to us, Keegan. Come on.
I forgot. You know.
And Maine is still at 61%.
Yeah,
Oh,
at this
100%.
I think the election's going to get called. We're going to go to bed, and we'll wake up tomorrow, and Maine will still not been called.
Maine's going to be at like 95%.
Yeah. Yeah, Pennsylvania's at 94. It's still not close.
Hey, maybe when we do the Venom, Maine
Yeah,
will be able to tell people what Maine is.
Yeah, we should lead off Monday. Just to let you guys know, Maine finally got their election in.
Almost done.
Oh, hold on. Apparently, one of these Reddits is spiraling. They said 2X chromosomes.
All right, so ABC is like very heavily focused on the podium.
There, I see it. But where is he?
I don't know. They're excited. They're cheering about something.
They're waiting for CNN to come back from break. Kamala Harris office says it's not over yet sends everyone home for the night.
That's the same thing Hillary said. They literally said, it's not over. Everybody go home and get some sleep.
And then she conceded in like a phone call the next day. Yeah.
No, she did call him that night.
Well, I meant to the
But
American
the speech,
public.
yeah, she gave that speech like outside of her plane the next day or something.
Yeah.
I heard someone, I think it was from Minnesota, where I didn't know where Wells was from, but she was like, you know what the bad part about Trump winning is? Wells comes back to be our governor. Like people in his own state don't even want him.
That's why they were like, vote him out. Get a new governor. Yeah, it looks like Minnesota went blue. 76 reporting there. I feel like at this point.
Wow, one of the posts is, how do we prepare for a war against women? Serious question.
So, okay, over under for a march or a protest tomorrow.
Maybe this weekend. I don't know if it'll be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going to still wait for May.
Oh, hold on. Live news alert.
To us here in our depiction of America. Here's how Fox News told it seconds ago.
This is Fox News seconds ago. Let's see. They've officially elected Donald Trump as the president on Fox News.
Yep, 277, 226. Okay,
they gave him Wisconsin.
I mean, that feels good because it was 90% and he's over 100,000 still there. So
I'm watching the others. Steve Kornacki is talking about Minnesota.
Oh, they're freaking out at the Trump. They're all chanting.
The biggest party in this country is a convention center, which hosts all kinds of great shows. And for the second time in the lifetime of the Republican Party, we get to see a Trump headquarters. First time we witnessed this, you'll recall the likes of Chris Christie were up on stage. It was such a shocker that night in 2016. There was no acceptance speech in the teleprompter. There was only a kind of vague concession speech. Famously, Chris Christie reached into his son Andrew's backpack, pulled out a laptop and in real time sat down and typed out what became the victory speech. So
Man.
on stage were etched in the shock of the moment.
People are already wearing hats there like MAGA hats, and it says 45-47.
So there was someone had a T-shirt before last election. It said like 2016 and then 2018 or 20 whatever, and they were like, "You realize this isn't how the terms work."
Hey, so does this mean that they're going to go back and switch around the Biden and Trump animatronics at the Hall of Presidents at Disney World now?
No, because who's
The current president always gives the last part of the speech.
Oh, okay.
Because it was Trump, now Biden does it, so they're going to go and redo it again.
Well, see what happens in Rapid City, because Rapid City has their presidential statues. Obviously, they've been working on the Trump one to come out. Do they wait now and move on to the Biden one?
How do you do that? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, because obviously, by the time any of this has been done, I think it was Grover Cleveland, right? He was the one that won.
He's the only one because he got pissed off and came back.
Yeah, he lost to. Okay, so Grover Cleveland beat James Blaine, lost to Benjamin Harrison, came back and beat Benjamin Harrison and James Weaver.
New Zealand, Australia, Japan, South Korea. If we can keep global security together, and everybody in America loves our armed forces, they're not broken. That's Democrat.
Yeah, Fox has called it. Has Google called it? Of course not. Maine, what are you doing?
No, and CNN hasn't called it either.
It's just Fox News, of course. Just a second, we're back.
Yeah, ABC still nothing either.
I mean, CNN still has Kamala under 200, so like she's missing 27 points according to between Google and CNN.
All right, so everyone's getting really excited in the Trump meeting place, wherever it is. I don't know if this means that he is close. Yep, there's one of those hats, David. 45-47.
Simple, duh. When you think about it, he's winning, so he's obviously overperforming 2020. These are states where he's outperforming himself by 3% or more. That doesn't matter as much to me. Why don't I get to? I want to get to some of these counties. So you look at these places, Jake. We talked about this earlier. New York, you were looking at that. All throughout New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. He's performing better than he did in 2024. But I want to look. Remember the last couple weeks of the campaign? Where's Nikki Haley? Why isn't she with them? Why is he demeaning the vice president, calling her stupid? Why is he beating up on Nancy Pelosi? Why is he so dark on immigration? Well, why isn't he trying to reach out to the middle, to the suburbs? Why he's going to repel people away? Well, guess what? If you come here, well, let me start here in Arizona. He's not winning. 60% of the population in Arizona lives in Maricopa County. She's leading in Maricopa County. Donald Trump is not overperforming in Maricopa County. But look where he is overperforming, in Republican areas. The big conversation has been, he got 2016, got more votes in 2020. A lot of Democrats saying there can't possibly.
Well, Google has him now at 248, so I don't know where he's getting his points from.
He's over, smaller counties.
Unless he's winning Maine.
Only 6% in, too, so more votes coming in from here.
Yep, he won an electoral vote in Maine.
Navajo County, and down here, in the southern part of the state, Yuma County, 64% of the vote. Again, you think, that's double.
Yeah.
You look at the vote in the
So
raw.
let's see, CNN.
So that's Arizona.
Still has them at
46.
46.
Go up to Nevada. Again, it's not a
Same
They
with
haven't counted the
ABC.
Maine or the Nebraska one.
Yeah, ABC is still there too.
Campaign, but everyone's obsessed about why is he only talking to his base? Well, he was talking to those people, and they turned out that he overperformed in a lot of Republican counties. Most of the places he overperformed dramatically. This is by 3%. You'll see some are three. That'll be something we're talking about in the days and weeks after too. By 1 point, a little 1.5 points. This is 3% or more. Right? So when you look at this, don't think about California yet. Let the votes be counted. These are all the counties where he overperformed by 3% or more. Over his 2020 numbers.
Let's get off the computer.
And right
Thank
now,
you.
over 1,000 counties and townships, mostly up here in New England, but another place too that is the word township, not county. So I'm not trying to. If you live in a township, you don't take my county. But there are 4,600 counties
Well,
and townships.
I think I'm gonna go to bed.
More than 1,000 of them.
Okie dokie.
I just gotta get up in 5 hours. Go to work.
Yeah, I hear you there. Oh. Hey, we have people watching somehow still.
Brendan, did you say you're going to bed?
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
You're gonna be a little bitch.
Yep, sure am.
You're not even gonna wait for the speech.
Nope. I'll see it tomorrow on TikTok and Instagram and everywhere else.
Just for that, they're gonna take his votes away.
All 67 million of them.
Yep, they just said, yep. Kansas was the first to go.
The Kansas Kai monster has spoken.
Oh well.
KKM giveth and taketh away.
God, where was he driving from? Like 2 states over?
I think he's already there. I think he was just waiting for it to be official, and now it is. So,
well, they said that he was en route, so he wasn't originally there.
No, but I think he's there now.
Well, yeah, but I don't know what the crowds are outside. I don't know what the traffic is. So
I am just curious. I'm just curious of where what's he gonna say? Like, what's this speech gonna be like?
They're still counting 31,000 mail-in ballots in Philadelphia.
That's not enough to win, though.
Where are they counting them at?
56,000 in another county.
Out of 140,000 mail-in ballots cast there overall, and they're still waiting for 41 out of 304 precincts to report the results of in-person election day votes as well. I should note these counties across Pennsylvania, including Bucks, including Philadelphia, they're going to be continuously counting there until every mail-in ballot.
I'm going to bed. It sounds like Pennsylvania's never going to.
Even though it's already been called other places.
It's, yeah. Anyways, have a good night, guys. Talk to you next
time. And then there were two.
Hey, we got this. At some point, he'll come out on stage.
All right, now that you're the commissioner, now that he's gone, take everybody off his team and just divvy it up to other teams.
Just be like, that's what you get for leaving early.
Yeah, no, change his team name to like Kamala Cuddlers or something.
Just the KKM taketh away.
That's the Swift Force.
Yeah, so every other site is the same. No one else has updated anything. Google's at 248, though. We're making progress slowly.
Yeah, it's just because nobody wants to call it and say it's over and then be wrong.
Right.
Because if you do that, oh no. And then there's Fox News who just don't give a damn.
Right. They're just like, yeah, it feels pretty good.
Yeah, they're like, fuck it, he won.
Oh, what about Wikipedia? Have they called it?
Let's see. I'm going to go to the Donald Trump Wikipedia. And let's see if anybody. Nope, not yet.
Yeah,
They
Wikipedia
also-
is still 246 to 187.
Wikipedia does not recognize Fox News as a source.
Maybe that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for someone else to call it.
And I mean, he doesn't even have to worry about like timing now because nobody else is making a speech tonight.
Mm-mm.
So he doesn't have to worry about Kamala like claiming victory or anything like that because she's not going to say anything.
Yeah, we know. Any other updates with your Reddit posts?
Oh, let's go check in on them. I'm sure they're melting down.
Now that we've been live for 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Hey, I'm just surprised that this is ending tonight. That it's not, days and weeks of arguing about stuff.
Right.
They're mainly talking about how he's won all these Democratic counties that haven't been blue since the 80s, or that have been blue since the 80s. Somebody said, I just can't believe we're here again. Donald Trump has the craziest plot armor I've ever seen. I'm a leftist, and even I'm sitting here in sheer awe of the fact that there seems to be absolutely nothing that can stop this man, LMAO. Every time he opens his mouth, he sounds like an absolute moron, but somehow he just has this energy that utterly captivates half the electorate. This era of American politics will be studied for a long time.
Right.
And somebody said, I'll never get it. Maybe I'm just dumb. Apparently, CNN officially said the Republicans take the Senate.
Hey, if you go over to Fox News,
Right.
it says they are backstage.
Oh, like Trump is backstage?
Yeah.
I feel like these people are all really sad.
Which ones?
Reddit.
Oh yeah. I think you meant the Trump one. I was like,
No. This said, okay. This subreddit and website at large should be ashamed. Good to see real people have some common sense. Kamala couldn't possibly have deserved this result anymore. It's just a shame who she had to lose to. Somebody's saying it's Biden's fault for saying he was going to run for a second term.
all right. So it sounds like Harris will be speaking tomorrow about the election results.
I don't know why you wait.
Right.
Somewhere Joe Biden walks along the beach going to see his friend Donald J. Trump.
How happy do you think Joe Biden is? That
What would people do if Trump walked on stage with Biden?
break the internet.
Like
That
for the
would-
victory speech, and they're like holding hands up together,
Yeah. So what if?
And Biden just grabs the mic and goes, "It was the long con, motherfucker," and then just drops. Oh. Somebody said Harris didn't win. Is she stupid? I think it's pretty crappy not to concede if you've lost.
Yeah, if it's this out of hand, it's
And
not like
to talk to address your fans, your support.
Yeah, and is it going to be in person? Are all your fans that waited up there tonight going to be there? Because I think even when Trump lost last election, he still came out and said, "Hey, it's gonna be a long night. We'll vote."
Right.
what
Just like, yeah, he just said, hey, we're not giving up. Like, he still talked to them.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Somebody said CNN just showed an insane stat. Harris is outperforming Biden by 3% or more in 0 counties. 0 in the whole damn country. Wow. And someone said the Kamala campaign couldn't have known that, right? If they didn't see those stats a month ago, none of their campaign staff should ever work in politics again. Trump is on pace to win the Electoral College and the popular vote. I hope all of you take a long look in the mirror and ask yourself if you might be out of touch with reality.
Yeah, I think the winning of the popular vote is going to be the bigger surprise. Because I think even people that said Trump would win the electoral, I don't think they had him also winning the popular. But no one else has said anything. In fact, Maine is only at 63%. Hey, Pennsylvania's at 95.
I don't know why they're not calling it.
Nevada's at 79. Alaska's still at 26. I think Alaska's like, yo, we can't just. Okay, CNN just jumped Trump to 265.
CNN did?
Yeah.
What did they give him? Pennsylvania?
Yep. Just gave him Pennsylvania. So.
What is up with Google?
Yeah, why is Google like holding out? They're like, no. ABC News is also 265. So right now we have ABC News 265 to 194. We have Fox News 277 to 226. CNN is 265 to 187. And Google is 248 to 214.
Yeah, I see Amazon right now is 194 to 265. I mean, it's not a landslide, but he's won pretty decisively, I think.
Yeah, I don't. It's not a landslide, but I think the fact he won both is pretty telling. I'm not sure of what yet, but it's pretty concise.
Yeah, it was definitely Pennsylvania on ABC.
All right, come on, Google, update. Google's gonna wait forever too. All right, so ABC has him at 266.
ABC has him at 266. Yeah, what's that one vote from?
I don't know, maybe Maine.
Or you know what? It might have been the whatchamacallit, the main, yeah, the split one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Pennsylvania, Georgia were flipped officially. And he's still over 5 million votes ahead. Senate obviously was taking 51-41. House is still up for grabs, but it looks like Republicans are at 191, Democrats are 163. Man, people are talking, nothing's happening.
The Democrats, Nevada, not looking good for their team, looking good for Trump with 71% in.
I don't think this is how anybody expected it to go.
No, I think people thought it'd be closer, or like maybe Trump would win electoral but lose the popular. I don't think anyone saw this.
Like even the Trump campaign and their like best case scenarios, I don't think they thought they'd win this quickly and decisively.
Yeah. I think a lot of people I saw were like We probably won't know till the morning, early morning, maybe the next day. If Google has its way, we might not.
Right?
Yeah, Pennsylvania's up to 95% on Google. Just call it Google.
What is Google waiting on?
I don't know.
Does Google know something nobody else does?
Yeah. Hey, Alaska's up to 51%. There's a good chance they beat Maine. It's only at
That's
63.
what is happening in Maine.
I think that's our biggest unsolved mystery. We gotta write into the unsolved mystery show and be like, what happened to Maine?
Is Maine just like one guy? Just hand counting everything?
Yeah, see, and CNN doesn't have New Hampshire either. Or Jersey somehow. Alright, update. Teleprompters have been removed from the stage. Trump is going to speak freely.
He's gonna speak from the heart.
Come on, Google, update. No, Google's holding on. Still at that 248.
You know what's really funny? I forgot to mention this. In Pennsylvania, I saw this hilarious picture earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally a row, like 10, 15, 20. It went further than you could see in the picture of Amish buggies with Trump flags all going towards the polls.
That's great.
Like they really think that the Amish vote literally was a big factor in Pennsylvania.
And they were like pro-Trump. Is that what they were saying?
Yeah, no, they are because of how religious they are. And you saw how Kamala did when anybody, mentioned God or anything like that. They saw him as the Christian choice.
Hey, we might hit 6 hours live. By far our longest one.
Is that the longest you've ever done?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
I don't know why we're still going. At this point, might as well.
Yeah, at this point, we gotta at least go till he walks out, I guess.
Yeah, we gotta have his official victory, I guess.
Yeah, Google's still holding out. Everyone else is at 260 or 270. So,
Has anybody else called him a winner yet besides Fox News?
no, but CNN and ABC have him within 4 points.
Which is funny because that's exactly enough that it would still keep him from it if Alaska comes over.
Yeah. All right, it looks like they're getting ready on the stage. There's photographers taking pictures of something on the stage.
I see 2 people on the stage. They're adjusting something.
Yeah, so I think it's going to happen here soon.
It's got to.
The end is in sight. It's 2 a.m. their time. What about... No, Wikipedia is just like Google, 248 to 214. Is he just waiting for maybe another station to call him?
I don't know. They're getting stuff ready, so I guess it's not just waiting on him if they clearly don't have it all prepared. But you would have think they could have done this already.
Yeah.
I don't know why Google won't even call Pennsylvania. Oh, that's funny. There's a guy in the crowd that's wearing a suit that's bricks, like a wall.
Yeah, Google's still not called Pennsylvania.
Apparently, he had a big increase in the Latino vote, is what they're saying. That Hispanics voted
Interesting.
over like 13% more than they did in 2020 for him.
And that's a big jump there. 13%, that's a huge margin.
Yeah, that's massive. I wonder what he did that appealed so much to them.
I don't know.
Oh, somebody else is coming out. Somebody's just standing there. It's funny listening to all these different stations like try to explain what happened.
Right? Yeah, they're so different. That's what's been really interesting too, because like they'll call states at different times too.
Yeah. This is going to fuel a lot of political science classes for a lot of years.
You think it's going to fuel the election was stolen in 2020 people?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's interesting to see the big difference, but at this point, what does it matter? You know?
Right. I mean, we've gone through the 4 years.
Yeah. Like, even if you found it out, what are you going to do? Put Biden in jail?
Just like, all right, put him in jail.
Like, who do you? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think that's. I think it really was. I think it was just a perfect storm of COVID and everything, and the voting, and I think they just lost it.
Well, yeah, I think Biden
Yep.
can't be the criminal mastermind that rigs an election, but also incompetent, you know?
Yeah, and
Which
I
is
also think coming off of 4 years of having him, people were sick of Trump.
Yeah.
And I think they still are, but they were like, but between the two, who do I want?
Well, I think Biden also got a lot of good graces off of Obama because they were in the same, obviously, White House. But I think after these 4 years, it probably hurt Kamala, honestly.
Yeah, because nothing happened. You didn't hear almost anything about Kamala for the whole presidency.
No.
But now, and also you have to remember, they had a lot more time to campaign for Biden.
Well, then there's a lot of people that were like, hey, well, if Biden can't run again, why is he still president?
That makes a lot like, oh, he's not competent enough to run, but he can still be president.
Right.
I think he was competent, but they knew that he wasn't going to win, so they wanted somebody else in there. And I think they told him if he doesn't step down to let somebody else do it, that they were going to try to invoke like the 25th Amendment to get him taken out and end his presidency in shame instead of letting him finish it. I definitely don't think that he wanted to step down.
No. And I think that's why you've seen him do a lot of like almost pro-Trump things lately. Like, do you ever see like anytime like Kamala would say something, like he'd come on and like contradict her?
Yeah.
And I was like, that's really odd. Dude. Like, you guys are in the same White House. That's what some of the
And just like this last week or two, he hasn't done any campaign stuff for her in this lead up or anything.
Well, that's what some of the channels are talking about. They're like, what is it going to be like in the White House until Election Day?
Awkward as hell.
Right. Well, you know who has to certify the election?
Which is even funnier.
Like, can you imagine?
Can she just decide not to like pass it on to like Speaker of the House?
Yeah, just have someone else. She calls in sick that day. I guess
Like,
we'll
man,
find
that's like rubbing salt in the wound. Not only did you get blown out, but now you have to make it official.
What if Biden comes in and like certifies it? He's just like, yep. All right, so Google still hasn't updated.
Maybe they fell asleep.
I'm thinking Maine might have fallen back asleep. Nevada is about to be, I mean, it's at 78. Alaska's at 51. Arizona's still at 52. They probably fell asleep as well.
I wonder what the campaign, like the Harris campaign, is thinking right now. Are they still watching? Like, do they still have hope?
No way. It's still crazy that she was just like, I'm not gonna say anything. Let's see if Google has any updates.
Productive meetings and good talks. That was it. That translated into the action.
All right, I'm going to Reddit. Let's see what Reddit says.
Oh, have fun. Are you going to our politics?
I just searched Kamala Harris on Reddit. Trying to get some updates.
And then they didn't even really have that many debates this year. Wasn't it like one?
Yeah, it was one with Biden and Trump, and then one with Biden or Trump and Harris, and then was it just one with Vance and Walz?
Yeah, the VP one. There's usually like 3 or 4, I thought, with the 2 presidentials.
Well, I think they were going to have a second Biden Trump one, but that's when they were like, nope, pull him. Yeah, because he did bad, and I think he probably would have lost in a landslide.
Yeah, no, he did not do well for himself in that debate. That's what sealed it for him, I think.
Yeah, and this was all kind of a trigger. Just like they felt they needed to pull. I'm just waiting for like another channel to say it's over.
Yeah, people are dragging their feet on this.
Well, Google especially, they are at 248. Wisconsin's up to 90%, so Google might call
maybe they'll call that at least, yeah.
Like, I don't see it going any other way at this point. It's so Wikipedia had it 246 to 214. It's back to 246, 187.
What did they pull back?
I don't know. New Hampshire is still not called on Wikipedia.
Somebody posted 5 minutes ago. Y'all need to chill. AP is at 214, 248 as of 2:16 a.m. As you may recall, it takes 270 to win. And everybody's just replying, brother, it is over. My guy, it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are over 90% at this point. Like, it's done. Nevada's up to 80 and heavily Trump. Alaska's over 50, heavily Trump. Arizona's moving steadily towards heavily Trump. Michigan might be your closest one.
And at this point, it doesn't matter where that one goes.
Mm-mm.
I want to find videos of people crying.
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of them.
It's got to be out there, right?
I'm sure they'll be on Twitter or X or whatever.
Was the star of a TV show for 13 years.
He produced it.
Which I knew so much was a thing. Members of the socioeconomic group I grew up with in Jersey never missed it on Sunday nights.
Right.
The opening, remember, featured him coming off his plane onto his jumper into the car in the Trump Tower. And Americans of a certain ilk, this guy.
This has been a very interesting campaign. I'm just glad it's over.
Oh, I know. I'm always excited when the election's over. Commercials stop. The people can stop arguing within each other. Like, I don't know how it is there, but there's so many people here that just like argue. Oh, you're on mute, David.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It's not nearly as bad here, I guess, because it just leans so far red. But there's definitely a decent amount that hopefully everybody will just go along with it now.
Right. Well, Douglas County.
Trump's on stage.
Uh-oh. There is a sighting. All right.
It looks like the Amazon one is ahead of the ABC.
What is... Does Amazon have him winning right now?
No. Amazon still has him at 266.
CNN.
The song he came into is "I'm Proud to Be an American."
Oh, Google has updated and given him Pennsylvania 267.
Oh, so all he needs is Alaska there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's over.
What if he got attacked right now?
God, there's so many people on stage.
I guess that's all the people that were in his campaign.
Yeah.
Oh, he's pointing at people.
There's still more coming out. What if he came out to Real American, the Hulk Hogan song?
And then ripped his suit? Man, they really thought Pennsylvania was going to go Harris.
Yeah, they drug that one out for a while.
But I mean, no, I mean, her campaign, they put so much money into that.
Mm-mm.
Especially with their major thing last night with Katy Perry and Lady Gaga and all those people.
And it wasn't even close. Hey, Maine, 65%. We're getting there.
$65%. Oh, he's gassing himself up. Look at all those phones out taking pictures.
Right, that's the new thing now. Anytime you see a public event, it's just phones. All right, David, they said they're bringing out the blimps again. They did not. I just remembered, I think it was you who said, if you go down somewhere, you'll see the blimps picking up people or whatever.
strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have. This is a magnificent record for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Well, I guess Elon Musk is taking us to Mars now.
All right. Hey, and we're YouTubers, so he'll take us because we'll
Us
document it.
specifically. He's going to be like, all right. I mean, we don't get to come back, but
Hey, we can make some great vlogs on Mars.
hey, it's the greatest abnormal voyage I can think of. He's talking about how they won the popular vote.
Yeah, the popular vote's almost 6 million now. It's widening even further.
That is shocking.
Yeah.
I don't think, even if they thought he might win, I don't think they ever expected him to win the popular vote.
Mm-mm.
Oh, people are doing cope stuff. I'm reading this on Twitter. It says, she is the most qualified candidate in years. She is viciously intelligent and driven. She is losing ground with men.
David, it was all our fault.
Yeah, it's a little extreme there. Well, now he's just listing off states that helped him win in Senate races. The MAGA movement.
Is that what they're calling it?
That's what he said. Oh, apparently it's playing live, like in Times Square.
I'm sure that's going over well in New York.
Not right. He's got a lot of fans there. He should have his speech like projected on the side of Trump Tower there.
There we go.
And in Chicago.
Just all the Trump towers all over the world.
Just everywhere, yep. I'm waiting for anybody else to say that he won. Interesting that nobody else but Google seems to have her over 200, though.
Right?
I don't know why is she stuck at 194.
I think New Hampshire hasn't been called, Rhode Island and New Jersey on a couple of them.
Let's see. I wonder. Oh, he's kissing his wife on the cheek.
She's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children.
I don't know where the result, like nobody has like an easy map like Google does.
Right.
Why is everybody else afraid to say that he won?
Right. Let's look at Google. They have Wisconsin still at 90%, Michigan's 73.
Nevada's at 80, Arizona's 52, even Alaska's only at 51. They're going to catch Maine.
They're going to pass Maine. Maine's at 66. This is the biggest draft or election mystery of all time. What is going on in Maine?
I wonder if Walls has said anything. I guess not.
Oh yeah, I mean, he probably can't since he's under the
Like with her.
yeah. So Wikipedia has updated at 265, 187.
So they still haven't done it either.
Yeah. Let's see. It has Tim Walls.
Oh, he just told JD Vance. He just said, "Say a couple words," like pushed him to the front.
Just go up there.
He's up at the podium now. He pulls off his mask. He's been Tim Walz the whole time.
What if he pulled off his mask and he was Joe Biden? Just
the crowd goes crazy. The big banner on the wall drops the Vance to say Trump Biden. Yeah, I think he's gonna run for president next.
Yeah, if you listen to him talk, he sounds polished.
Yeah, he sounds very political and he seems easy to swallow for people that aren't quite, on their side. A lot of moderates, I think, are gonna go over for that. Unless they really fuck things up in the next 4 years.
Right.
Which is very possible.
Right. We still got 4 years to go to find out.
Oh.
Well, David, I think we can call it.
Yeah, even though the stations aren't.
I'd say we wait till Maine called it, but we might be here 4 more days. I don't know.
Don't worry, we'll catch up with that on Monday, right?
On Monday, we'll be like, yo.
How's Maine? And Maine's going to be at like 84. But yes, good election. We'll do it again in 4 years.
Yeah, it's our first time doing the election. We kind of paired it with the sports chat. As you see, we went 6 hours.
No, this is still sports chat, right?
Yeah, sports chat mixed with election news. The majority was definitely election. I probably could have just made an election show with. I did put the. Oh crap! My headphone fell out. But yeah, we will be back Monday for anyone who happens to be watching still. We'll be talking Venom. So join us there. We'll also be talking Venom, Planet of the Symbiotes, I think. Is that the comic name?
Yeah.
I have it, but I don't.
I haven't read that yet. I got to read that this weekend.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to read it tomorrow. But yeah, we'll be back, and if you guys want more sports chat, click that link to your left for more of us here at Culz Paranormal to the right. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and let us know what your crazy predictions for this week's NFL week is. And David, where can people find you?
As always, you can find me over at Abnormal Voyages. That's going to be YouTube, Instagram, all that good stuff. So if you're into some fun adventures out in the world, come check us out.
Yeah, and there's you've done a couple historical or presidential sites, right?
Absolutely. We've even got a cemetery safari up that's famous presidential graves, and might have another one up before too long.
Yeah, see? So go check it out. And David will be back soon for some deep dives. We got one filmed, more coming. So we will see you
Absolutely.
guys in the future. All right, hold on. Let me hit end stream.